Good morning everyone and welcome to the BUKC 2023 live here on Alpha Live for rounds 1 and 2 at Buckmore Park. It's a very sunny day, very cold this morning. I'm sure you've seen some of the shots of the track. It's a bit icy out there, karts are just defrosting, drivers are also defrosting. Let's have a wander down the grid and see who we've got. I believe you might be starting at the front. Who are we racing for and what is your name?
My name is Vishal Patel and I'm racing for Loughborough A. I'm starting third actually. The guy in front of me is not here, so I don't know.
Well, maybe if he doesn't turn up, you can start on pole. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But anyway, Loughborough's my former uni. Hopefully having a good season this season, do you reckon?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm in first year, so I don't know how these races go, but it'll be fun anyway.
Well, my advice to you would be drive fast, don't crash. And I think the crashing part's probably more important. Do you reckon you can manage that on the ice this morning?
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Brilliant. Well, good luck in the first race. It is very icy out there this morning. We've had some ice on the tyres, and hopefully the drivers will be able to negotiate that well. Where are you starting, and what uni are you driving for?
I'm starting P4 for UClan.
How do you think it's going to go?
I think I'm going to get loaded into turn 1 and end up in the wall.
I'd say that's probably an accurate, prediction.
I'm ready for it. I'll brace myself.
Well, as long as you're ready, that's all that matters. Do you reckon the tyre barriers will be harder or softer because it's cold?
I think it's going to be hard tyre barriers today because of the weather.
Well, good luck. You're probably going to need it.
Yeah, I'm going to need that luck.
Right, let's see who else we've got. Let's walk a bit further down. Let's grab someone. I can see some words of advice being given here. What were you saying to your fellow competitor?
The two classes, Prems and Clubmans, we were eyeing up who would be a good target in the first few laps and get some moves.
Who's the target then?
We're in the Prems, so we're looking at anyone with a red plate.
So who have we got?
I think we've got, I don't know the numbers, but we've got 1, 2, 3 and 4 on second row there.
I quite enjoy the fact that we used the word target. I like the fact that it's quite aggressive. What are your plans for the race? First race of the season? What are you thinking?
I think just get through it, get a solid start to the year. Just get through it incident free. Don't want to do anything stupid.
What would constitute doing something stupid?
Probably binning it at turn 1 on the ice, but hopefully keep it on the black stuff and it'll be good.
You still got. Yeah, exactly. You've got, 3 or 4 laps practice. What are your plans for the practice? Is it just to sort of not crash?
Yeah, feel it out, feel for the grip, hopefully find the right line, hopefully don't get overtaken too much and doing something right, and bring it onto the race. Excellent.
Well, good luck in the first race. We can see that there's a lot of tension in the air at the moment. Of course, second round after the qualifiers. Luke, you're out in the first race, mate. You didn't realise you were going to be here this morning.
Yes, yeah. I told you it was going to be icy. We had that discussion.
We did. It is going to be icy, and you are out first. Yeah. I know you've driven around Buckmore a few times. Have you?
A fair few times.
We discussed earlier. We know the dry line, we know the wet line, but do you know the icy line?
No, I think the icy line is anywhere but the barriers.
You know what?
It's going to hurt if it does. But
where you starting? What's that? 2, 4, 6, 10th.
10th. I wasn't in the qualifier, so this is my first time in a Club 100 car in over a year. So
Okay.
it could be quite spicy.
Spicy with ice on the tyres. Actually, to be fair, your tyres have defrosted, not the tyres over this side. Let's have a look at the shot. Tyres on the car on the right hand side. Still got ice.
Bit chilly those ones.
I definitely prefer to be in your car, mate. Well, good luck.
Thank you. Hope you're well though.
Very well, thank you. And yourself.
Thank you.
Right, let's move down the grid. As we can see, it's still pretty cold out here, and we're not expecting it to get much warmer. You're looking very cool, calm, and collected ahead of the first race. That's very unlike the BUKC.
I mean, that's the idea. Keep it all together. I'm quite cold.
Me too. Is it going to get warmer on circuit?
I hope. I mean, it's frosty out there. Hairpin 2's looking atrocious. You can ice skate around it. I'm jealous of your coat.
Thank you. It is. Yeah, I actually got it for Christmas. Thanks for noticing. It's a nice one. Are you going to be going forwards, or are we going to be going backwards in this race? Do you reckon?
Ideally forwards. I think if we can keep it pointing in the right direction, that should help.
That will probably help. Yeah.
It's going to be quite eventful. Could be a restart or two.
It is the BUKC after all. Eventful is kind of our MO.
Pardon?
It's kind of our MO, isn't it? The BUKC.
What's that?
Being eventful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, qualifiers was quite something as far as eventfulness goes.
Yeah. How were they for you?
The pace. I mean, it's our first year in it, the Lancaster team, but the pace was there. We had some good races, but ultimately penalties cost us Prem, so we made Clubman.
Clubman, that's still fine though. First year, Clubman, no, we'll take that. So how did you do personally in the qualifiers? Good races. What's your name as well?
Matthew Roberts.
And?
Qualifying was great. Allegedly, I put in a pole lap, but then penalties deleted 3 laps and I got more penalties and ended up starting 16th.
So, order of the day is no penalties then?
Yeah, ideally. That's the pep talk I've been given on repeat all week.
By the captain?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully if you do that well, we might see you at the next round. If not, then good luck. Right, let's see who else we've got here. Let's walk a bit further down the grid. Of course, random mixed grids for the BUKC in the main rounds this year. So we'll have each team has 4 drivers, and of the 6 races, they'll start 4 of them. Normally, one back, one middle, another middle, and a front. And of course, the drivers will be spreading out their tactics and their drivers throughout the day to try and get the best results possible. Right, let's come down here. There's a very, very nice racing helmet here. Let's come and say hello. What is your name?
Apologies for that technical hitch. We'll try and get back down to Piers as soon as possible. But we'll introduce ourselves for the first time this year in 2023. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box is John Ratcliffe. John, this is an event we always look forward to, the first mains BUKC event of the year, but particularly this one because we got to the track this morning. Very, very interesting track conditions for the drivers out there today.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone on the live stream. It is rather chilly out there this morning, isn't it? Looks quite slippery. I was saying to some of the drivers that were outside having a look around the track walk earlier on today, you might actually be a bit quicker if you get out the car and run than if you actually try it on these slick tyres. It's certainly going to be an interesting experience for some of the drivers, but who's going to be able to make it up on top? We'll have to wait and see.
Here's your track guide, the classic Buckmore Park layout, 1 kilometre in length, 12 testing turns, 65 feet of elevation change in a very 2-level circuit. That will be hugely important here today. The circuit established in the early 1960s, and we're just looking out of our commentary box window. There's your weather report for today. It's going to be clear skies but cold, really cold, low single digits, and no real wind across the circuit as well. I think what that's going to mean, John, is particularly the top end of the circuit, which for those uninitiated with Buckmore Park, we're sitting in an old quarry. So the top end of the circuit, even though it's slightly higher, is very much shrouded with trees. Those shadows mean that the dew, the frost that's on the top of the circuit this morning, that's not going to go. That's going to be cold and slippery pretty much all day, as opposed to the bottom of the circuit, which is going to have a bit more sun on it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, when we were walking around earlier, we were almost slipping over when we were just walking around that section of the circuit. I was assuming that down sort of Syme Sweep, as we go down into that second half of the circuit, would be the most treacherous part of the circuit, whereas actually it's decently grippy down there. It's mainly up at turn 1, turn 2, where you're really going to get a slide on.
Let's go through some housekeeping because it is a first BUKC mains round of the year. Welcome back to all returnees, but also a big welcome to anyone who is tuning into one of these streams for the first time. Each team has 4 drivers, and in each round, each of those drivers will race once. So a team will race 4 times. The best 3 results from those 4 races will count towards their round score. If you win a race, you get 60 points. If you get a second place, you get 59 points. Third, 58, you get the picture down the order. So the aim of the game is to get as close to 180 points as possible across those 3 best results. And we'll go through that sequence twice today. Both rounds 1 this morning and round 2 in the afternoon are both what we call the Sprint BUKC format. So that's a driver doing a race by themselves for 25 minutes. Doesn't sound like a long time, John, but it sure is.
Yeah, both you and I have been behind the wheel for a 25-minute race, haven't we? And yeah, it feels a lot longer than it is, particularly around here at Buckmore Park. No real straight, so no real opportunity to have that sort of relax, work out where you are in the positioning compared to the rest of your drivers that you're racing against. It's just completely pedal to the metal for 25 minutes.
But plenty of opportunities to overtake around this Buckmore Park circuit. Is often a driver's favourite. It's my personal favourite. And no, it is the same for many others. We're also going to say hello to everybody on DDMM Comms Box Cam. Hello. If you're really nerdy, head on over there. Don't ditch the Alpha live stream. We always say if you've got one screen and one screen only, prioritise the Alpha live stream. Get involved in the comments. Great to have you along. But if you've got like a second thing that can do internet-based activities, head over to Double Dash Motorsport Media's YouTube channel. We're there with our faces, that's not really the bit you want to see.
That's the
but
selling point.
We've got live timing on there. We've got race control messages, and oh boy, there's going to be a lot of that today. Track map, all the details, and we also have the, I won't say new and improved because we had it last season as well, but the further improved DDMM points widget, which hopefully won't fall over.
It's far
we'll
more
be telling-
impressive than anything I could do, mate. So I'm impressed by this.
It'll tell you how a team is doing mid-round. So head over there and do give us a subscribe if you haven't already. It really does help us out. Drivers briefing is over because I can see drivers who are not to compete in this first race heading towards the paddock area, and especially for those who are maybe tuning in the first time. Within a round, there are 6 races. Now, the key bit of information we need to get over there is that means that a single team, let's say, I don't know, Sheffield A, will sit 2 races out. So if you're looking at the live timing, you're looking at the scoring on the screen here, and you're going, where was Sheffield? Where was Sheffield A? Don't worry, that'll be one of the 2 races that they are sitting out and meant to be sitting out within a round. I think I've covered all the basics.
Yeah, I think you've done that pretty well, mate.
So yes, so this circuit, this is the Symes Sweep section. As we say, there'll be a fair amount of grip down Symes
You
Sweep.
can see the sun shining down on that second part of the circuit.
And a good crowd in the grandstand as well. One of the best grandstands in the country, if you ask me, for karting circuits. You can see the whole track from that vantage point. But I think we'll get ready then for the first race of the day. Engines are fired. It's time to start the mains championship season for BUKC 2023. Race 1 is coming right up. Race 1 of round 1 for BUKC 2023. Cardiff B start on pole position. Alongside them on the front row are Southampton B, Loughborough A and UClan B form up row 2. And welcome back to the mains championship to York A. They start alongside another returner, UCL A. Both of them back into the mains after their qualifying efforts. They start on row 3. Brighton A and Surrey A form up row 4. Loughborough B and UEA A are there on row 5. Oxford Brooks E and Sheffield A start on the 6th row of the grid. Moving into the midfield then, this is where it really gets tight and testing in the middle, especially on a race start. Lancaster A making their BUKC debut right in the middle of Bandit City on row 7 alongside Exeter B. Former champions Coventry A start their mains championship on row 8 alongside Nottingham Trent B. Birmingham A and Exeter A, one of the favourites from qualifiers in November. They start on row 9. Oxford Brooks D and Manchester A completes the top 20 there on row 10. Cardiff A and another debutant for the BUKC this year in the mains championship respect, Derby A, they start on row 11. Swansea A and De Montfort A, perennial competitors at this level, they start there on row 12. Southampton A and Loughborough D go from row 13. Loughborough C and Bath B start on row 14. Nottingham A and Warwick A, 2 very experienced teams there from row 15. Nottingham Trent A and Coventry C start on row 16. Birmingham B and Bristol A on row 17. Bath A and Manchester B complete the field on row 18. It is a 36 kart field. That's a bumper grid. That is a very bumper grid. Here is a testing point, John. I've taken testing a lot today. That has improved.
It has.
Say an hour ago when we were perusing around the circuit, but that is a really frosty bit of the circuit, which as you get the power on, coming through Garda and through Hill and Senna, I think we're going to see some thrills and spills through that run up to Cafe Corner here today.
Definitely. It's tough to believe that that's actually got better.
It's begun already.
It's already begun in the test session.
Hang on.
A couple of laps
Have
of
I
practice.
just seen an incredible thing there? Regular viewers to Club 100 streams will note that is not a student in the unplated kart. That is Joe Holmes, multiple-time Club 100 Sprints champion, one of the best drivers in the world at this kind of thing. He span. We've seen Joe Holmes spin in the first stream of the year. Clip that. You'll never see that again this year. But that shows you, John, how tricky these conditions are.
Exactly. The BUKC banditry bug is getting everyone, even Joe Holmes this morning. But yeah, everyone trying to work out the conditions, and even, as you say, someone as experienced as himself finding it difficult out there, especially when someone spins in front of you. That's the hardest thing to deal with. I think that's what we saw there down at Hairpin 2.
Just to be clear, if people think he just turned up and had a bit of a hack round. No, he's performing the role of a test driver here today, so that's why he's out there, not with a number plate on. He's not getting, you know, illegal practice in before the Club 100 season Open Championships kick off, which will kick off here at Buckmore Park at the end of the month. You'll be able to watch the sprints on the Sunday here on Alpha Live. And if you're enjoying the stream so far, do make sure to press that subscribe button if you haven't already. These are just the practice laps at the moment. Look how slow they're having to go through Hairpin 1. Oh my goodness.
As soon as they get on the outside there as well,
this is going to be interesting.
Yes,
this is just practice, everybody, for 3 laps, and then the grid.
That's an interesting line from
That's track limits.
Cardiff B, that. Just trying to find that extra bit of traction. Sadly, not allowed to find it out there.
No.
Got to stick within the white lines.
So as a graduate now, John, you've stepped up into...
Oh, mate, you're making me feel old. Don't say that.
Hey,
it's just the truth, I know.
I've been doing this for nearly 7 years now.
Sorry, mate, sorry.
Mains days, first day, first race. What's going through a driver's head at this stage?
I'd say, especially on a day like this with these conditions, you're pretty nervous jumping in for the first one. Of course, especially if you're in the first race for your team, you don't want to chuck it away at the first opportunity, and you're like, we're on for a rubbish round now because I've binned it in the first race. So it's all about just keeping those nerves, and of course, it's been a little while as well, probably since a lot of them have actually been in a Club 100 car since qualifiers back in November of 2022. So yeah, it's all just using these few practice laps as best as you can to get up to speed, and then just chucking yourself in there, going for it, and just leaving nothing on the table.
I still can't get over how slow they're having to go through Hairpin 1. I don't think I've ever seen conditions like
that. Lap 1 is going to be interesting, people. Don't go anywhere.
So this should be the 3rd practice lap. I just wonder if race control are giving the drivers another lap or so just to get used to it. And that's the thing, as we just saw there with the number 23. If you get offline, we can already see. So for those not aware, our commentary box position is overlooking Cafe Corner as they whip around the clubhouse here at Buckmore Park. Looking down to our right, the run up to Cafe Corner, you can already see a racing line forming. But if you get off that, you're back onto the frosty stuff, which is going to offer you no grip at all as you come into one of the fastest corners on the circuit.
Yeah, just keeping it on the road is going to be tough in this race, let alone actually going for any sort of overtakes.
Yes. So just to run through that grid again, Cardiff B and Southampton B, as there's some things happening on the formation lap off our cameras, but in front of our vantage point.
Literally, as we were saying, though, the driver came offline to try and do the overtake and spun immediately through Cafe.
On the next corner. Cardiff B and Southampton B on the front row. Loughborough A, who did not have a good qualifiers, another one of our former champions and former round winners here at Buckmore Park. They start 3rd. I've just noted another thing as well, is there almost going to be an advantage to starting on the inside here. So 1st, 3rd, 5th, all of those down that inside line. Is there a bit more grip there than on the outside, 2nd, 4th, 6th, etc., etc.? I really don't know how this start is going to go. First one of the year. I think it's all about holding your nerves at the moment. Drivers just trying to get themselves in the right order. They've probably forgotten the order.
Yeah, almost certainly. No. Oh, and we've got a spin down at turn 1 as well. It might take a lap or two to kind of get this grid sorted out.
And that's one of the, that might be one of the Oxford Brooks karts that's had
a moment
there.
Right.
Now, driver getting out there, that may seem a little bit odd to some.
Yes.
You'll see that a fair bit today. One of the principles of Club 100 is if you have a spin, if you have a moment, you need to recover the kart yourself, and then you press the starter button and away you go. It means yellow flags are very important, and drivers will need to make sure that they are adhering to those rules and regulations. Are we good for a start here at Buckmore Park for the BUKC 2023? No, we're going to go around again. Pace kart there that you can see with the flashing lights at the front of the order. Heck, I bet that's a good bit of fun today. It's got no grip in the best of conditions. All BUKC Mains Championship races will be broadcast here on Alpha Live this year. Great to have that full schedule back.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see coverage for the BUKC because it's so much fun to race it yourself. It's just as fun to watch from the sidelines, and especially, as we say, we're going to keep saying throughout this morning, in these conditions, it's going to be absolutely wild. So we should hopefully be getting race number 1 and, of course, the 2023 part of this season underway very shortly. Our leading pace car had a hand up, so I can assume we're going to get it underway this time around.
I think we are good to go then. Cardiff B will lead it off the start. Southampton B alongside them on the front row. Who is going to be able to master these very tricky conditions this morning here at Buckmore Park, Chatham in Kent? Away we go then, green light. We have started the BUKC 2023 season. Everybody squabbling for position. Good start for Cardiff B. They lead into the first couple of corners. Loughborough A have had a good start as well. No grip at all as they go through Conways and Henry's Bend, but that's just the start you want if you're the Cardiff B driver. Into the first high pin. I can hear commotion outside, which probably means half the field is facing the wrong way, but
I think it looks okay.
Apart from a couple of grazes with the barrier, this is pretty good.
There we
off
go.
Cardiff B. There it is. No, it wasn't Cardiff B. Apologies. The number 59.
York A it was.
York A, who started on the
spinner.
third row. I don't think anyone's in track limits there, but considering how the track conditions are, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. That's a unique start, if there ever was one, John Ratcliffe, to a BUKC race, but I think they've done pretty well there.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed, actually. Most drivers managing to get it through, and everyone being pretty respectful as of now. I will say one thing, there are a couple of spinners up in the first couple of hairpins, but it's so slippery up there, it barely took them any time to get it back round in the direction they wanted, because they could just hit the throttle, and it would just immediately spin back around. So nearly at the end of this first lap, we've got one penalty coming through now, and still some massive groups of cars there. Look at that, we've got a spinner in the background as well, 3 wide almost across the start-finish line, and here's a move for the lead.
Loughborough A down the inside, take the lead of the race. We've already got our first penalty of the day. It's the Bandits from Birmingham. They always seem to have a problem here at Buckmore Park. They've started well. That's a bump and pass. ABC. ABC, not for learning their alphabet. That's advantage by contact. That'll be 4 positions added to wherever Birmingham A finish, squabbling for grip there. There is a change for the lead as through comes the number 6 of Cardiff A. Cardiff A, dark horses I'd say this year, but very much going in the right trajectory with this squad. This is what they would have wanted at the start of the day. They've got their Cardiff B kart still doing well here, but the A kart, that's the main one for championship expectations, has got to the front of this race.
Yes, indeed. I thought I might see Fraser Brunton get to the front of this pack during this race. I didn't think it'd be on lap 2. So, wow, what an impressive start from Fraser. Of course, the current lightweight Club 100 champion, the Club 100 Sprints champion is Fraser. So, yeah, interested to see what he does this year in BUKC. And you can see confirmed there on your timing chart on the left-hand side of your screen that Cardiff A now take the lead and nearly have a 2-second gap back to Birmingham A already. Loughborough A now in P3, Cardiff B in P4, and Exeter A rounding out the top 5. Another one to keep watching there are Exeter A, 3.5 seconds off of the lead as they cross the start-finish line. But again, just this hairpin 2 is mental, mate. It seems that no one can really work out if there is a good line that gets you any sort of grip, and it's just trying to get it round as the slowest spin ever for Cardiff B in the background.
I just wonder if you get on the curb. I think the curb, they often talk about that in wet conditions. If you hook into it, it can give you a bit of purchase. Now, the alternative in the wet line is the very deep initial entry, cut back late apex, but I don't think that line helped you today through there.
I don't think you're able to get it rotated enough for that line to work.
So using the curb to hook yourself around that left-hander of hairpin number 2 may be the order of the day. Another contact warning for Birmingham A. They've come through the field quite nicely, but a few too many discretions in the eyes of race control at the moment. Fastest lap is held by Loughborough A. There it is, a 1 minute 4.394. The rest of the field squabbling as they go over the top of the hill. Penalty for Exeter A. So the number 2 karts have received a penalty. Just going to try and check what for. Now bear with me. But not good news there for Exeter A. No real reason to panic though. I think in this kind of race, as long as you can get up into that top 5, that's a strong start to the day.
Yeah, no, exactly, for sure. Penalty there for Bristol A as well now. Overtake on the yellows for the number 45 car. It does look like the 13 of Birmingham A is closing in on Fraser Brunton of Cardiff A. As they come down through the second half of the circuit, they're going to come back into our line of sight soon. It is still Fraser in the lead, but has the 13 pretty close for company now.
It is indeed. But that could almost be a good position if Fraser's aware of the scenario, even if Birmingham may go through, as they do, right on cue. It's Benjamin Boris at the wheel for them. They now have the lead on the road, but they can't rescind that penalty. So the best they can hope for now is a 5th place classification at the end of the race. Fraser Brunton trying to fight back here through the tricky hairpin number 2, where there's just no grip at all for the drivers. All of these Club 100 karts on slick tyres. Not a treaded tyre you will see in a Club 100 paddock. That's one of the reasons why we love it so much, isn't it, John? It properly tests the driver's skill and ability out there.
It is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, some of you watching may be used to pro karting, where you can just change those tyres and it's very simple. And you look out at these conditions and think, oh, it looks quite slippery, but not too bad. But yeah, you don't quite realise. We're on slick tyres here in the BUKC on these Club 100 karts, and that makes it a hell of a lot more difficult. But it is, as you say, the best way to get involved, I think, with these sort of conditions beginning off, because then once you do jump onto some tyres which actually have some grip in these conditions, it feels completely easy in comparison.
Got to praise the efforts of Brighton A and Lancaster A. There's a bit of time between them, but 5th and 6th. Fastest lap at the moment for Brighton A. We'll be looking for good results in the club. And again, as down the inside, another change for the lead, as Brunton gets past Boris there for the lead of the race, and Loughborough A coming into this now. I think it's Vishal Patel in for them. But Lancaster A, debutants as far as I'm aware. I was looking back through the notes. I can't remember a Lancaster A competing at this level before. First race, straight in there, in the top 10, comfortably in the top 10, and ahead of some strong teams. They've got UEA, University of East Anglia, behind them there in 7th. Former champions Liverpool A in there, Exeter's B squad as well. These are all very strong teams. All good teams to be beating in your first race.
Lots of the good teams, and especially in these sort of conditions, you do see the more experienced drivers making it way through to the front, as we do see with a lot of the A teams now up into the top 10. Only a couple of B teams still managing to keep it in that top 10. As you say, I'm very impressed from Brighton A. Of course, their B team were the Clubman champions last year.
Yep.
Both teams looking pretty strong, both the A and the B Brighton teams in Clubman this year, so I think they could be serious challengers at the top of that Clubman championship by the end of the year.
Bit of a slidey moment there for Benjamin Boris through hairpin 2, got wide, got off that preferred line, lost 3 places as a result. Loughborough A, Exeter A and Brighton A all getting through. There's a yellow flag out there at the bottom, and that's why, because we've got a spinner. Someone's gone a lap down. Manchester B were already 1 lap down. 17.5 minutes to go then. So much has already happened in this race. But Fraser Brunton for Cardiff A, after that slight nervous moment, I think around lap 3, lap 4, really starting to assert his dominance on this race now. He's just pulled out the lead to 4 seconds, 2 of them on that last lap alone.
As you say, fastest lap, 1 minute, .403 for Fraser. When is someone going to drop into the 59s, I wonder? How long is it going to take them? There's a little bit of contact there on the inside through hairpin number 2, just managing to hold the slide, but these two drivers now going side by side through what is usually a flat-out section of the circuit. Certainly not at the moment, but managing to get it back into single file when necessary there.
Yeah, but Brighton A have done really nicely out of all of that. The number 42, and you were right earlier, John, that the Clubman karts do have red plates here and black for the Premier karts. No difference in the machinery, but literally the only difference in the machinery is the colour of the number plate. That's it. All of these Club 100 karts to the same specification. Penalty for Derby A in the number 63. They're currently in 28th position. Here is your battle for 4th place between Loughborough A and Birmingham A. And there you go, John. You've got your 59. It's come from, what, multiple teams putting 59s in now.
So clearly quite quickly getting fast to the circuit now as the drivers sort of scrub away all that frost off of the surface of the tarmac. and we're just going to see those times dropping throughout the day as this battle continues to rage on. There was a bit of contact through the first couple of hairpins once again, but with the limited amount of grip that they have through that section of the circuit, I feel like the steward's going to be a bit more lenient and these morning
to an
openings for the
extent,
races.
yeah.
To an extent, of course. You can't be sending it in, T-boning them and then going, oh, sorry, it's slippery. You need to have some sort of attempt to stop it. Yes. But that gap out the front dropped from 4 seconds to 1.3 seconds now. The extra A team, fastest lap of the race, closing in on Cardiff A. As there's a move. 13 finally dives that back down the inside. This is the battle for 4th. Birmingham through on Loughborough.
Yeah, good move there by Benjamin Boris. He's got to grip with these conditions. No pun intended, almost. As UEA now set the fastest lap of the race. A penalty, ABC again for York A on their return to the Mains Championship. First time in a couple of years. Yeah, Exeter A really starting to close in now on the race leader. That'll panic Fraser Brunton. So much experience on young shoulders now. Saw him wrap the Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship up a few months ago. I'd assume he's going to go for that championship again in 2023. Has actually responded now. 2.5 seconds is the gap to Exeter A. Birmingham A confirmed through into 4th place. Here's a good scrap. This is now the 5th and 6th place battle. Luke Ide, who likes this place, has had some good results here in the past. Down the inside of Loughborough A, going for 5th place into hairpin 1. Textbook move, John.
Yeah, very much a textbook move. Weighted that perfectly on the brakes. Through goes the 21. Up now into 5th position for the UEA kart in a absolutely stunning suit and helmet combo, I will say. One that definitely stands out for Ide there. But as you mentioned earlier, Fraser just being able to answer that, put in the fastest lap. It's now gone down to Nottingham Trent A in 17th. But incredible. I think that just again shows the experience of some of the drivers being able to manage that gap in these conditions and just watch and be like, okay, he's catching in now. I need to push that a little bit harder.
I'd keep an eye on that Nottingham Trent A kart because I think there's been a bit of a group form behind the Loughborough B kart in, where was that? Was it around 20th position? But Nottingham Trent A have clearly broken through now as Luke Ide finds some grip out there, but that little bit of a heart-in-mouth moment. But we've still got half of this race to go, 13 minutes of the 25-minute sprint. Look out for Nottingham Trent A. I think they could pick up some positions in the second half of this race if they keep that pace up. Now they've got some clear track.
But as you say, just one little mistake like that, and you can chuck away the last 10 minutes of hard work that you put in. But luckily, Ide was able to get that one back together and return to the black stuff that he should be on. Now, Nottingham Trent A that you were talking about, one of our teams that we were surprised is in Clubman, I believe, for this season. As we got a spinner, the 76ers round, out of hairpin 1, or just sort of entering hairpin 2. Slightly down the order, the 76.
Looks like a kart that's probably got a touch wide out of hairpin 1, lit the rears up and gone round. But that's a recoverable position for Liverpool B. It's a shame, though. They were as high as 18th in this race. As I say, they were at the front of a pack of karts involving Sheffield A and Trent B as well. They'll fall down the order once the drivers come over the start-finish line. Next, track limit warning for UCL A, the number 66 kart. And sure enough, Nottingham Trent A are starting to come through the field. They're up to 15th place now, trying to close in on Surrey A. Just trying to remind myself where they started this race. They started in 31st, and this is an aspect we've maybe not touched on so far today, John. You know, when you're running these teams, random grid positions to an extent, in that all the teams have the same average starting position. You're always going to have one race from the back. How do you tackle that as a team and as a driver if you're in that situation?
So, well, usually you put the fastest driver who's starting up near the front and the slowest driver starting down near the back to try and give them a bit more opportunity, because it can be a bit scary when you're starting at the front, especially if you've not got too much experience in the BUKC. Suddenly getting chucked in, you've got, what, 3 laps of practice, and then you're into your first race, and you've got to try and do the best you can. So, yeah, it's usually a better option to try and put your drivers who maybe don't have as much experience nearer the back, they might have to try and deal with a crash on the opening couple of laps, but better that than being involved in one yourself. And of course, we have to talk about the fact that we're split between lightweight races and heavyweight races as well. So 2 of your drivers will be going into your 2 lightweight races and 2 of your drivers into the 2 heavyweight races.
Yeah, subtly different weight categories. 10.5 minutes of race 1 remaining. New fastest lap has just gone in from Birmingham A, Benjamin Boros, 55.641. That shows that the pace is starting to be borne out of this Buckmore Park circuit. Even through hairpin 2 now, you're seeing some more conventional lines and speeds, shall we say. But remember, Birmingham A have got that +4 penalty from the early stages of the race down the inside there. That was the number 6 going for a move. That was Cardiff A. Well, it's now Fraser Brunton trying to put laps on drivers. Such has been his pace in this race. Really, really impressive stuff. And this is something that he's maybe not had before or recently in those Club 100 sprint races where they're shorter races, they're more 8-10 minutes long. Traffic isn't something to, well, in a normal sprint race, to contend with. Here, that longer format, the experience levels a bit wider as well. What do you think will be going through his mind as he's starting to pick off these drivers in the 30s and the 20s in terms of race position? Yeah, like you were saying, we come here and we say, oh, we've got the sprints, and people go, how long are they? And we go, 25 minutes, and they say, well, that's not a sprint. Incredibly long races, very different to what Fraser is used to in those Club 100 races, and dealing with those back markers is a new sort of difficulty. But I think with the drivers with lots of experience, it shouldn't prove too much of a hassle. Again, we go back to what we were talking about earlier with the coming off of the racing line to overtake. That's the hardest part, I think, especially in these opening few races, is finding bits of the circuit where they can still get the power down and make those moves stick. But that's just all part of it, isn't it? You could be, oh, we've got a spin there. That's for Cardiff B, down at the bottom of the circuit. Manages to get it back underway pretty quickly, but some battles still continuing out there. Well avoided by the carts behind. I think that was Lancaster A and Exeter B. They easily could have been embroiled in that incident. And overall, I hope I don't curse it here. Please don't have the first comms curse of the year. Yes, there's been moments where we've had spins and drivers running wide. I've been really impressed with the driving standards in this race. I think a lot of the drivers out there have heeded the warnings, taken that advice that it's going to be tricky out there, and have driven very well. Just as you say, there's quite a large crash there we go. At the bottom of the hill. Yeah, one driver just being a bit too overzealous, I think, trying to go down the inside of 2 people as we went down Simon Sweep, ended up collecting one of them, spun them, and then another driver collected them, went over the rear side of the wheel, but I think landed on all 4 wheels and continued their race. Which person has been cursed? Who did I get there? Literally, just as you say, am I doing the first curse of 2023? Yes, you are. It's the number 50. Congratulations, you're added to the list of victims. It's Coventry C. Oh, heck. That's down the road from me. They'll be trying to find me. New fastest lap of the race for the University of East Anglia, based in Norwich. And just as I was explaining that, Southampton A have taken it away. It's a good pace from Southampton A in this race. They're running in 8th place, as wide there was Nottingham A, I think, the number 27. It's had a difficult start to the season. The number 31 has got... I have cursed it, haven't I? I've cursed it. They're now going off everywhere. There we go. That was De Montfort A, one of the clubman runners. Every university is going to be coming knocking on the comms booth door. Again. Look, there's another one off. It's Nottingham A. There's contact warnings everywhere. I'm going to put the excuse in. We're at that stage of the race where the leaders of the race are now coming across back markers, and that's spicing things up. That's nothing to do with the DDMM comms box curse at all. It's just one of them. Here's Benjamin Boros in Birmingham A's number 13. He's having a scrap, at least on the road, with the number 59. Now, this is not for position. The 59 has got a bit of pace, albeit a lap down. So we are bearing with us, getting used to all the new numbers. All the numbers are in relation to their seeding from last year. So that's York A. There, who we did see at the front end of the field in the early stages of this race. So we do know that York A cart, now in 26th position, has got some speed. Just seen Nottingham Trent A get a penalty as well. Yep. So that's going to knock them down a few positions by the end of the race.
That driver stranded at the bottom of Syme's sweep, I do believe, is Cardiff B. They were having a good race, but stuck it in the wall, and now hands on hips. Not happy with the end to race 1 for Cardiff B. But other drivers continuing to soldier on. As one driver very wide there. We've seen that a couple of times throughout this race. Just taking genuinely just a couple of miles an hour too much to the apex, and the car just says, nope, I'm not going to do it. But managing to keep it out the wall there on the outside of the circuit. Still drivers trying to test the boundaries of the circuit and test where they can get grip, and the 25 nearly spun there by one of the back markers, I do believe it was. The 25 nearly getting spun around. That was Bath A there in 27th. So I think people in the same part of the circuit on all different sorts of laps now. We were chatting about that earlier. Drivers having to deal with getting past those back markers. A new thing for some drivers. And in these conditions, coming offline, trying to make that overtake is proving quite difficult for some. Fastest lap now goes the way of UEA A. Down into the 53s now, are we? So I was saying only 10 or 15 minutes ago, will we see them drop down below a minute? And now they're a good over 7 seconds, under a minute. Loughborough A now getting a cone penalty as well. So a lot of teams that are in the battle for both the Prems Championship and the Clubman Championship getting penalties in this opening race. That gap between our leaders now 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, extra 8 coming back here. Playing their way through the traffic. There is a yellow flag out down through Syme's sweep. I think one of the blocks.
Still the cart beside the barrier at the bottom of Syme's sweep.
Hello to everyone in the comments. Keep comments coming in. To Callum Maxwell Racing. Motorsport Magpie in there. Cam Briggs. Peter Cowan as well. Hello, Peter. Good to hear from you. Who's well gel of these conditions. I agree. When I saw them this morning, it's like, sometimes when I turn up to a BUKC, it's pouring with rain. I'm like, no, I'm good. Keep in the comments box today. Thank you very much. I would have liked to have a go this morning in these slippery conditions.
This is when we excel, because we've got a nice bit of weight to hunker down the cart in these conditions. So I think we would have won this race, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'd back us.
Definitely. Yeah, I can beat Fraser Brunson. No,
yeah, of course. Easy. With my eyes closed.
3.5 minutes or less than that to go now. Cardiff A respond again. In fact, there's been a problem for Exeter A on that last lap because they've dropped down to 3rd place and now behind Birmingham A. Get that position back once penalties have been applied. Still looking under control.
They've lost another position. I thought they had.
Yeah, they have. They've lost a lot of time these last few laps. We were talking about them being 1.5 seconds behind Cardiff A. They're now 7 seconds behind Cardiff A. Derby A get a penalty. New fastest lap from Brighton A. They've been a big factor in this race. Now trying to challenge Exeter A for 4th on the road. Hello to Holly Dibden as well. He's cheering on Sheffield today. That's big shoulder charge there from the number 4 of Loughborough A on the 66. That's one of the carts that is at least 1 lap down.
Yes.
That is going to be UCL A.
It was
welcome back to the BUKC mains from Loughborough A. Contact warning as a result.
Yeah, that's Vishal Patel behind the wheel of the Loughborough A cart. Yeah, see him quite often down at the Wilton Mill Kart Club. Very, very quick driver, but again, just trying to work out these conditions and realising once he got to the apex there, he had not quite enough grip that he needed with the speed that he was carrying. Straight into the side of UCLA, and as you say, welcome back to mains.
Southampton A have picked up a penalty. OTY, that stands for overtake under yellow.
So that's likely down Syme's sweep, we would
I'd imagine so, yeah, because that's where we've seen the yellows in this race.
Looks like that yellow has gone away now, down Syme's sweep. But this race almost already flown by.
Yeah, a couple of laps more for the drivers out there. I'm going to turn to our producer, Adam, who's with the fancy graphics. Who's made the most positions in this race? Shall we test this one out? There we go. Look at that. Nottingham Trent A, 22 positions gained for Nottingham Trent A. They do have penalties to be applied, though, at the end of this race, but that's a good effort from them. Not so good a race for Cardiff B. Our pole starters are now 36th and last. Can't win them all, unless you're Fraser Brunton, in which case you can. And he's just set the fastest lap of the race, 52.175. 4.9 seconds in the lead now, looking comfortable. depending on using Alpha Timing's tracker, as here's a squabble involving the 25. Right in there.
Oh, getting a bit of a tap in the rear there through the fast left right-hander in the middle of the circuit. Drivers just about getting it into single file as they end up down Simon Sweet. It was the 23, I think, of Southampton A who gave them the slight bump, wanting to get past. It was indeed. And the 25, one of our back markers of Bath A, currently sat in 24th place, are the ones getting assisted off of the racing line, I think is the kindest way of putting it. But here we look back to our leader then, the number 6 of Fraser Brunton in Cardiff A, looking to start off BUKC 2023 perfectly with that opening race win. Birmingham may have been fighting back valiantly. Fastest lap goes their way at the moment, but still that gap only just under 5 seconds as the clock strikes 0.
Sunny days for all the drivers here at Buckmore Park, but a very sunny start to the season for Cardiff A and Fraser Brunton. Round the final corner, time has expired, and there should be the checkered flag for Cardiff A. Fraser Brunton takes the first race win of the year, 60 points to the number 6 kart. Birmingham A finish on the road in second place, but have penalties to be applied once everybody is in. Good effort there from Luke Ide. Had some excursions, comes home in third place for the Norwich-based team, 4th for Exeter A, 5th for Loughborough A, 6th for Southampton A, Brighton A 7th. Great drive as well from Nottingham Trent A up from the back of the field, finishing 8th. Coventry A 9th and Warwick A 10th. An A-team lockout for the top 10. That shows that it was the experienced drivers out there coming to the fore, as we'd expect. Good play from all of them. Brilliant start as well for Lancaster A on their first race in mains. They finish, as I say, in 11th place. Manchester A 12th. Some decent points for them. Exeter B in 13th. Surrey A 14th. Southampton B in 15th. Loughborough C 16th. We should say all of these results are provisional, of course, with penalties to be applied. But that looked easy for Cardiff A and Fraser Brunton, but as both of us know, in experience of these conditions, it definitely wasn't for Fraser Brunton. That's a properly good victory, and that will G the team up, I imagine.
Definitely, yeah. As I said earlier, the perfect start, really. Kicking it off with a race win. They've just got to try and continue that through the day, as I'm sure all the teams are going to be trying to do.
Definitely. Well, I think we're good to head down to Piers Pryor on the grid. Piers, over to you.
Oh, isn't it good to have the BUKC back? Chaos up and down the field, but a great race from Cardiff there. UEA, and of course, I think there was some great racing throughout the field. Let's grab some drivers on the way to the Wadebridge. How was your race there?
Pretty good. I don't know where we finished, but yeah, the track was really tricky to begin with. So yeah, just great race, really fun, mixed conditions. Yeah, really good.
Still looks pretty icy up towards the top end of the circuit.
Yeah, it's really, it's still really tricky through 1 and 2, and then the hairpins as well. Second hairpin is pure ice at the moment, so yeah, still really treacherous.
Great, well, good, well done for making it through.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right, let's move on. Let's grab someone else in the queue. Of course, there's a minimum weight limit for all the drivers. Lightweight is 75 kilos, and I believe it's 82 for the heavier weights. Jesse D, I can see from the side of your helmet. How was that for you?
It was good fun. First time in Buckmore, first time competing in this. It was, yeah, it's definitely a cool concept, and I'm enjoying doing this while at uni. It's great fun.
First time on the ice?
Yeah, well, basically, yeah.
Anyway, well done. Right, let's make our way down the field. I believe you had a pretty strong race there. You were number 2?
Yeah, number 2. Yeah, it was a fairly good race. Was up in, I think, second on at the start and was catching up. Then I had an incident with a back marker where I got shoved onto the ice at hairpin 2 and I lost like loads of places. Yeah. But it was quite a good fun out there.
Still pretty damp at the top there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hairpin 2 especially.
Have you got any words of advice for the people who are next out on circuit?
Be careful with the second hairpin.
And what are you in this afternoon? Which race are you in?
Race 5, I think, so it will be dark then.
Dark, but hopefully less ice.
Oh yeah, I should hope so.
Well done. Let's walk down the field. Let's grab someone else. How was that for you, young man?
Quite a struggle, especially early on, but well, I mean the track obviously got better towards the end, but still was still a bad result in the end.
Is this your first BUKC experience?
It's my first mains experience, yeah. First time here as well, yeah.
Bit of a step up.
You could say, yeah. Yeah.
Do you like the track, even though obviously a bit tricky conditions?
I mean, I enjoyed it, especially as I grew into it. But yeah, definitely just a tricky experience. Yeah.
Really, well done, well done. Right, you guys look warmer now than you did earlier on. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It was fucking freezing. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it's chucking freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well done. You got plenty of weight on. Are you going to be underweight or?
It's all his, all his.
It's not even yours.
This one for me. The rest was all his.
Say that again.
This the single one for me, but he's got all the rest.
Excellent. Right. That's I see a very sensible man over here. You've got a neck brace on. That's obviously for the start, so make sure you don't get whiplash when you get smashed in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a hectic start. There was like no grip in turn 3. Like everyone was pretty much like a snail. So it was a good fun, but definitely tricky conditions out there today.
How did you do? Rate your performance out of 10 in that race.
Like maybe a 5, 4. It wasn't that good. I didn't get the confidence in the kart, and it wasn't that great. It didn't feel too good, so I'm going to think about it and come back stronger next race.
What are you going to do in the next race to do better?
Drive faster.
Hey, sometimes simple is good. Let's have a wander down the grid. Let's go from random people in the middle of the crowd. Let's wander in. Obviously, we've got another race coming up straight away. Oh, Charlie.
Hello.
Charlie from Loughborough B.
Yes, yeah, Loughborough B. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Yes, let's not. So you've done a fair few laps around Buckmore.
Yeah. I'd like to say I know this place all right.
Yeah. Any in the ice?
Not in a long time, so I can't really remember much. But it's been a while since I've properly raced. So yeah, just see what happens.
Team captain these days, and I've heard that you've plonked yourself on pole.
I'm not team captain actually. It's actually Giulio. Giulio is team captain.
You put Giulio as captain?
Yes. Yeah. He's amazing. So he's put me on pole. So
P1?
Pardon?
P1?
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Who knows? Well, it's going to be a hack. It's going to be a hack.
It's going to be an absolute hack. I've heard it's pretty slippy from the drivers at Hairpin 2.
Yeah. I've been talking to Vishal, who's just been out. I think he did quite well, got in the top 10. He's not really driven around here, so yeah, just getting some hints and tips from him. So should be all right.
Excellent. Well, good luck. We'll catch you in a bit. Right, let's grab someone else. Oh, actually, let's go to the grid. Let's follow everyone to the grid. Sir, you've got a camera here. What are you getting photos of today?
Just our teammates for now.
Where are they going?
To the grid at the moment.
Oh no, sorry. Where the photos going?
Photos going. They'll be on Uclan Motorsport.
Excellent. Can we view that?
Of course you can. Yeah. We'll tag you in all the pictures as always.
Tag the BUKC at the BUKC with make sure you get some nice photos today. We look forward to seeing those. How have your drivers got on in the first race?
Not too bad. Quite a couple of penalties with the cones and everything, but it's his first time out in the ice stick conditions, so he's getting used to it. But hopefully, the second race he books up and good as well. So.
Are you out on circuit today?
I am today. Race 5, race 3. So we'll
starting where?
33rd for race 5, so racing from the back. But race 3, I think I'm in the low 20s, so should be all right.
Excellent. Also, at the BUKC qualifiers, we were on BUKC Beard Watch. You've got an excellent beard, my friend.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it needs a bit of a trim, a bit long, but yeah, thank you very much.
No, it's good thickness. I trimmed mine last night to try and look a bit sharper for camera, but you're outshining me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
You are welcome. Anyway, have a good race later. Let's go and grab some other people who are getting towards the grid. Let's see who we can grab. Of course, the race is coming thick and fast today. We've still got 5 more this morning, then a short lunch break, and we'll be back this afternoon for the round. I think it's round 2, isn't it? Because we've got the qualifiers and round 1 this morning, and then round 2. Who's starting directly behind Charlie? Hello there. You're starting in 3rd place, it looks like.
Yeah.
What's your name? Who are you racing for?
Josh Ladd. I'm racing for Cardiff A.
And Cardiff, of course, doing well this year so far.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep it up. Fraser got the win in the first one, so. That was pretty expected, to be honest, with his pace.
Pretty expected. Oh, that's a nice place to be when people expect you to win. Are you going to follow that up?
Hopefully. That's always the aim, but, pretty bad conditions and just try not to spin.
Josh, I hear that you're doing quite a lot of racing, not only in the real world, but also in the sim. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, we race for Williams Esports, so had round 1 of BMW Sim Cup on Sunday. We came 3rd,
nice.
Which was good, but obviously you want a bit more. Hopefully you can win actually today instead.
So a real Formula 1 Williams Esports driver here today, and so well done for that. Let's hope that you're as quick in the car as you are in the sim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Right, let's grab someone else. Who else have we got? Let's grab a word with. Let's go on the different side of the grid. Oh, we've got. There we go, getting in the photos. Cheers. Hello. Right, you're very high vis. I can see that you've chosen to go clearly visible. I think that's probably a good option, seeing what happened at turn 1 in the last race. What are you thinking is going to go down in this one?
Well, I'm hoping it's going to be cleaner for starts. I'm not exactly too enthralled with watching them. It's not put me in great confidence, but I'm hoping I can still make something happen from 12th.
I'm sensing a slight Scottish accent coming here. Where are you from?
I'm from Glasgow originally, but I'm racing for UClan today.
UClan, nice. Did they have a strong race one?
No, not at all. Not in the slightest. We had a spin just down there, so that was.
I think most people did, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not great. Ice isn't too fun for the English, but I've got plenty of experience back home, so should have a bit of a competitive edge.
Exactly. Of course, you've got that. You've grown up, just like the Finnish. They're used to their.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've got some notes on the side of your helmet. Today, your face became a silhouette, a blurry pattern in my mind. That's nice. Who wrote that?
It was a song by The Big Push. They were a busking band in Brighton. I'm racing for my gran today. She passed away on Saturday. So.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's really nice. You've got some nice messages. Anything else? I've got another one here. Unwanted amnesia. They say that things will get easier. Oh, that's a really nice sentiment. It's good to see that.
Yeah, I mean, you need to pay tribute to it in some way. So, yeah.
What was your gran's name?
Irene.
Irene. Well, hopefully you'll go well in this race for Irene. And if not, you'll have some fun regardless. I'm sure that's what she would have wanted.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. Right, let's move on. That's nice to see some messages there. Hello. You look very professional.
I was just a bit tired, to be honest.
Well, hopefully this race will warm you up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, at least the sun's come out now. Karts aren't looking as icy as they were this morning.
Yeah, they were a bit frosty, as was the atmosphere.
Yeah, no one seemed too excited, but people are warming up now. It's getting there.
Turn 2 and turn 3 don't look so warm, though.
No, I think turn 3 was looking pretty bad in round 1, or the first race. I've had a few people come up and say, keep it tight, it's really not looking good. Someone's going to end up backwards, so...
Someone is... are you going to be the backwards person or the person that causes the backwards?
I'm going to be the one shooting up the inside and taking the place.
Ooh, fighting talk, I like it. Starting 11th, where do we reckon we can get in this race?
Well, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with a lot of these drivers, so it's hard to judge, but give it my all.
Okay, well, go well, enjoy. JV, how's it going so far with the ice?
Right, mate, yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare, that first one, they weren't driving to conditions, Piers, Now you...
What do you always say? Well, I try.
I know. No, listen, hopefully it's drying out, the sun's coming up, there it is, and we should get some good racing going forward, but they just got to learn to drive to conditions, that's all, and then we'll be good, won't we?
What a day to do the BUKC.
It's lovely.
Right, let's move on down the grid. I think we're going to go very shortly, so let's grab one more person. A BUKC veteran here. Right, you've seen these conditions, you've seen Buckmore before. Plan for the race?
Keep it clean on the first lap, hopefully not get wiped out, and then pick my way through. It's a strong grid, so it should be a good race, hopefully.
For the viewers at home, how do you plan about going about not getting wiped out?
Just don't have the blinkers on. Just keep an eye. If you see someone flying up your inside, give them space and keep yourself clean, because a lot of people just turn in and without knowing anyone's there, and that's why they get taken off.
Absolutely right. I think we'll get in the way, so I better get out of the way. I'll head over back to the comms, guys. Looking forward to this. Race 1 was chaos. Let's see if race 2 will be too.
Yes, indeed, Piers. Not long to wait now to see if this is going to be just as interesting or just as chaotic as race number 1 that we saw out earlier. Now, race number 1 was our first of the lightweights. This race, our first of the heavyweights. Loughborough B line up on pole position. Alongside them is Warwick A. Row number 2, Cardiff A and Sheffield A. Then it's Manchester B and Oxford Brookes B. Row number 4 sees Reading A and UEA A. Then it's Derby A and Surrey A rounding out the top 10, followed by Brunel A and UClan B. And it's Coventry C and Warwick A, followed by Loughborough C and Oxford Brookes A. They're one to watch from 16th. They're followed by Bath B and Manchester A. And then rounding out the top 20 are Hertfordshire A and another one to watch, Exeter A from P20 there. Then it's Loughborough A and Liverpool B. They're followed by Bath A and Coventry B. Then Leicester A and Nottingham Trent A are there on row 13. Unlucky for some, see if it's unlucky for them today. Coventry A and Birmingham A follow. Then it's Coventry D and Southampton B. And row 16, Loughborough D and Lancaster A there, followed by UClan A, Oxford Brook C, Swansea A and York A, rounding out your 36 kart grid for our first heavyweight race of the day. Now, is it going to be less chaotic for the fact that they're heavyweights, Andrew, or...?
I would say, yes, that will aid them, but also the track being...
It looks completely different, doesn't it?
In a much better condition than it was, let's say, half an hour ago. Results.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC. I mentioned that because that is where, if you want to keep track of all the results as they come in, penalties, orders of the day, that's where you need to go. Some interesting ones from that first race. Very interesting ones. Very different results.
Quite a few of them as well.
What we read over the line. Not the front. Cardiff A took the win, but Coventry A second, Loughborough A third, Warwick A fourth, and Trent A fifth. The big droppers, Exeter A down to 9th as, oh dear, someone's had a moment. Birmingham A, 12 positions worth of penalties in that first race today.
Wow.
That's going to cost them at the end of this round, I think. That's the kind of drop that results in round points. And round points get converted into championship points. Not the kind of news that Birmingham A would have wanted there.
A couple of teams have got quite lucky there in the fact that they got penalties. However, the other teams around them got more penalties, which meant that actually it didn't affect them too much. Loughborough A being one, Nottingham Trent A being one. But those are two teams, obviously, that we are very surprised to be seeing in the clubman class this year. And they're still battling up where we would kind of expect them to be. Third for Loughborough A, fifth for Nottingham Trent A. But that clubman battle, I think, is going to be really, really interesting this year, just for the fact that we've got a couple of teams slightly out of position than when where we would expect them to be.
Yep, but it's part of the game. They didn't qualify for the Prem class back in November at Wilton Mill. All the teams are scored together. It's not like you get 60 points goes to a Prem team, 60 points goes to a club team that finishes 5th, for example. Everyone is scored together with the same points tally.
And that's the simplest, most easy way of doing things. And should make the championship very interesting for us. A couple of those big teams that were out in race number 1, the championship contenders that we would expect to be battling up there near the top, out once again in this one. But as Andrew said at the start of the day, in case you missed that, you may see this race and go, oh my goodness, where's my team? Well, my friends that I'm supporting for today, they don't seem to be out there on track. Have they had a big incident? They might have done. However, more likely is the fact that they are not in this race. So, of course, we have 6 races this morning, 6 races this afternoon. Each team does 4 of the 6 races in the morning, and then once again 4 of the 6 races in the afternoon. All races being 25-minute sprints, and the drivers have now completed their 3 laps of warming up for this one. Now just getting into their grid order, and will be shortly getting race number 2 of the day underway.
Good news, everyone. The first set of results are now into the DDMM data center. So if you head across to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel, you'll now start to see those points filtering through, and you can have peruse through our ticker in alphabetical order of team name as to how teams that you're interested in are doing. Don't think we'll be good to go on this one. There's still several drivers trying to find their way in. Some big hitters in this one. I'm not meaning that because it's a heavyweight race, but there's a lot of talent. Josh Ladd has mentioned Matthew Taylor's in there, former drivers champion. When we get to that event in April, traditional Club 100 season ender for BUKC. There's always, of course, the 24-hour run up at Teesside in June, but that's in different machinery.
We have got one TX number on our live timing at the moment. Hopefully that's sorted soonish, so we can see which uni that is. There we go. Just as I say that, Hertfordshire A popping up on our timing. Welcome to the race, Hertfordshire.
Going to mention as well, before we get going, Josh Ladd, our reigning Club 100 and BUKC iRacing champion last year and the year before that. If you are an iRacer and you have a history in Club 100 BUKC, keep your eyes peeled for all the details of the 2023 season on Double Dash MM social media accounts that will all be coming to you soon. And I was saying that quickly because I thought we were going to be good for a start, and we're not.
You could hear the engine notes rising. I think it was more just the safety car getting away from the front of the pack and then we're all trying to catch back up.
Some great prizes lined up for the iRacing Championship again this year. Split into Class 1 and Class 2. If you win Class 1 or Class 2 across the course of the year, you get a free run out the following year in one of the Club 100 endurance races. So Josh will be having that because he doesn't need any more time in a go-kart.
No. Of course not. And it's, if I'm right in thinking that it's the day of endurance racing is shared between those two winners.
Yes. So you have a Class 1 and a Class 2 both share that kart, and
awesome.
Generally, they tend to be both pretty good pedallers for that one off. I think we are now about ready to go then for race number 2. JV's not in shorts today. That shows you how cold it is. Let's get ready for race number 2. Off we go. Very quick start for Loughborough B at the front of the field. They'll lead into turn 1. The number 11 of Warwick A has held on to second place. Bit of a faster start than we saw in race 1. I think that's helping as they head towards hairpin 1 for the first time in this one. Loads more grip than we saw in race 1. Looking clean so far, John.
Yeah, they're actually going at normal racing speeds, aren't they, for the first time today? Well, I say that. Run hairpin 2, still trying to find that grip, but a lot more similar to what we usually like to see at Buckmore Park. Here we go then, down onto the second part of the lap. Still the 19 of Loughborough B leading the way. It's the 16 of Sheffield A who then follow them through in second place. We've got a couple of moves going on down through Syme Sweep and into the bottom of the hill, into that right-hander. A couple of drivers nearly getting squeezed out over the curb. You've got to watch out for those barriers on the exit. They do count as cone penalties, even if you're forced into them. So if you're about to be forced into them, you need to back out of that move. Still drivers going side by side up here through Cafe Curve. It's still looking a bit slidey through there as we see a couple of drivers off on the inside there, nearly finding the grass on the inside. And that's the number 1 of Oxford Brooks A there, moving through the field nicely, getting a little bit of a tap in the rear going down into the first couple of corners. We do have a yellow flag here through Cafe Curve, so possibly a spinner on the exit, but that now goes back away and all back under green flag conditions throughout the lap. The 8 and the 40 continues to scrap here. Look, a lot of side-by-side action between those two. And that's Brooks B versus Brunel A. I think Brunel A have actually managed to come out on top there, and they have indeed. So they move up into 6th place, I believe, and then look at that, like a swarm of bees following behind down Syme Sweep, but the sort of top 5, top 6 managing to just start to pull away there as Coventry A gets a penalty. The first penalty of this heavyweight sprint. Fastest lap, though, still with Loughborough B. An impressive start for Loughborough B at the front of the field, and that gap nearly 3 seconds. As all we got a slider almost off the circuit there on the exit through the first couple of corners, so clearly a lot more grip through those first couple of corners, but once you end up on the paint on the outside, still absolutely no grip.
Yeah, it's especially tricky at that top end of the circuits. You can still see the patches of frost to drivers left as they come out of hairpin number 2. This has been a good start for Loughborough B. Sheffield A had a bit of a tough season last year, a tough start. Recovered well, though, in the second half of the season. Was 16th in the championship last season. Plenty of experience in that squad as well. And another team that I count as a dark horse, maybe not quite in the range of expected to be in the championship picture, but on a good day, that's a team that I can see getting round podiums this year.
Yeah, we've got to also remember the fact of Loughborough B are in Prems and Loughborough A are in Club.
Yes. So this is effectively
the A-team.
The A-team.
Yes.
If you're not confused already, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, just to make it easier for you all watching at home.
Loughborough first. So, oh dear, there's a bit of loading there. The number 4 is going to go round. They were encouraged into that from behind. That's the Loughborough A. That's not the A-team because they didn't do very well at qualifiers. It's actually the B-team. Either way, they're off. Penalty for Swansea A. Number 36, ABC bump and pass. That'll be 4 positions at the end of this race. But Loughborough B, very, very strong record, not just in the BUKC, but here at Buckmore Park. I was reminding myself in the preparations for this event of which teams do well here at Buckmore Park. Well, Loughborough are definitely one of those alongside Oxford Brooks.
Thought I could hear someone going off down there at turn 1. There you go, they're rejoining.
Matthew Taylor.
It
now,
is.
Matthew Taylor's had a moment there. That's very rare. And he's got going again, but lost at least a couple of positions. Penalty for Hearts A.
Whether they were close on track, I'm not sure.
Possibly.
But, yeah, we could hear. Oh, we got a couple of spinners there on exit as well. Of exit of hairpin 2, the number 10 rejoins the circuit. I think that's slightly further down the order. So that's Oxford Brook C, who were in 15th. Of who they had spun round with them, though, I'm not sure. They were next to Oxford Brooks A on circuit. So whether they all had a little bit of a coming together there, but still, clearly, lap times tumbling, nearly down to the 49s, though, a 50.864 for Loughborough B on that last lap. Even though they've got that extra grip, clearly, when you get in side by side, you're trying to make those overtakes stick. Still some spinning happening. The 13's got a black flag. Was it the 18 as well who had a black flag? So Hertfordshire A and Birmingham A both with black flags.
And that's more than a penalty, as we've been seeing flashed up, that is applied post-race. That is, come in and have a little chat with us, sir or madam in the cart. And a difference here at Buckmore Park, because there's more scrapping going on involving the 58 and the 10. Slight difference when it comes to a black flag here at Buckmore Park because of the way the pit entry works. You may have noticed it already at home if you're watching on the stream, the Alpha live stream, when you see the tester carts shoot off. Instead of going round to hairpin 1, they go straight on and down the little chicken run into the pits. Now that, of course, means you cut out hairpin 2, you cut out the S's. There's 2 to 3 significant corners there, which means when you do have a black flag, it's a longer stop and hold than at other circuits. It's plus another 30 seconds. It really is. If there's one circuit in the country you do not want to get a black flag around, it's here at Buckmore Park. So that is not good news at all for Hertfordshire A and Birmingham A.
And it was Birmingham who we saw fall a lot of positions after the checker flag because of penalties in race number 1, wasn't it?
Yes.
So not the best of start to the season for Birmingham A here at Buckmore Park. Hopefully their luck can turn around in their final 2 races later on today. As there's a move down the inside for another driver. Still some big packs going on. That was the 10 who managed to get through there. The 10 of Oxford Brook C, that is. So that was after their earlier incident. They were up in 11th, I think, before their earlier spin. Now battling back into the top 20.
Saw a nice move being put on there by Coventry A, number 24, former champions. Driving up through the field, if I'm not mistaken, that's Denisenko at the wheel for them at the moment. Unmistakable colours of Ukraine that he races in. Penalty for Coventry C. Got the nose down the inside, trying to find a way past the number 10 there of Brooks C. This is all over. Just trying to work out where they are in the field. Thank you, mate. Around 20th place. Cardiff A new fastest lap in 5th place. It's been a good start to the team from South Wales. 17.5 minutes to go. Attempt there from Coventry A to get by on the Brooks kart, just a bit too deep into hairpin 1. They've lost out, in fact, to the number 28 of UClan A in there as well. Good driving from UClan A, pulling up through the positions now. Bath A involved there as well, the number 25.
Now, I will say, I could be wrong on this, so don't count on me. However, earlier on in the race, when we saw Oxford Brook C trying to regain them some positions coming back from their spin, there was another driver who was rejoining as well.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that was Oxford Brooks A.
Right.
Looking at the helmet, because they both dropped down the order at a similar time, and there were 2 recovering, and I think it's the same helmet colour of the Oxford Brooks A car. So I think Oxford Brooks C and Oxford Brooks A had a bit of a coming together early on in this race.
Oh dear. It's not good news at all. Tell you what is good news though, Loughborough A nearly 10 seconds in the lead of this race. This has been quite a performance from the team that has won 3 rounds here at Buckmore Park of the last 5 visits. At least make 1 visit each year to Buckmore Park. It's varied the time of year over the last few years for reasons that we all know about and we don't need to talk about much longer. But yeah, they always run well, or have a tendency to run well here at BP.
Are you going to start confusing people again, referring to them as Loughborough A? Even I'm already confused.
Loughborough
yeah, exactly. The Loughborough team are doing very well.
The Loughborough first team.
I like that. I like that. Let's do that. Still, I was just about to say the same. Yeah, still lots of contact warnings, some track limit warnings, some penalties still coming through. So whether it's the fact of the track actually speeding up, the drivers having a bit more confidence under the brakes, and then actually causing more incidents because of it.
Just to confuse you even further, and it's now changed back again to confuse himself even further, Loughborough D, as not the first team of Loughborough, had the fastest lap of the race. What I will expand that point on, though, is squad depth. It's too early to be talking about championship as the number 10 looks down the inside of the 28. That's Oxford BUKC on UClan A. Good scrap going on there. Too early today to be talking about championship and big moves for the trophy at the end of the season. But as the season develops, as we go to PFI and other places in the next couple of months, traditionally a very key part of the efforts of a team and of a university that looks to win the championship is having seconds, third teams. Brooks have been amazing at it over the years to support your championship bidding team. And I like it. Well, with Loughborough, we'll see. Obviously, their number 19 kart is the one that they're going to go for the championship this year with. But we've seen flashes of other Loughborough drivers in other karts having some strong pace. That could really serve them well as the season develops.
Yeah, exactly. One driver we mentioned earlier who was in the Loughborough A team, which is effectively the secondary team for this one, Vishal Patel. He got a good start off to the day. I think he was P5 on the road. I'm not sure what that ended up being after penalties, but a good race from Vishal. Another person to watch out in that Loughborough A car, a certain Lucas Ellingham.
Yes.
X30 Senior Championship winner for at the Wilton Mill Kart Club. Extremely quick, and I think he'll probably be able to transfer that over relatively easily over to these Club 100 karts as well. So he's definitely one to watch whenever he gets out on track. He'll be part of that B team, which is doing so well at the moment. Now, nearly 12 seconds in the lead.
Yeah, very, very good stuff indeed from those guys. So the number 4 coming through the order there. So just about at halfway through this race, Loughborough B leading by nearly 12 seconds now ahead of Sheffield A. Reading A, another team that have got a decent record round these parts. Not too far of a journey for them to get here to Buckmore Park. Here's a scrap going on for 14th place between 2 Loughborough karts and Coventry C. I think Coventry C just lost out there. Loughborough A, the number 4, getting down the inside, getting by. But they have picked up a track limits warning around there as well. Here's the number 61 that they're getting by now.
He's a bit foggy, 61.
Oh dear.
He needs to open up that visor, I think.
He's probably wondering, why is it so cloudy here today? It's not at all. It was a little bit foggy on the way in this morning.
One finger width open for the visor drivers.
That's UClan B who are struggling. And some 12 laps down. Yeah, they've had an issue already. It's very easy, I think, if you're a new driver. I'm taking a bit of an assumption here. It's a bit of a barge there. Yeah. Now that's going to be interesting because the number 50 has come to a stop there, Coventry C. Loughborough D went for the move down the inside. Just pod to podded, and that's a shame because in normal conditions they probably would have got away with that. But we know how slippery hairpin 2 is. Just the slightest touch is all that's needed for a kart to be spun round.
Yeah, the slightest change in lateral movement and it's completely uncatchable. Completely uncatchable. So, yeah, whether that's going to be a ABC bump and pass, ABC takeout.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see what the stewards say. One team you mentioned earlier, though, the Reading A car.
Yep.
35th overall in 2022, 10th in the clubman class. However, they had a blinder in qualifiers. They were 4th overall on the Saturday. Put themselves up into the Prem, so definitely one to watch, as you say, and currently doing a good job. They were in P3, now down into P4. But yeah, that 34 car, certainly an interesting one to watch that maybe we hadn't watched last year. This year, coming up through the ranks in 2023. Now this battle continues, still being led by the number 50 kart.
Ellis in the chat asking what have Loughborough had this morning, and he reckons they have the grip hacks. It's like, no grip hacks here. No grip hacks here. Just drivers who know how to get the tyres up to temperature, which is a key skill, especially with these new Dunlops. Everyone's finding out a bit how these new Dunlops are performing on the karts. Getting on top of that new rubber, but it still has a similar characteristics to what we've seen, Bridgestone YDS tyres, Vegas before, because they're sets of tyres that need to do so much racing for the fleet. They are quite a hard compound and can sometimes be a bit difficult to get that temperature into, especially if they are an already worn tyre.
Yeah, which means that in the conditions we saw earlier, even more treacherous than what maybe we would expect. So impressive to even most of the drivers to just make it to the end of the race, to be honest. But as you say, it's a new frontier for everyone.
Yep.
Everyone's got the same experience with them underneath them, so just going for it as quickly as you can now. The number 1 under a bit of pressure from the 24 there.
Some of the drivers have had experience on these tyres before. As the number 2, number 10
wide
there. They just get wide. They just get back on the frost and had no turn-in. Penalty for Loughborough D, number 58. I'm not exactly sure what that's for, but that may have been for the incident earlier on. New fastest lap, 48.9.
That's a change of position as well. Coventry A through on Oxford Brooks A.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Coventry A.
And these are 2 big A teams fighting over 17th place here.
But they could be key positions. You never know at this stage of the round. We're only 2 races in of the 6 for round 1. This could be a key battle once we tally up the points later on this morning and into the early part of the afternoon. Track limit warning for the 76 of Liverpool B. Looks like Oxford Brooks A were being attacked there. By just trying to make out which number. It's the number 28 that's gone through. That'll be UClan A. So UClan A have put some good moves in this race. Looks like the number 50 of Coventry C have followed through also. So Coventry drivers getting together. It's been a tough race this for Matthew Taylor. This is not the kind of race that perhaps would have expected for Matthew. I'm sure he'll bounce back. He's got another chance later on this afternoon when we've got round 2 here at Buckmore Park, which will be the same format, 25-minute single driver affairs. New fastest lap for the race leader, Loughborough B, number 19, 48.908. Wow. Good pace.
I was going to say that is one nice thing about mains over our Inters Championship is, of course, on the mains day you get 2 opportunities at a race. Yeah. So if you totally mess it up in the morning, at least you've got another chance in the afternoon. Whereas Inters that will be racing tomorrow won't be covered by a live stream, but they will be here at Buckmore Park tomorrow. Just have a qualifying and then 1 race. So if you mess it up in that race, that's it. You don't get another opportunity. But this battle seriously continues. Matthew Graham still trying to pressure there up through Cafe Corner, but having to settle and stick behind for now.
Loving this. Just before the camera cut to it, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Coventry C went for a big one down into paddock. Nearly got it right. UClan fought back, retook the position. Having some good fun out there. And, well, this is really a race to forget for Oxford Brooks A. Now got an ABC bump and pass penalty. The reigning champion karts, number 1 on the karts. Not having a happy time out there at the moment.
One car we haven't seen too much of that I do just want to highlight for a second is the Manchester A car, the number 3. They've been flying through the order. Last couple of laps managed to get Cardiff A, and now they've been closing down Warwick A and Reading A. So I think they could be on for a podium here if they play their cards right over this last 7 minutes of the race.
Yeah, Manchester A had a really good run at the qualifier at Wilton Mill in November. Just didn't quite string all the rounds together 12 months ago. I think it was one of those scenarios we've seen with various teams over the year. You get to that position of like, oh wow, we have the speed to win rounds here, but to win a championship you need a bit more consistency. If you're not going to win a round, make sure you finish 2nd, 3rd or 4th. That is the thing that as a squad Manchester A will be looking at this year, to try and improve, get that consistency, and they might have a chance of going for the title.
We did see, just before we cut away there, Cardiff A and Brunel A battling over 6. Here we look at the 34 of Reading A, still trying to fend off the number 11 of Warwick A. And if these 2 continue to battle, or that battling heats up, you see there in the background, Manchester A are on their way towards this battle, so whether they can get involved in the last few minutes as well.
Warwick A, a university traditionally with a great level of engagement here in the BUKC. Great to see their B team back in the mains after missing out 12 months ago. And their A team showing how it's done. Finished 11th in the championship last year, looking at some good points here in this one. Oh, might be an opportunity here. I think it is Ross Deal driving for Reading. Yes, it is. Ross Deal's run wide, and that is the opportunity that Warwick A were looking for. Archie Hobson down the inside takes third place.
He just saw him go wide there, didn't he? And go, oh, well, thank you very much. I'll take that position. I thought Ross might try and re-dive it down the inside at hairpin 1 and just think, oh, I don't want to waste any time behind him. I'm just going to go for it straight away. But no, thought about it a bit more than that. Latches onto the back, but now it has all the work to do in the last few minutes to try and get that position back, as we now see a penalty for Sheffield A, our second-place runners.
That is crucial. So that effectively makes this fight between Hobson and Deal the one for second place in this race, and 59 round points. Hobson down the inside of one of the back markers there. Very experienced driver here in the BUKC. Remember when he first joined the Warwick team. He's now arguably the elder statesman of this squad. But if he can keep this together, there'll be a strong cup of tea and a hobnob on order for him when he gets back to the paddock. This has been a sterling run. Got to keep an eye out for Manchester A as well, though. They're still there in that battle for third, fifth place at the moment on the road.
I've no idea how you know his order, mate, for tea and what biscuit. There's nothing giving it away, really, is there?
So. Track limit warning for Birmingham A, number 13. Just a few minutes of this race to go. Again, this is another one of these challenges in the BUKC. No blue flags. So the 76 is perfectly obliged to drive their line. Been quite accommodating there, letting Warwick A through. So good driving from Liverpool B. You can sometimes get this scenario where a kart that's had a bit of misfortune but has got a driver with some pace. At this stage of the race, for someone in Archie's position, a real mental test. Do you go with them? Do you try and make an overtake? If you're making an overtake, it's got to be clean. Doesn't matter if it's not position or not. If you bump somebody off the circuit, you're liable to get a penalty. You saw our timing graphic there showing that this is really a good stint of the race for the number 11. Hobson doing a good job.
Yeah, big shout out to Alpha Live on all these new fancy graphics for this year. They look absolutely fantastic. They're giving us lots more insight into what is going on out there on circuit, as continuing to have to deal with the back markers there is Deal in that 34 car, dealing with it well. However, has dropped a couple of seconds now to Archie Hobson in that Warwick A kart. I think just feeling the pressure a little bit more is Ross Deal to try and close back down that what will now effectively be second position. But obviously, one thing that most of the drivers anyway won't really know that. There's no real way of communicating with the drivers, as here's a move down the inside. That's Manchester trying it on Reading, and they've made it stick. First time of asking. We've seen Manchester A flying through the field. They've got the fastest lap, and now they have fourth place, which will effectively be P3.
Very nice. I love the way Manchester A used the track there. They didn't go diving in, trying to go for a really bold one into Garda. They just held the position on the inside there, knowing if they can do that, they're going to put the Reading A kart offline, and now, well, they're now saying all of that, and Ross Deal's back through. Good reading of the situation by Ross Deal that time to take the position back. But we saw, because the Manchester A kart had nicely parked on the apex, Ross couldn't get that line. He was forced onto the colder, frostier part of the circuit. Simply couldn't get the traction to hold round the outside, which is something in normal conditions you can do round this corner. Not today. You've got to be absolutely on the line to get that good drive up the hill.
No, definitely not. And we saw there exiting hairpin 2. It was a little bit of contact on the rear from the Liverpool B car. Not their fault at all. I think just the number 3 Manchester A washing out a little bit wide, a little bit earlier than maybe they should have. A little bit of contact, kept it out of the wall, but again, allowed the Reading A to go back through. And I think Reading A of Ross Deal now realising this is probably their battle for the rest of the race. Archie Hobson has cleared off by just enough. There's a bit more contact there between the Manchester A and Reading A karts. But this is the battle over effectively third position.
They've got a good gap to Brunelay, but I'm going to give a shout out to Brunelay, who've had a rough couple of years. in the BUKC. One of those teams that, go back 5 years ago, were a team we were regularly talking about in the top 10. Good to see Brunel A up in 6th place there. 30 seconds to go. The Alpha Timing driver tracker is telling me that the leader is coming down the hill.
That was Archie Hobson trying to get through. As well, more contact between Thiel and
Shepherd. One of the back markers. So it should be this lap plus one more, perhaps.
This could end in tears here.
Good. Just got to keep a calm head at this stage of the race.
Manchester got forced out by the 76. That's Liverpool B still. They're in 26th place. So now a kart between our 4th and 5th place drivers on the road.
Such has been the pace of Loughborough's kart, the number 19. They just got over the line to extend this by one more lap, which is not good news if you're in 3rd, 4th or 5th place, because that's another lap, another opportunity for all those positions to change for the worse. Leader now coming down the hill.
I'd forgotten the Loughborough even still in this race, to be honest, mate.
Completely cleared off at the front. Well, this is a statement of intent, much more like it from Loughborough University. They did not have a good day at Wilton Mill in the qualifiers, but they start this one. Race 2 goes to Loughborough. 60 points for the number 19 kart. That'll feel good. They put a lap on Oxford Brookes A in that race. Such was their pace. We now wait quite a while to see Sheffield A and Callum Barnett come over the line in the number 16 in 2nd place. Good points for them. There they are. And who's going to win out in this battle for 3rd place? I think it's going to be Archie Hobson, who's managed to break through the situation. Great drive there from Archie Hobson. We'll be very pleased with that for Warwick A. And Manchester A got it. Yeah, so Manchester A got 4th place on the last lap there on the road. So I think they'll benefit from Sheffield A's penalty and all of that. Reading A, good points there in 5th. Oxford Brookes B in 6th. Good results across the board for Brunel A, Surrey A, Exeter A and Cardiff A. All of them in the top 10. Look at this over the line. Very, very close indeed. And in fact, no, Cardiff A didn't get 10th.
Went
that
from
completely
10th to
changed.
16th on the last couple of corners there for Josh Ladd.
Not good news at all there for Cardiff A. There's your result. Loughborough B. It's not the B team, it's actually the A team, but they won the race. That's the important piece of information. Sheffield A 2nd, Warwick A 3rd, Manchester A, Reading A, Brookes B, Brunel A, Surrey A, Exeter A and Loughborough A all in the top 10. All of those results will be up on results.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC very shortly. I think we are good to head down to the grid. Piers, over to you.
Drying up a little bit for race number 2 this morning, and we've got our race winner, Loughborough B. Charlie, we spoke to you before the race. Absolute dominant victory.
Yeah, it was great. Honestly, I saw the gap at the beginning. I had Ben talking in my ear as well, so he just got the gap bigger and bigger. And yeah, it was really good. Had to navigate some back markers, but yeah, I think it was all good. Just trying to keep away from the penalties.
Andrew in the comms box said that was a statement of intent for the rest of the season. Do you reckon that's how it's going to be?
Yeah, definitely. Like we didn't have a good one at the qualifiers, obviously, as I think a lot of people know. So, yeah, definitely a statement of intent. Hopefully get a number 1 on the B team kart. So I think that'd be good for next year. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And we've heard that Loughborough walks on water. Well, now Loughborough walks on ice. Well done, mate. Right, let's grab someone else. What was your name and who do you drive for and how did that go for you?
Birmingham A. My name's Darshan. Not great. I got called in for a black flag and they didn't actually give me a reason and sent me back out. It was apparently a mistake. So my race was over from there. I didn't really have much else I could do. So.
That is unfortunate, but how was the race? Was it good fun out there? A bit tricky at the top still?
Conditions, honestly, it's really difficult going from an icy section at the top to a smooth section at the bottom. But no, I think hopefully throughout the day, if the track dries up, it'll be some interesting races later on.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much for that. Let's wander down, grab some more people. Of course, the track with the sun coming out is drying out. The ice will melt. And of course, we're weighing again to make sure that everyone is making that minimum weight limit. A Warwick driver, how was that for you? What's your name?
Archie Hobson. Yeah, it was good. Started P2, I think I came P3 in the end. So fairly happy. Really tricky conditions. Hairpin 2 was almost impossible, really. You had to keep right on the curb, otherwise you were out in the wilderness, really.
Still pretty tricky out there. Do you reckon it's going to dry out and the ice is going to go before the end of this morning?
It's hard to tell, really. Most of the track's dry, but under the trees, the sun doesn't get there, so it's hard to know whether it will dry. I suspect probably not this morning, maybe for this afternoon.
Warwick, of course, always a strong team in the BUKC. How's it been going so far on the qualifiers, and do you reckon you've got a good, strong year coming ahead of you?
Qualifiers, we got P3, so nice points on the board. Today so far, Jake went 30th to P4 in race 1. I've got P3, so it's looking like a strong year ahead. We've got a good team, and we're all on form. So
strong year for it. Well done, and good luck in the rest of the races. Let's wander and grab some more. Oh, we spoke to Josh before the race, didn't we? Our Williams eSports driver. Josh, can we grab a word? How was that for you, mate?
Not great. Not great. I had better ones in the past.
What happened?
It's pretty slow in general, you know.
It's tricky out there. It's tricky out there.
It's tricky, yeah. It's pretty slidey. It turned 3, second hairpin. Went wide a few times, but oh well. You know.
What are you going to do differently in the races coming up later to try and get a bit more pace in there?
Well, it'll be a bit different because it'll obviously warm up, so yeah, I don't know.
Hey, you win some, you lose some. But anyway, well done. Well done. Hopefully you had fun out there. And who have we got here? What's your name, sir?
Seb, Oxford Brooks B.
And how did that go for you?
Can I swear?
No.
Oh, okay.
Try and give us your emotions right now without swearing.
Well, the track was pretty...
I love the way you've gone straight for the track.
Well, obviously, like, you can't run wide. I got a penalty at some point. I'm not really sure why. I think it was that corner there. But exit of hairpin B, hit the eyes, bam, there's no way you're going to keep that straight. But, I mean, it was a tough grid out there. There was a lot of good drivers.
A lot of good drivers this year.
I've got no idea where I finished.
But you had fun?
Yeah, I had, well, I don't know. I was gripping the steering wheel far too hard. I can barely like clench my fingers now, so, but I had fun, yeah, it was good.
We're all here for a good day out, so that's
exactly.
it. And of course, Oxford Brooks, they normally do pretty well, so it doesn't matter if there's the odd race that doesn't go slightly as planned.
We'll hope to retain our crown this year, but we've got a lot of our good drivers last year have graduated, so now we've sort of got some new guys coming through.
As is the BUKC, it's a constant revolving door of drivers.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. We've got some good drivers still coming up, so we'll see what happens.
Good luck. Right, let's move on. I think we're nearly done with the weighing scales. Number 37, hello. What is your name and who are you racing for in this one coming up?
Max, Birmingham B.
And you're starting where in this race?
12th.
How are you thinking you're going to go? You're going to go forwards or backwards from there?
If I was to bet, I'd probably say backwards. Yeah. If you can't be disappointed if you aim low.
You know what? There's lots of ways of looking at things.
So, you know.
You're a realist, but what's going to help you do well and not go backwards too far in this race, do you reckon?
Probably like driving faster than the other drivers.
I'm getting a lot of very, very straight to the point answers today. I'm liking it. Just keep it simple, drive fast. Good. Anyway, good luck. Maybe we'll catch you after the race.
All right, cheers.
And hopefully it goes well. Let's move. Let's grab a driver on the way through. Hello, what is your name and who are you racing for? Let's walk and talk. Let's walk and talk.
My name's Elliot. I'm racing for Bristol A's.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's my first time VUKC.
Excellent.
So excited, a bit nervous, but you know, it is what it is. We'll see what happens.
Have you got much experience either in karting outdoors at Buckmore or anything like that before today?
Not really. I've been to Buckmore before once with the test day, but you know how it is.
And what are your expectations for the race ahead? And what's your plan?
I'm starting 8th, so I probably won't stay there. Honestly, just like try and keep out of trouble, learn the track conditions as quick as possible, see what happens.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky up the top, I've heard, and just stay on your racing line, have a good race. Maybe we'll catch up with you afterwards. But good luck.
See ya. Thank you.
Right, let's grab someone else. I'm loving the realism today. A lot of drivers say, you know what, not the best, but we love to see that. Here's someone looking far too professional for the BUKC. What is your name and who are you racing for?
Ben Southgate for Coventry B.
And how are you going to go in this race?
Well, we're going to keep it clean and we're going to go to the front.
Hey, that sounds like a good plan to me. How are you going to execute that plan? What are you going to do on the track that's going to keep it clean?
Stay out of trouble. Simple.
That's one of the main things in the BUKC I've heard from the years I've been doing it. And what have you done before? You've got a race suit that you've either you've done some karting before, you've borrowed a lot of gear and have no idea.
I race X30.
Where'd you race X30?
Wilton Mill.
Great track, great kart combo. I've raced there myself. How have you been doing this season? Or how was the pre-season last year for you in that?
It was improving.
As long as we're moving forward, that's okay. That's okay. And do you reckon the BUKC is the perfect off-season training for your X30 season ahead?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Of course, the level is way above.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously. And how are the rest of your team? Have they had a race so far yet?
Yeah, just one. It was all right.
Just one?
Just one.
Excellent. Well, are you going to follow them up with that?
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Excellent. Well, good luck in the next race. Hopefully you go as well as your gear. Right, let's move on. We've got another very, very professional-looking person here. You look far too professional for the BUKC. What have you done before? What have you done before today? Tell us your name and who you're racing for.
My name is Miles. I'm racing for Oxford.
Oxford University. And what have you done before? You've got a full get-up.
Yeah, I've done a lot of racing. This is actually the track I raced at first in the late 90s in cadet. So you see the British Championships, and then...
You raced in the late 90s in cadet? Surely you're far too old to be in the BUKC.
I am very old.
How old are we talking?
I can't reveal that on live TV.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, it's quite rude to it's rude to ask someone their age, isn't it, really? But anyway, you've got a lot of karting experience. What have you done other than the BUKC?
Well, my family set up team sport indoor karting. So I began in indoor, and yeah, I've just done a lot of the British Championships and things like that throughout the early noughties.
Excellent, that's really cool. Well, is that experience going to help you out in this race, do you reckon?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope everybody has a good race, and then if you beat them, you feel better.
And maybe your indoor experience will help you with the very, very treacherous, slippy, icy conditions up at the top end of the circuit.
Yeah, quite possibly, hopefully.
Right, it sounds like we're about to head off to guys off the grid, so we'll grab one more interview before we head off. Let's head down to the back. We haven't really been towards the back of the field quite yet, have we? We have another very experienced BUKC member here. What's your name and who are you racing for?
Sam Sanders, racing for UEAA.
And this is your, how many years, what's your years have you done BUKC?
This will be my third year now, yeah, so one more after this one, then I'm done.
One more after this one, and what experience have you taken in your previous years that's going to help you in this race?
Basically, just try and survive, really. I mean, it's carnage first couple of laps, so just get to a safe place, try and keep the momentum up for the first lap, see how it pans out, and roll the dice a bit.
We love a bit of carnage, don't we?
Always, always.
That's the BUKC way. Anyway, thank you very much. I think it's about time to head back up to the comms booth. It's great to hear from some of the drivers. And Andrew, John, see you in the comms booth.
Fantastic to hear for some more drivers here today, battling through the cold. I think actually being in a race suit might be quite nice today. Here we go then, on to race number 3, our second of the lightweight races. Lining up on pole position, it's the number 1 car of Oxford BUKC, alongside them Southampton A. That's De Montfort A and Swansea A, followed by Warwick B and Nottingham A. Row number 4, it sees Brighton B and Bristol A, then Brunel A and Coventry B round out the top 10. Following them, Edinburgh A and Birmingham B. And it's Oxford BUKC and Oxford A. 15th place is Cardiff B and 16th is Liverpool A. Then row number 9, Loughborough A and Southampton B. To round out the top 20, it's York A and UCLA. Then Brighton A and Cambridge A, Oxford Brookes E and UEA A. And it's Leeds A and Sheffield A, Loughborough B and Exeter B, Coventry A and Nottingham Trent B, rounding out the top 30. Then it's Oxford Brookes D, Manchester A, Cardiff A, Liverpool A, Oxford Brookes B and Leicester A, rounding out our 36-car grid. Leicester A, good to see them back into mains as well. I know another team that were in Inters last year. Sort of jumped up and down between the two, but they're back in Clubman's for 2023. Once again, drivers not immediately out and racing, don't worry. Another couple of minutes of warming up, because of course all new drivers in this race, as it will be through the morning, we'll only see drivers back in the karts again for a second race once we get into the afternoon's action.
Welcome to the round as well. It's just how the grids have worked out and been calculated today. So if you've been following Brighton B, Cambridge A, Edinburgh A, Leeds A, Liverpool A, Nottingham Trent, no, not Nottingham Trent B because they got disqualified in their first race, or Oxford A, and you're probably wondering, this is very interesting, my team aren't out. Good news, your team's now out in the next. The Daisy Sandero indeed.
Sorry, I couldn't help.
Any of those teams I've just mentioned, the 2 sit-out races for those are done, complete. So the next 4 races to the end of round 1, plenty of Brighton B, Cambridge A, Edinburgh A, Leeds A, Liverpool A, and Oxford A action.
Oxford, another one that often see doing pretty well in Inters, now up into mains as well. So I'm interested to see how they do in the Clubman class.
We've had 2 DQs so far today as well, or 2 0-point scores, I should mention.
Naughty.
Hertfordshire A received 0 points from their last race, or race number 2, and Nottingham Trent B, as aforementioned, were DQ'd for being underweight in race number 1. Apart from that, it's all looking fairly standard. The data coming through on the DDMM data center. Do head over to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel to keep abreast of all of that. Warwick A are your current round leaders, having raced twice and got a 4th and a 2nd.
And it's a bigger thing than you might expect, DQing from a race, because even if you come in dead last, you come 36, you still get 25 points from the race. Yeah. If you DQ, you get 0.
Nil
so
point.
it is actually massive. It's not like in Formula 1 where you could not finish a race or come 12th and you both get 0 points. Yeah. It's really quite a discrepancy between just finishing last and finishing the race at all or getting disqualified. So definitely something you don't want to do.
Hello to Sam Sanders, who I saw was interviewed shortly by Piers Pryor. I mentioned him because he's another one of our drivers in the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. If you are an iRacer, or even if you're not an iRacer, if you are someone with a Club 100 and or BUKC history past or present, and a BPEC drive as well, we allow current BPEC drivers in as well, you are eligible for the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. Even if you've not raced in BUKC, you know, you did it 10 years ago, you can still be welcome. Come along. And some good deals as well. I'm going to mention Motorsport UK. They put out a start of a new initiative with esports. Say, our championship isn't affiliated with Motorsport UK. I'm just going to make that perfectly clear before people start calling me biased and this and all. And there are some genuinely good offers on there. So if you're looking at iRacing and the way to get involved, head over there, check it out. And as I say, if you're one of those people with Club 100 experience, past or present, we are more than welcome to have you aboard for our new season. Details coming out on the Double Dash MM social media channels. First race is the start of March, so you've got about a month.
Very exciting. Looking forward to it. Now, on our grids, some of the teams were kind enough to put the names of the drivers beside the names of the teams. For this one, Swansea A have 2 names, so I think that's possibly just an admin error from Swansea A. I hope they're not going to do a pit stop.
Don't come in and do a driver change.
One.
This is not an endurance race. That will not work out well for you.
Field is massively spread out, so there's not a chance that we are getting this underway. First time of asking. Drivers will go round once again. Another opportunity to get those tyres warm, but try not to spin it. We've all done that at least once on the opening lap.
Oh, yes.
I definitely know I have.
Coming up here on Alpha Live, plenty of content for you. Every single Club 100, every single BUKC mains race this season will be broadcast. We'll have a full finals weekend as well, which is great to have here on the channel. And awesome. Coming up at the end of the month, this is what I was thinking of originally. Club 100 first round for the Sprints Championship here at Bookmore Park at the end of the month, last Sunday of the month, as NoJet TV makes a return here at Bookmore Park. Little plane goes over this field, coming out of Rochester Airport, the other side of the M2. Almost like a flyby for the start of this race. Right, this is race number 3. We'll be halfway through round 1 after this one.
Indeed we will. There's JV telling everyone slow down as they come up to the start-finish line. Let's see if we can get race number 3 underway. Looks like we do. The drivers pull out from the tran lines and off we go down towards corner number 1. A lot of drivers going wide and into the wall. 2 drivers off into the wall. Another spinner there as they go into the second part of the corner. So big changes at the front of the field. Down the inside goes the 29 trying to steal away the lead. That's Eden Bray from 11th place on the grid now up into the lead of this one. Another few drivers off down at hairpin 1. I saw the 22 getting it back together there on the exit and a couple more drivers alongside him.
Yeah, pretty scrappy start. That's not seen. I don't think the restart yet. That's the right call. So for those uninitiated, you might just be able to see the flag in the marshal's post there. You'll see a green flag with a yellow chevron. That is to tell the drivers that that start was not good enough, and we're going to have another go at that one. So for the first time this season, we have a restart. This will shorten the race time. Probably by a couple of minutes. That's at the jurisdiction of race control. But yeah, too many carts there off in turns 1 and 2, or the first 2 braking zones.
We've been
Now-
saying in the last 2 races how good everyone had
Yeah.
been, and this one a little bit more scrappy.
Room to improve.
Yeah. That's a nice way of putting it. But like you say, yeah, that chevron flag, a flag that we only see in karting, not used in circuit motor racing with cars. Only see that one in karting for that restart, and it means the drivers have to get back into the order that they were for the initial start, which obviously is going to be great for some that binned it and can think, oh, okay, I can jump back into my starting position. Others who had a brilliant start and gained loads of positions have to then drop those again, sadly.
Hello to a lot of Leeds supporters I can see in the chat here. Hello to Daniel White as well, cheering on Spike, looking to go from 5th to 1st in this race. Warwick B starting there in 5th. Are we good for a go, John?
I do believe so. Second chance. JV once again telling them to slow down, guys. Let's keep this respectful. Right, race number 3 of the day underway once again. Let's see if the number 1 can get through the first corner unharmed this time. They all managed to make it to the apex, all just about keeping out the wall. We got one spinner in the mid-pack, but no one in the wall this time. Down to hairpin 1, the 31's trying to cover off the inside, manages to do so, tries it down the inside of another car, and does jump up into second place there. That's to Montfort A, moving their way through up into second, but the number 1 of Oxford Brooks A with a lovely start this time around and keeps the lead. Look at this though, drivers getting all caught up amongst each other through hairpin 2. Look at that pack of cars, and oh no, we've got a spin in the middle. Oh, all managing to avoid him just about. That was close.
I think we've been doing this a while with Alpha Live. That is one of the most remarkable camera shots I think I've ever seen from an Alpha Live camera. With a 20 karts in shot there, props to whichever of our cameramen got that one. Props though as well to Alfie Prince. Really good start this. Oxford Brooks A after a disappointing race number 2. And I know this may sound a little bit dramatic, but they need a good result here. They need to get this round back on track. If you're a championship contender, which Oxford Brooks A will aspire to be, okay, you do have dropped rounds across the course of the year, but you don't want to be using them up in the early stage of the season. You want good, solid result from round 1. You've already had a race in round 1 that you would hope to be a drop. You need a good one in this one. Is that a problem for Manchester? I've just seen Manchester going into the pit lane, Ocean Beach. And there's been a black flag as well for Edinburgh. So quite a bit of drama in the early stages of this one, but it's Oxford Brooks A leading the race. They're behind De Montfort A, looking to make a bit of an impact on this round. They're in second place. Swansea A, good to see them up in 3rd. Southampton A and Edinburgh A 5th, but Edinburgh A have a black flag. They should. The number 29 be coming into the pits shortly. So we'll keep an eye on that situation.
One silver lining for the Manchester A team, although Oxford Beach...
Oxford Beach?
Oxford Beach. Ocean Beach. I'm so sorry, Ocean. What was that from me? Ocean Beach taking that 32nd position start because he's got a lot of experience.
Yes.
At least they can say, well, we've thrown away one of the races, but at least it was our 32nd position start.
He's back out of the pits now.
Very much
I wonder if he had a kart problem and he's come in and had a change. There are spare karts available in the paddock. The trouble he's going to have now, though, we've been talking about it a lot, how cold it is. Cold track, cold karts, cold tyres. It's going to take him a couple of laps to get back up to speed. As Oxford Brooks A, Alfie Prince, the leader, sets a 50.3 as the new fastest lap of the race. Contact warning for Leeds A.
Indeed, so the driver's not quite up to the same speeds of the last race just yet. You could also say that maybe is to do with the fact that these are the lightweights compared to the heavyweights. Possibly the heavyweights able to go a little bit quicker in these conditions, but that minimum weight not too different. The lightweights being 75 kg minimum, and the heavyweights being 82 kg minimum.
Just wondering if we can get a shot of the digiflag to verify that the 29 are being shown, because if they are being shown, they're on the verge of being in a bit of bother here.
Yeah,
they're being pointed at that the number 29 has to go into pit lane. They've received a black flag. Will they peel off this time? Yes, I think they've now got... No, they won't.
No.
Now, come on, Edinburgh.
They're going to have the book thrown at them
They
soon
are,
if they're not
afraid.
careful.
It's the number 37. Good move there from Birmingham B. Down the inside, block pass. Once again, that may have almost looked a little bit like a pod-to-pod ABC, but that's still the point. If you get offline through hairpin 2, you just cannot get the power down.
And everyone just flies down your inside
Everyone
on exit.
just goes down the inside and goes on their merry way. So good work there from Birmingham B to initiate that opportunity. Track limit warning for Oxford Brooks E.
I think there's a driver off down at hairpin 2. There's yellow flags out. I think driver trying to recover the car off the exit there, just as we were talking about that, how slippery it is down at the exit of hairpin 2. Driver trying to get it back together. It's finally into the pits comes Edinburgh A.
Yeah, and will be held for at least 30 seconds, possibly more, depending on the level of the discretion issued by race control. That'll be communicated on the radios down into the paddock. But yeah, it really does ruin Edinburgh A's race in that regard. They'll fall down from 4th position. Just looking through some of our teams that have scored well so far. Loughborough A, the one that's actually the B team.
The Clubman team.
The Clubman team, yes, let's go with that.
Let's go with that.
The Loughborough Clubman effort. 3rd and 8th so far in this round, and 5th in this one. This is the buildings of, if this is the Loughborough Clubman effort, it's a very good start to their Clubman effort. Finish this race where they are, and they've got 3 top 10s booked in. Now, I think there's a number of Prem teams that would go, yeah, we'll take 3 top 10s in our first round and get some good round points and championship points on the board. So let's keep an eye on the number 4 and see if they can string these laps together across the next 17 minutes, because that could be a very hard Clubman score to beat.
Yeah, I feel that the Clubman Championship might be a bit of a larger spread this year than maybe what we saw last year, just with the teams that are involved. There's a diving move to the inside there. However, loses a bit of time at the apex, could open themselves up for a move. 2 by 2 by 2 going up through Cafe. Hopefully it's a little bit less slippy than it was earlier, as they definitely wouldn't have been able to do that earlier. There's a new fastest lap, finally down below the 50s. 49.163 for Cardiff A on that last lap, as there's a big battle going on at hairpin number 2. We continue to watch that battle at hairpin number 1. No, we don't. We switch over to said huge battle. That's the 76 who is at the rear of this battle. That's Liverpool B.
You see Brighton A involved in there as well.
Yeah, we're looking up to about 14th, I think, of Loughborough B.
Change of position towards the front of the order. Loughborough A have got past De Montfort A for 4th place, and Leeds A have also improved past Brighton B for 6th. Once again, like you saw with Charlie in the Loughborough karts in the last race, this is another dominant leader performance in the shape of Alpha Prince this time for Oxford Brooks A. Good progress being made there by the 45. That's Bristol A, one of the teams returning to the Mains Championship this year.
And they're battling with Oxford Brooks C. Brooks C, I think, just managed to get it back through there. We've got to move there down into Simon Sweet. That's a late one for the 10. Oh, sorry, is it the 19 of Loughborough B? Sorry. Goes through and holds on to the position nicely on exit as well. That was a good late move, and now goes down the inside once again. Moving up through this pack nicely.
Good reading there. The number 45 did well to recover, but just had a bit of oversteer, step out through paddock. Had to get off the gas, otherwise it would have been contact with one of those bollards, resulting in a penalty. So Lucas Ellingham down the inside took that opportunity, but is now going to have a fight on here with the 45 once again. Ellingham's going to hold it to the outside. Once again, it is that thing of on the outside of corners, there's just no grip, as now that favours return to the number 45. Eventually Ellingham does get through. Just shows how tricky these conditions are. Fastest lap for Leeds A, 12.729.
Ooh, 76 around the outside of those cones on exit there. See what the stewards decide on those kind of moves. It's Liverpool B having to go wide and avoiding action.
New kits for Liverpool, but ticking the box that I always think about Liverpool racewear, always distinctive, always
Spot it with a liver bird on the back there as well in gold. Very nice. Very nice suits there. Producer Adam just reminded me in my ears about the old Liverpool suits. They were distinctive as well. They'd look like bananas.
Speaking about distinctive suits, though, I'm pretty impressed with the 45 of Bristol A. It's not often that you see someone in full Buckmore kit be this quick, and I don't know if that's just a general thing I've learned over years of BUKC. But obviously, usually you find drivers who don't have their own kit down in the Inters, and then people who are more experienced with their own stuff in mains. But the Bristol A driver proving that wrong. In 21st place at the moment and fighting very well with some very experienced drivers, as there's a driver off on the exit. They were involved in this battle. As now Liverpool A are getting overtaken.
Oxford A scything through the field. It's at least 2 positions on this lap alone. Look out for the number 62. Started this race 14th. Went back a bit in the early stages, but it is now fighting back. Another new fastest lap from the race leader. Prince sets a 48.424. Purple rain across the timing and scoring there. That's terrible, isn't it? That's really bad.
Why do you think I didn't reply?
Ah, dear. I'm ashamed of myself on that one. 12.5 minutes of the race gone. 12.5 minutes to go. Contact warning for Nottingham Trent B. Where are they at the moment? 28th place. In a scrap with Warwick B and Southampton B. Liverpool looking for a move down the inside. That's going to leave them vulnerable, though, on exit to Bristol. Oh, chopping across there a bit aggressively. Might get a contact warning.
That was very aggressive, wasn't it?
Very aggressive. Actually, quite. The Bristol driver did well there. Would have been very easy to panic in that situation. Just eased out the throttle. Live to fight another day. The number 16 of Sheffield A just behind. We saw them get a good result in the previous race.
Now, an interesting thing we've seen in all 3 of these opening races is someone getting to the lead relatively early on and then just beginning to sort of pull away with it and manage that gap. So interesting to see 3 dominant races from 3 different dominant teams, all battling up near the top of the order this year in 2023. However, the battles throughout the field are only getting more interesting, I think. Obviously, in the first race with those difficult conditions, it spreads out the field a lot more. These now, as the times get closer together amongst the field, the battles really come out. And here we're seeing Liverpool still leading this battle. Back through goes the 45 on the 16. The 16 is going to try and battle back, though. That's Sheffield A and Bristol A still going at it. And Sheffield A coming out on top this time around.
Hello to Sahib, who's in the next race for Liverpool A.
A couple of drivers rejoining there. They've had an incident. That was the 45 that we were just watching of Bristol A. Has had to come in together with the Sheffield A. I saw that there was yellow flags outside of our window, so they must have had to come in together through Cafe Curve. All getting it back underway as of now. I'm not sure where they have dropped to. Yeah, Bristol A down to 26. So a few positions lost for those drivers, but nothing too calamitous.
Really tight for second place on the road at the moment, and here right on cue, Swansea A, the number 36, Leeds A, the number 5, Loughborough A, the number 4, second, third, fourth on the road. Birmingham B not too far behind in this fight as well. Swansea A, great to have them in the Prems. Always come to these competitions with a lot of spirit and a lot of fight. Oh, fighting there with Leeds A round the outside of the bollard, but Leeds A will surely have the advantage down the inside into Garda. Have that move, second place. That was okay in my book, John. It was side by side, pod to pod. Leeds A had a right to be there, though, to race for that position. Kieran Harrison takes that spot.
Kieran Harrison incredibly quick, very experienced in these karts, and really showing that. Another driver, is that Ocean Beige getting involved in this battle? It is indeed. Yeah. So very much on pace with these karts, but very out of position after that earlier pit stop in the race. So doesn't really matter for him. Obviously, no blue flags in the BUKC, as there's no need to move over for these guys. So he's just like, well, I'm just going to get in this battle and have a bit of fun, even if I'm not going to make up any points from it.
Yeah, it'll be frustrating though. He's 7 laps off the overall lead. Well, I'll check that. Is that a transponder issue? I think we've also had another driver come into the pit, so I don't know if there's any other carts falling off the lead. Might be Southampton A. Or I might be talking complete rubbish, because now as the driver comes more into my view, it's actually Anwar Barul-Smith with his brand new shiny helmet lid that I need to recognise more who's working as a tester today. False alarm. Apologies, everyone. 8.5 minutes to go.
I think you're right about the transponder issue on Manchester.
Yeah.
They haven't crossed the line that last lap when we definitely saw them cross the line.
This is a much better response from Oxford Brooks A. I think it's like the 49 of Coventry B re-emerging from pit lane. I don't remember seeing them being called to the pit lane.
No, I don't recall that either.
Is that our first example of a driver not quite reading their rule book? It does sometimes happen in the BUKC where a driver sees the word penalty on the digiflag, their race number, and think, oh, I've been naughty, I need to come into the pits. Like, no, we'll do that bit afterwards.
Oh, you can see
Still,
there,
no grip. No grip at all through the exit of turn or hairpin 2. And you can see a shake of the head there from the driver for Swansea 8. Loses a position, gets a track limit warning for their troubles.
I think that's the only place on circuit now that's still properly treacherous.
Yeah, that's the one. But we'll see now as the day goes on. You can see Garda is now getting into a bit of shadow. And the temperature's still very cold here. 3-4 degrees at best. Will be interesting to see how the drivers adapt to when they come back out for their second set of races later on this afternoon. They won't necessarily have the same conditions in each of the corners that they experienced in this first round. Who can get on top of that the quickest, I think, is going to do well when we get to round 2.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Yeah, as you say, just checked, it is indeed 4 degrees out there. So you can understand why there's still very little grip, and it's going to get to a tropical 6 degrees
No way.
today. Wow. Get the Sun Lounger out.
Oh, no.
Right, just over 6 minutes to go then, here in race number 3 of the day. Still a massive lead at the front for Oxford Brooks A. It was 15 seconds now, dropped to 13.5, but there's only 6 minutes left, so I think they can still be pretty relaxed out there in the lead. Leeds A still in second place. Another team maybe we wouldn't expect to see in the clubman class for this year. They even won a race outright at qualifiers. Still didn't have a good enough day to make it into the Premier class. As we see another black flag, this time for Liverpool B. The 76 ABC bump and pass for the B Liverpool team. Through goes the 8 on the 29, 37 trying to follow him through. That's on a back marker, I do believe. So it's all these drivers trying to stick together at the front of the pack, not let a back marker get in the way. And they continue on for another lap. All just about settling down now in race number 3. And I'm kind of hoping a commentator's curse that, because I want it to go a bit crazy for the last few minutes.
Don't do it. Penalty for big. Loughborough B. So that's Lucas Ellingham who's picked up that one. I don't know if we can see on our timing screens what it is for. Yeah, that will demote Loughborough B. Although, to be honest, at the moment, this isn't a race to write home about for the Premier effort from Loughborough. Great scrap continuing here. Swansea down the inside of Oxford Brooks B, and Birmingham B might have a bit of this as well. It's a good race from Birmingham B. They need these points. 29th in their first race earlier on this morning. This is much more like it for the team that will be going for honours in Clubman this season. Contacts warning for Nottingham Trent B. De Montfort's still there. Thereabouts. Sorry, it's the Edinburgh A card that's just behind them that's confused me. So that's the Edinburgh A card that's re-emerged from its black flag, but is off the lead lap. Clearly still has the pace of these front runners.
Yeah, that was who was confusing. Oh, we got a spinner down at Simon Sweet. Oh, mate, don't rejoin like that. Oh, my goodness, 44, you are one lucky man there that no one joined you at the apex there.
Brooks B down the inside of Swansea A, trying to take 4th place, taking 4th place. Great move there from Oxford Brooks B. This is more like it from one of the premier universities in this competition. You can see though how much there's just no grip at all if you get offline. Put one toe out of position and you lose 2 spots. Both Swansea A and Birmingham B go through. Black flag now for Manchester A in what has been a torrid race for Ocean Beach. Not how he would have wanted us to start his 2023 BUKC campaign proper.
No, exactly. It's from bad to worse, but once again, has a second opportunity this afternoon to try and get a good race out of it. Here's another move. I think that was the number 8 of Oxford Brooks B trying it round the outside. Not quite going to work out. It has to stick at the back of this train of 3 at the moment, so it's all swapped around. Should be confirmed on your timing as we go across the line. Swansea A up to 4th, Birmingham B up to 5th, Oxford Brooks B down into 6th. You saw it on the previous lap where they lost those positions. The driver just trying to pitch it in, and the rear of the car just went, no, it's not going to happen. Completely fed out wide, and they just lost those positions, as you say. Still offline, very slippery.
Just to talk further about this Leeds race so far, Kieran Harrison, I hope this will really perk up the Leeds team after the disappointment of qualifiers and show that they can do it, that they have got the speed, they have got the talent to compete this year. The next track that we visit has been a good one to Leeds in years previous, PF International, and you'll be able to watch all the racing from PF International here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash MM on the 15th of February. 2 minutes of the race to go. Oxford Brooks A just doing what they need to do. Alfie Prince in charge of this race. Yes, that gap is coming down. Oh, it's down the inside there. It's that Birmingham B going for a move. And down the inside, here comes Edinburgh. This is not for position. Need to be careful. And I think Birmingham B just orchestrating that to let the number 36 back through. I think that's a wise decision in a way. Don't want to pick up a penalty at this stage of the race and lose more positions for what you could gain. But what that has done, it's allowed Brooks B through.
Exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, they'll be rubbing their hands with glee with that one. Just re-gifted the 2 positions that they lost earlier from their own mistake. So 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Brooks B back into 4th place. Brooks A still nicely out in the lead. That gap has dropped from about 15 seconds to 8 seconds over the past few minutes. But I think that's possibly Oxford Brooks A just realising they can back off a little bit and still hold on nicely to this race win.
Yeah, several drivers out there in the 47s. Cambridge A are one of them. This is their first race, the 1-2-0. A realignment of the Cambridge situation. The A team back in mains after the disaster that was the 2022 qualifier event where they didn't even make it into the top 54. Had a bit of an odd season. Glad to report, kind of back to normal. Just the one Cambridge team running in mains this year, but running well in this particular heat. Penalty for Oxford Brooks E. Where is the leader out in circuit? I think they're just coming down through Simon Sweet now. Thank you very much for picking that up. Again, we've kind of seen this a couple of times so far today from drivers in the lead. Get in the lead. Don't really see him too much because it's very, very routine.
No, exactly. And surprisingly, a race that, well, initially on the first start was pretty calamitous has actually turned out to be a lot more measured from most of the drivers. There's one driver still finding the paint there on the outside of the opening couple of corners. Not much grip to be found out there as the number 1 size their way through the Oxford Brooks A team on their final lap of the race, I do believe.
Yep, superb run. Really, really good run from Alfie Prince. Stepping up into the Brooks A team. They've been transitioning as a squad over the last few years. This is very much a new generation of Brooks drivers looking for that same goal. That's taking race wins, round wins, and maybe even more championships. Round the final couple of corners, Oxford Brooks A for the first time in 2023 takes 60 points from a race. They take race 3, easy as that for Prince And it's going to be an 8-second or so victory ahead of Leeds A. Loughborough A are going to take third and have already, after just 3 races, we're only at the halfway stage of this round, have put a score on the board in the clubman class that could be very, very difficult to beat. Great work from the number 4 team there. Oxford Brookes B finished 4th, Swansea A in the top 5, good to see. Birmingham B much better, 6th place for them. UEA A in 7th. And lots of good performances from clubman teams in that race, John. Brighton B and De Montfort A both in the top 10, Coventry A as well. That's all about Oxford Brookes A. That's what we expect from Oxford Brookes, particularly the A team there. A 7.8 second victory. They're back on track.
Yeah, exactly. Not having the best time at qualifiers, Oxford Brookes 8 came 6th overall on the Saturday's racing. But yeah, clearly getting it back together here at Butmore Park. Here was your full results for the Premier Class. Race number 3, Oxford Brookes A did take that win, 7.5 seconds in the good. And the rest of that top 10, Leeds A, then Loughborough A, Oxford Brookes B, Swansea A, Birmingham B, UEA A, Brighton B, De Montfort A, and Coventry A. Rounding out the top 10, an even split, as you say, between the Premier Class and the Clubman Class. 5 from the Prems, 5 from Clubman, all in the top 10. A brilliant race to mark out halfway done for the morning's racing.
We will be down on the grid shortly. Thank you for your continued support of the championship. If you're enjoying the coverage, do make sure you've subscribed to Alpha Live, given this stream a like, and give it a share as well if you can. Let's let as many people know that we've got racing here today at Butmore Park for rounds 1 and 2 of the BUKC 2023. For now, though, we're going to hand back down to the grid where Piers Pryor is going to talk to a few more of our drivers. Piers, over to you.
Another excellent race. Race 3 down to the BUKC there. The usual suspects having a good race there. Oxford Brookes A and B, of course, Loughborough A, as well as some of the other drivers. Let's see if we can grab some drivers on the way off and see how their race went. We grabbed you before the race, didn't we? How was that for you?
Yeah, rough one out there. The start actually went to plan. It was pretty good out there. Just kind of kept going and made up quite a lot of places, but the pace was not there afterwards. So just got to try and recollect and go again in the afternoon, see how it goes.
We do go again this afternoon. And what about your teammates? Are they coming up in the next ones?
We've had 3 of us now, so just 1 more to go in the next race. But Luke went out this morning, got some good points there, and then we had a good drive again from Sam in the middle. So hopefully we're in a decent place for the round this time, and then in the afternoon we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Well done. Let's grab some drivers on the way in. Let's grab someone over here. We've got another University of Bristol. You've done a few seasons of the BUKC now, haven't you?
10th season.
10th?
Yes, I'm going for the world record.
What is the record? Are you currently the record holder?
Probably not. It's probably Sam Cobb from Cambridge.
How many seasons did he do?
More than, I think 11 or 12.
Wowzers. But anyway, how's it been going for your team this morning?
Not too good. There's a few new drivers in our team, so we've done okay.
Just a little bit less experience.
Yeah, a bit less experience. So we'll see what I can do. I've got one of my old teammates from Cambridge racing against me in this race, so hopefully we'll have some fun.
Starting where?
I'm starting 13th, he's starting 16th, so we're just like side-by-side battle. Hopefully, we'll see.
Going forwards in this race, are we?
I hope so. I'll probably lick the stamp and send it.
Absolutely, lick that stamp and send it. Right, that's words of wisdom. I know as JB's holding a chain, that doesn't look good. Right, that means that people have been using too much curb. Naughty. Right, let's grab the word with the person who's on the front row. What is your name? Who are you driving for, and where are you starting?
I'm Max. I'm racing for Leicester. I'm starting 2nd place.
P2. Is that usual for you, or are you going to get a bit of a nosebleed as we go out on circuit?
No. It's my natural habitat. I'm always at the front, so yeah, we're going to be all good, I reckon.
Natural habitat. I love that. Yeah. And I see you go run with no rib protector.
Yeah, I'm built with different stuff, really. I'm hardcore.
You know what? Fair play, mate. You built different.
Quick shout out to Elliot at home.
Hi, Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. And yeah, no, thank you.
What's Elliot?
Through the field.
What's Elliot up to?
He works for Guy Cunton Racing. He does traction media. Big shout out to him. He's helped me throughout my racing career. Let that not be a reflection on what I'm about to show today.
Well, this is the pinnacle of the motorsport world, of course, the BUKC. You've made it.
Yeah, I made it to the main somehow, paid my way in here. Money talks, what can I say?
Money talks.
So I'm going to be sinking like a lead balloon soon. So look forward to that.
How far back do you reckon you're going to end up? Like I can just about see the back.
No, not that bad. I backed myself not to finish last, but I reckon mid-pack we should be okay. We'll give them a run for their money.
Absolutely. Well, you enjoy yourself out there. We look forward to whatever happens. Right, let's move our way down. We haven't really been to the back of the field, so let's wander right to the back and work our way forwards. We've enjoyed the racing so far this morning. It's still very, very treacherous up at the top end of the circuit, as we have seen on the stream. Of course, the dulcet tones of Andrew and John in the comms box have been keeping you all up to date. Oh, why don't let's stop by Giulio Peroni. Giulio, you've made your way back home from Loughborough after a short period of treason, heading over to Cambridge. How has it been back at home?
Oh, it's been nice, back with the family. No, it's nice to be back in purple and racing with the guys.
What's it? 1, 3, 5, 15. So what's the plan for the race, mate?
Top 5.
Top 5.
Have to be, because we've just had a bit of a not great race, let's put it like that. So.
Yeah, Lucas went well, but I believe he got a penalty, didn't he?
Yeah, and also like the pace wasn't great this race, but it happens sometimes.
Hey, it's a long season. You know that we've done a lot of races together. But anyway, let's move on. Let's grab someone I don't know. Are you ready?
I am.
How ready?
Very.
Define ready.
This.
Yeah. Yes. What's the plan for the race? What's the outlook?
I mean, it's my first time here, so just do my best.
And what's your name and who you're racing for?
Charlie Smith, Manchester.
Manchester.
B.
You've had a strong showing in the qualifiers with the Manchester team. You're going to continue the strong form that Manchester is showing.
I can try. That's all I can do. Do my best.
You hadn't raced at Buckmore before, have you?
No, I did. I just say yeah.
So you have.
I've done test day, yeah.
Oh, you did the test day, but have you raced at Buckmore?
No, that's the first time.
Racing's a different game, and that top corner looking pretty tricky. Have you got any words of wisdom from any of your teammates about how to negotiate that section of the circuit?
Well, take it slowly.
If you were to define yourself as a racing driver in an animal, what animal would you be?
Hippo.
A hippo? Define that.
It's it's dangerous, but not even. It's not your first choice when you pick dangerous.
Well, hippos are the most dangerous land mammals, so
People don't think that. People don't know that.
hey, hippos. You heard it here first. BUKC. Right, let's move right to the back. We've got someone, Max O'Shag Hennessy. Max, you're a long way from the front, mate.
Yeah, for now.
Oh, for now. I like it. Fighting talk. Where do you reckon you're going to end up?
I don't know. I think aim's top 8, top 6, but it's quite hard around this track to move forward, so we'll see.
It is. It's still pretty tricky out there. Also, I heard from one of the drivers you're going to have to go past to get to the front. He's described his driving style as a hippo.
I don't know what to say to that, mate.
I didn't either, but watch out for hippos is all I'm saying.
I definitely will watch out for him.
Anyway, it looks like we're about to go, so I'm going to get out of the way so the carts can get on the race. John, Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. Let's have a look through the grid then for race number 4. This is a heavyweights race for round 1 of the BUKC 2023. Nottingham-Trent B and Leicester A form up the first row of the grid. Coventry B and Bath A are on row 2. Exeter B and Coventry D start on the third row of this grid. Oxford A and Oxford Brookes C have a city rivalry there on row 4, and they're followed up by Oxford Brookes E and De Montfort A, who are not from Oxford. They're from Leicester, and they're there on row 5. Leeds A and UClan A are there on row number 6. Bristol A and Brighton B are on the 7th row of the grid. Loughborough B and Cambridge A are on row 8. Cardiff A have work to do in this race. It's their last race of this round. Start on row 9 alongside Warwick A. Manchester B and Oxford Brookes B go from the midfield here on row 10. Reading A and Liverpool A are there on row 11. Brunel A and Surrey A on row 12. Edinburgh A and UClan B on row 13. Cardiff B and Warwick B on row 14. Loughborough C and Oxford Brookes A on row 15. And then we find Hertfordshire A currently bottom of the table in this round. They're on row 16 alongside Exeter A. Loughborough A and Derby A on row 17. UCL A and Southampton A
form up the 18th row. And I was going to mention this one, and it's just been reminded in my ear. You will note on our grid graphic that we have some logos for some teams. You will probably also notice that we don't have logos for other teams. If you are feeling left out, it is because team media representative or whoever has not sent the logo in. So
Come on, guys.
Coventry, for example. I know
Get
you've got a
together.
logo. It's very nice. Send it in to the guys at Alpha Live and we can get that on the graphic for you.
Yes, I can tell you that's info@alphalive.co.uk. That's where you need to send over your PNGs of your logo, and we can get that up on the race stream. If not for today, then for the rest of the rounds this year.
Very good. Double Dash Motorsport Media Data Center over on the DDMM YouTube channel is now in full flow. Things are going red, things are going green, because we're at that stage
That's
of
just
the
our
event.
faces.
John, that's just our faces. We're at that stage of the event where we're now really starting to see the picture of the round, who's competing for the round win, who's looking at a club and podium, etc., etc., and all of that business. So that's, if you're really intrigued in all of that, head over to the DDMM YouTube channel, say hello to us, drop a comment in the box as well. Really does help us out, and peruse at your leisure the scores on the doors. I will read them out to you as well to give you a general gist of what's going on if you're here with us on Alpha Live. Your current round leaders are Loughborough A. They have scored 165 points, and even if they were to take off, launch over the M2 and land in Rochester Airport, Loughborough A, please don't do that. That would be their score. It's a really good score from Loughborough A to have at this stage of the competition. UEA A are second on 157. Coventry A are third on 147, as are Sheffield A and 146 on 146 are Cardiff A. Now, I should stress, those are all teams that have done 3 races. They haven't had a sit-out yet. So some of those scores will converge. It doesn't quite give the whole story. But yeah, we'll see as these races go on how those scores do for the different teams. John, what are you expecting in this next one?
Honestly, mate, I'm not sure. We've seen sort of 3 completely different races, really, this morning, haven't we? I'm feeling a bit more of a crazy one from this one. We nearly had it last time.
Yep.
Obviously, had that chevron flag come out, had the restart, then had a bit more of a calculated race from a lot of the drivers at the front, and again, a dominant win. So will we see 4 from 4 on dominant wins from different teams? I'll have to wait.
I kind of hope not. I want to see a
good battle at the front. Yeah.
We've had lots of good battles so far today, but we want to see one for a race win.
Exactly. I could not agree more. All right, then. Looks like most of the drivers are ready to go. We could be underway here for race number 4.
Race number 4, then, for some teams, this will be their last race of round 1. Last chance to get points on the board. Eyes on those lights, ready to go, and away we do go for race number 4. Good start from Nottingham Trent B there. Can they all find their way through these first couple of corners? That's looking a lot better than race 3's first attempt at a start. It is the 32 of Trent B leading from Leicester A. The rest of them filing through now. Here is where we've seen a lot of drama on race starts so far today. Through hairpin 2, still not a lot of grip on the outside there. Abhishek Gautam out in there. McBrien as well for Cardiff in a spot of bother, but that was cleaner that time, John. Much better as they swipe down into Symes Sweep. There is a spinner. It is the number 22 of Oxford Brooks E. So Toby Baldry going round there. And he's going to have lost a lot of positions there. Was in the top 10. He's now going to be outside of the top 30.
I think it actually gained a few positions off that start, the Oxford Brooks E-Kart, so a shame to see a spin on the opening lap. But the battle for the lead commences. Here we go then down the inside. Goes the number 14 on the 32. Exeter B trying to make their way up into the lead. Look to have it done.
Yeah, really good racing here in the early stages of this 4th heat. So critical for a number of teams. There's a penalty that's come in for Loughborough B. Now this is the mains Loughborough effort that is in the top 10. It's a loading penalty.
I was going to say that graphic doesn't mean that the penalty is loading. It means that the penalty is for loading up another driver.
Which for the uninitiated, I know that's a word I'm using a lot today. What do we mean by loading?
That means going into a corner faster than maybe you should be and not using your brakes as much as you should, and instead using the car in front of you to assist in slowing down.
Using their brakes.
Indeed. So it often happens at the start when you're all in a massive pack, you're all making a lot of contact together, and you can just decide, hey, I don't really need to brake here. I can just push this guy ahead, push him wide, and I'll go through, which is not allowed.
And that's been upgraded to a black flag now as well for Loughborough B. So that's a real race ruiner for a team that started this round very well, but it's the last couple of races it's got away from them. Bit of scrappy driving. Here is the number 32 of Nottingham, Trent B. And I think Bath A getting involved there as well in the number 25. Great scrap. This is all around 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th positions. I see Max O'Shaughnessy starting to come through the field as well for Exeter. Exeter have had a bit of a quiet day so far. Were brilliant at qualifiers. Haven't quite hit their stride yet.
Bit wide for Leicester A, causes them to lose a position. Loughborough B through and up into 3rd place. Leicester now under pressure once again, this time from Coventry B and Bristol A. Ooh, a bit of a wide moment from the 19 of Loughborough B there. However, looking in the background, that's Leicester A losing 1, 2, maybe even 3 positions down Simon Sweet. Take an interesting line, managed to cut off that 3rd driver that was trying to get through. That was the 45 of Bristol A. But all drivers keeping it respectful at the moment. However, we said we didn't want to see it again, but we are, oh, look at that, the 33 getting forced wide, the 47, I think it was on the inside, wasn't too happy with that one. But we were saying, if I can get a second to chat, we were saying that we didn't want to see another race where someone pulled away at the front. Looks like that's what we're seeing again.
Exeter B doing a tremendous job at the moment, and everybody else is just fighting all over the place. There's Alex Bomberg coming through.
That was the number 2 Exeter A car as well, moving through nicely now up into the top 10.
Good opportunity this for UClan A and Exeter A if they work together. They're already both into the top 10. Max O'Shaughnessy has a lot of experience around this circuit. There's 2 drivers off, can just see down at Paddock Corner. Can't quite make out the kart numbers. It's 2 Prem karts that I think fell from around the 20s. Try and catch up with who those drivers are in a minute. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Bomberg. That's going to allow O'Shaughnessy through. Bomberg still trying to fight it. Well recovered. Well recovered for the driver from the University of Central Lancashire. That is a hairy moment when you get out wide through turns 1 and 2 here. Conways and Henrys, because there's not a lot of runoff. And lesser drivers would have been in the wall and losing a lot more time.
Nottingham Trent B getting a penalty as well. Shame to see Leicester now dropping down the order. They did a good job in this opening part of the race. Held on into that top 5, started P2. Now I think dropping out of the top 10.
More positions for Exeter A.
Yeah, Max O'Shaughnessy having a great race already. Moving through the order very nicely. Now up into P4, a driver we often see down at Rye House, the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Now, once again, in a Club 100 car, he's no stranger to a Club 100 car, certainly. And now closing in on our top 3. Even more penalties coming through. I think that is a new penalty for Nottingham Trent. Look at that wide line from the number 8 there, Oxford Brooks B even. Not the most ideal line there out of hairpin number 2.
Nope, suboptimal indeed. Contacts warning for the number 25 of Bath A. And Max O'Shaughnessy now trying to close in on Abhishek Gautam ahead. Abhishek Gautam, who must be one of the most experienced drivers in this field now. I remember racing against Abhishek myself in the BUKC back in 2014. Yes, wow. Blimey. But all you need to be is a registered student to take part in this series and race for your university. Coventry B there as well. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Gautam, and that is all a driver of Max O'Shaughnessy's abilities needs to be down the inside and takes that position for 3rd place.
Yeah, doesn't need a second opportunity, does he? Immediately snatches at the first one. but calmly so. Loses no time for himself and goes up into those podium positions now.
Hello to Zuzu in the comments, who's watching from Hong Kong and cheering on Reading A. This is where I look down to see if Reading A are competing in this race. Can't quite see them at the moment, but thank you for tuning in. Yap asks, Abhishek is an animal, to which Piers Pry responds, but what kind of animal? Answers in the chat, please. Hello to Holly again in the DDMM Data Center chat. Loving the data graphics, a nerd's dream. That's what we're trying to live. 17 minutes, or over 17 minutes of this race to go. Still plenty of time for this one to change. Here is your battle for second place. Coventry B ahead of Exeter A, Bristol A, Bath A, and UCLan A coming back into this as well. I like the pace in that number 28 kart. Drivers based in the university in Preston.
The only driver, actually no, two drivers in the 47s. I think it's the UCLan A car in 6th, who are also in the 47s. Exeter B, your leaders, the only other ones in the 47s, and consistently doing 47s too. So Exeter B continuing to draw out the lead as this battle continues. The 49 of Coventry B, I think, lost 2, if not 3 positions there. Through goes the 2 of Exeter A, the 45 of Bristol A. I think Bath A might have snuck through as well. They did. Yeah. And the 28 of UCLan A, they were ones that I was just saying to watch out for. They're the only other drivers in the 47s going to drive us. Stopped.
And wow, in the test cars.
Of course, my apologies.
It's all right. It's not anything to worry about for any of our competitors. At the moment, it looks like he's doing a Lewis Hamilton Malaysia 2016 impression, but never mind. 16 and a half minutes to go. Interesting phase of the race, this, John, because it's a very good position for Exeter, that they've got their 2 karts in first and second. But you could argue that they're the wrong way round.
Yes. Now, if they're a bit closer, you might think about swapping them, but I mean, 10 seconds apart seems a bit much to say, excuse me, driver the number 14, could you hold back 10 seconds, please, and let Max through? So let's see if Max O'Shaughnessy in that Exeter A car is able to close that gap, and whether there will be any sort of team orders there. But he has to clear this battle that's still going on, the battle for third between Bath A, Bristol A, Coventry B, and also UCLan A now involved in that battle as well. So third down to 6th.
You can imagine the situation if we're talking about letting Max through. If Sergio Perez was 10 seconds in the lead of a race and they said, can you let Max through, please? I think I would be like, how about no? No, I'm not going to comply with that. So it's very much up to Max O'Shaughnessy here to see if he can really start putting in some blinding laps to close that gap if he wants to win this race.
The number 1, I'm pretty sure that was who had stopped. I thought I saw, if my eyes aren't deceiving me there, I thought the number 1 had come to a halt there. Yeah, Oxford
Brooks A have had problems and have fallen to the bottom of the order here. So that is a big moment in the context of this round. Yeah, I can just see them to our right-hand side. So this is coming out of Paddock Corner, heading up to Garda. Oxford Brooks are out of the race with their A-team. Not good news at all. Good scrap going on here. Yeah, there they are, out of the race. Trying to see, is there anything that we can note in particular that's wrong on that one? And the first thing I'm seeing is all four wheels. This is a very hard circuit on the karts. Very rare that this happens. But to be honest, it's part of a driver's responsibilities to take care of the kart on some of these curbs, especially down the bottom of the hill there through Paddock Corner. I don't think that is the scenario that's happened here, but very disappointing for Oxford Brooks. I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah. No,
if you are too banded and hit the curbs too hard, you could break the kart, and it's all your fault.
Yeah, all your fault. Obviously, the team here makes the karts as close as possible on pace. Sometimes you can just have unfortunate mechanical difficulties, whether that's been caused by the driver or has just happened to happen in this race with Oxford Brooks. A-kart, still not an ideal way to finish race number 4.
Black flag for Cambridge A, the 120. Now that's because they've had 2 ABC bump and pass scenarios. We've got a bit of a poker game going on here between where people are watching from. We've had Hong Kong, we've had Andrew Booth watching apparently from Abu Dhabi. But hello to Alistair Mallard, who was a driver previously in the BUKC, a very accomplished driver as well, who's watching from the Hokkaido ski resort in Japan.
That's pretty cool.
That is very cool. Good to hear from you, Alistair. Hearing from the Snow Wolf that it could be a chain failure for Brooks A, which, yeah, again, is one of those. I mean, it is tough because I'm not saying that this is absolutely 100% all down to the Brooks A driver. It could just be a bit of bad luck, and they've hit one curb too many for that particular kart after a sequence of of curb hits by other drivers, because this is the thing with this fleet and how it works, isn't it, John, that you get a kart effectively at random. You don't know how it's been treated before, and these things can occur, but this is why we have the drop scores.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, when you less likely to happen here because there's not too much grass, but some circuits when you turn up to get in your kart and you notice it's absolutely cakes in mud, and you think, person before me hasn't treated this kart with the utmost of respect. But I know that chain difficulty all too well. My first ever BUKC race was here. It was in the Inters. I managed to get up, I think, from sort of 20-something up into 7th. Second last lap of the race, and my chain went at hairpin 2, and I had to pull off to the side. Didn't make it to the finish, so I feel that pain for the Oxford Brooks A kart.
Meanwhile, at the front, it's another dominant race lead at the moment. X to B are romping off with this, 14 seconds ahead of their own A team in second place. I don't think this will worry X to A too much, because the way I'm looking at how the round's going, it is a very open round. I don't think it's going to be one of those where you need like a first, second to win the round. And why that's important is each position difference in the final round score equates to a championship point, and we have seen this championship. Still too early to be talking about who's doing what in championship, but we have seen it decided by 1-2 points here and there across the course of the 8 rounds.
Exactly. We thought Max O'Shaughnessy might close in on the B team kart, but actually I think the B team kart has extended the gap by a few seconds, and Max hasn't quite been able to extend their gap over the Bristol A, Coventry B, UCLan A battle as much as maybe we would have thought. Now this is looking back, Cardiff A leading a few karts here. This is the number 6 leading the number 8 leading the number 11. So Cardiff A versus Oxford Brooks B and versus Warwick A. Warwick A down the inside of Oxford Brooks B and very wide on exit from Brooks B there. Not sure if there was any side pod to side pod contact, but lost a couple of seconds from that battle with the Brooks B kart.
10 minutes of this one to go. Saw that I think we are right in saying X to A are our biggest movers in this race. Track limit warning for Oxford A, the number 62.
And that's another thing I was going to mention about the X to A is they're getting second and not first, but they've done that from a P32 start. Yeah. So that's very impressive. The worst start on the grid to jump up from 32nd to 2nd.
And to do it cleanly as well. It's one thing to make those overtakes and the moves, and to do it that quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
If you're forcing other drivers out the way, picking up contact warnings as you go through, then ultimately you're not going to actually be rewarded with that position at the end of the race. Here's a nice scrap that's going on.
So Edinburgh A just got past Southampton A for 12th place there.
Michael Preston at the wheel for Southampton. I think he's in his 1-year graduate status year. It was introduced a few years ago. Very accomplished, not just a driver in real life, but also sim racing. Little plug for the Club 100 BUKC Racing Championship there.
Of course.
But won the award for Young Motorsport Engineer of the Year at the Autosport Awards last year, and it now works for Williams F1. So very good to see Michael here applying his trade. I would say I'd try and get him into the DDMM iBarn Stormers iRacing strategy crew, but I think he's a little bit too good for us. X to B, new fastest lap of the race, 47.251.
You'd think they'd back off a bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But no. No, continues to push at the front. That gap now 16.5 seconds. Only actually 7/10 between Exeter A and Bristol A in that battle over second place. So definitely want to keep your eye out on for the rest of this race. Here's a move though from the 29 going down the inside. This is Edinburgh A making their way through the field very nicely. We saw them make the overtake on the Southampton car only one lap ago, and now they're through on Reading as well.
Really good speed today from the Edinburgh A squad. They've not had the perfect day. They've had a couple of penalties, which
I think we saw them have a black flag in the last race.
This is a good indication, I think, for the rest of the season that the speed's there, the pace is there across this squad, and it's good to have a Scottish uni at that level in the BUKC. We've missed it for a while, I think, and I think, say about 5 or 6 years ago, you had the likes of UWS and Heriot's Watt as, oh, out is the number 31. What has happened there to that team?
To Montfort A,
to
that
Montfort
is.
A. Had a bit of an up and down day so
An
far.
odd place to stop, isn't it? So surely an issue with the car. He's looking down at the engine as if maybe it's another chain.
Could be a chain. I say that there's no grass here, but this is the thing with some of the curbs. There are some fairly big drop-offs that if you do take liberties, and I'm thinking particularly through Symes Sweep, that's why you see these cones in place. The idea of them is to stop drivers going beyond the red and white paint markings and onto the grass sections of the circuit.
And when we say cones, you're probably thinking, I can't
Bollards.
see any cones. Yeah, the small little blue and white bollards is what we're talking about when we refer to cones and cone penalties.
Big boys in blue and white.
As here we look back to the second place battle, the number 2, Max O'Shaughnessy in the Exeter A karts. 45 of Bristol A now beginning to close in.
Really hope I don't curse him with this, but honestly, I've watched Abhishek race for many years. This is one of the best races I've ever seen Abhishek Gautam have in the BUKC. He's on for a very well-deserved third place. He's attacking Max O'Shaughnessy now. Tremendous pace for a driver who's been with that Bristol team in the ups and the downs. This is very much an up. First time they've been back in the mains in a few years. Have applied their time and trade in the inters. This is a superb run so far from Gautam. He's giving Max O'Shaughnessy something to think about here.
He really is, and if these two begin to battle at all, Coventry B and UCLan A are waiting right in the wings to try and pick up those 2 podium spots. You can see them there, only a second or so behind, going down through Symes Sweep, through Paddock, now up into Garda. But again, I still can't quite believe it that we've had 4 races and 4 winners just absolutely running away with it. Is it the conditions? Is it the circuit? Is it just 4 drivers who happen to be way quicker than everyone else?
If you're towards the front in these races, because of the way that the track is in those first few laps, if you're offline, you're struggling for grip and all the rest of it, it's not as easy for the likes of, say, Max as he's done. Yes, he's come through the field and he's got up to second place, but by the time he's got to that second place, a driver of equal ability is out the front and gone, and the gap's simply too big to pull them back in. Yellow flag out through Cafe Corner. Not quite sure what that's for. The one down at Paddock is for a bit of bollard replacement.
We might see that a few times during today.
Yellow flags are now withdrawn. 4.5 minutes thereabouts to go. But I think what the point I'm trying to make is, if you are a driver with the speed at this level to win a race and you're starting from the front, you really can take advantage of it today, because it all comes into that realm of, you know, what to do with the imperfect conditions, get on top of those conditions, get that gap, which you then just sit on for the rest of the race. If you're in the case of the Exeter B driver, grow it even further, because those behind you are then thinking, well, second's as good as I'm going to try and as I'm going to get in this race. I actually need to defend this now because the leader's so far out ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what Max O'Shaughnessy is thinking at the moment. Just really chatting there. First mechanical flag we've seen of the day. That one goes to Leicester A, that one. So had a good start. Started in P2. Managed to keep it in the top 10 for a good few laps, but now ending the race in the pit lane.
It's a tester kart driver there, just hopping out the way. Forcing driver wide and bump and pass for X to B.
That's our leader.
That's our leader. That is the leader of the race. Now that really changes things.
That's massive.
X to B have picked up a late black flag that is going to completely change the context of this race. We now have got the battle for the lead that we're looking for. Max O'Shaughnessy, Abhishek Gautam are about to inherit the battle, not for second place, but for the lead of the race. Apologies, Aidan Johnson. I have had a fail this morning. Of course, Bristol A have been in mains last year because they're seed number 45, higher than 54. Apologies. We'll get that one corrected on the notes. Now, we'll wait and see what is going to happen here with X to B. Have they come into the pits, yes or no? And they've just come in, is what I'm hearing. So X to B will stop for a period of time. That is gutting for X to B, but at least their A kart is in position to inherit the 60 points. So it's not all doom and gloom for X to so far. 2.5 minutes to go.
But I think that's a really interesting one, isn't it? 4 races, we've seen 4 drivers right out the front with a nice big gap. This time, I think the first time of it being a B team. And previously, we've seen drivers sort of just managing the gap, checking back, keeping to the lap times they need. This driver pushing hard, getting fastest laps, lap on lap on lap, but causing these mistakes. These mistakes pile up, and they get a black flag for it.
I think you've made a very good point there, John, that maybe that's a bit of race experience and race management on the part of the X to B driver that's just not quite been in their arsenal yet. It will be next time. They won't give that away again.
They've come out in 23rd place of X to B.
And this is the thing now, because the track conditions are better, you think back to that first race where we were seeing half the field going off the lead lap. That's not happening anymore. So when you do get a penalty like that, it's even more costly. 90 seconds to go. Abhishek Gautam and Bristol A. It's always had the speed, but sometimes the racecraft has just let Abhishek Gautam down. Not today. Max O'Shaughnessy, very aware of the situation now, has got a back marker ahead that maybe Max will look to try and get through into. That is a good move down into Syme Sweep. Abhishek Gautam and Bristol A are going to be held up now. This could be the opportunity for Max O'Shaughnessy to break away. Still not past the back marker, is now, but look at the gap, John.
Yep, that's done. That's it, yep. Our second place man, Bristol A, made a big bit of contact on the back marker just through the second part of Syme Sweep down into paddock, just because the back marker was so much slower at the apex than they were. And you're right on the edge of grip with the car anyway. There's nothing you can do to move out the way. So just bang, straight into the rear of that back marker car. Lost them a good second or so. And now has almost, I don't want the commentators curse him, almost handed the win to Max O'Shaughnessy.
Has indeed. 20 seconds to go, so it's going to be tight, but I think this should be the last lap. Yes, it has been declared as the last lap of the race. And Max O'Shaughnessy is going to take another victory. What a victory it has been. This is why you don't give up in this BUKC series. You never know what's round the corner. Inheriting misfortune for the X to B kart. X to A will take the race win. Max O'Shaughnessy wins race 4. Bristol A and Abhishek Gautam home in second. Coventry B home in third. UCLan fourth. A battling fourth there for Alex Bomberg. Bath A, good score there in fifth. Cardiff A sixth. Maybe not quite the sequence of results that Cardiff A would have been looking for at the start of the day, especially after they won race 1, but that is their 4 results in the book. I think that's still going to be a pretty decent score when everything shakes out with the 2 remaining races. Edinburgh A, that's more like it. 7th place for them. Brooks B 8th. Warwick A again, another good result for Warwick A in the top 10 there in 9th. Southampton A complete that top 10. Wow, what drama there in the end. X to B classified in 22nd place. John, there is your provisional results. Let's continue with the rest of the order. Brooks C in 11th, Reading A, more good points for them in 12th, UCLan B 13th, Loughborough A 14th. Moving into the midfield, Hearts A 15th, that's better from them. They needed points to get off the bottom of the table. Brighton B 16th, Leeds A, Brunel A, Warwick B and Liverpool A all inside the top 20. Brooks E 21st, X to B
22nd, Surrey A, Oxford A and Coventry D all in the top 25. Loughborough C and Derby A complete that particular page. Cardiff B, Trent B and Loughborough B in 30th. And that being the Loughborough main Premier effort, that is not a good result for Loughborough B at all. Cambridge A 31st. These are all teams that had problems out there. UCL A, Manchester B, Leicester A to Montfort A and Oxford Brooks A, the shock there. Down in 36th place. A lot to digest and discuss. Let's head down to Piers Pryor on the grid.
Okay, so we have grabbing a word with Max right from the back to right at the front of P1. Absolutely lovely.
Yeah, great result. Couldn't have asked for much more, really.
Yeah, clearly went well. How did you get through the field so quickly at the start?
Just picking the right places to put the cart. I mean, everybody was just taking each other out. So I was just avoiding all the people going off the road and sort of just pick my way through.
And then slightly fortunate at the end with the driver that was just a few seconds ahead of you getting a bit of a penalty, but you'll take it.
Yeah, so he was right behind me the whole race. I was trying to keep him behind me, and then, yeah, luckily I could breathe for the last lap.
Lovely. Well done. We're going to catch up with some other drivers. Let's see if we can grab a word with the Leicester A driver who we spoke to just before the race. Can I see him? Where is he? I'm hoping to catch up. If not, I'll try and find Mr. Hippo as well, because I know that Mr. Hippo is fairly popular in the comments. Let's have a wander backwards and grab a word with anyone and see if we can see anyone on the way through. Right, who have we got around here? Let's have a look. Let's go over here. Hello. Where are you starting? Sixth. And your name? Your name is, and who are you racing for?
Ross Woodford, UCLan A.
And UCLan has been doing all right today.
Yeah, we've not had a bad run for the A team. The B team's been caught up in a bit of stuff, but what can you do?
What can you do? What's your plan for the race ahead? I feel like you're starting in a good position, not far from the front. Are you going to stay there?
I mean, that is the plan for everyone up here. I think just stay there and stay out of trouble.
You say everyone. A couple of times a couple of people I've spoken to. In fact, one in the last race started in second place, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm probably going to go backwards." And yeah, and he got a black flag. So.
I'm trying not to do that, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But anyway, well done. Well, I say well done. Well done to Max for winning the race. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see how we go. Right, let's. I'm really hoping to get a word with Mr. Hippo, but I think I might have missed him. Anyway, I'm going to come back over the cart and we'll head down the middle of the grid. Let's go towards the back. We've had some good chats with people at the less pointy end of the grid so far. This round number 1 of the BUKC 2023. Let's grab a word with this man who's looking lost here. You're looking lost.
Oh, yeah, a bit lost.
How's your day been going for Birmingham?
It's been all right. It's actually my second interview, you know.
Oh, yeah, I saw you interviewed you earlier on, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all right, really. Actually, do you know what? I didn't go backwards.
You didn't?
No, I lost the bet.
Oh, anyway, that's not right. That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, how are the rest of your team been doing?
Yeah, it's all right. I think we got an accidental black flag, but other than that,
Accidental.
They're all accidental. Yeah.
Sometimes they're not.
Accidental advantage.
We're going to have to ask the cameraman to take a step forward. We got the fuel bowser. Of course, we don't want to get in the way of JV's running of the sessions. Yeah. So strong result so far.
Yeah, it's all right. I think it was 10th or something like that. So could be worse.
Hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Let's go right to the back once again. I believe we've got some fairly strong drivers starting down the back of this field. Hello. What is your name and who are you racing for?
Mick Banner and Brooks.
Brooks, which one? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Which one? Brooks.
E.
And you're starting quite far down the field. You've had a good race. I say you as a team. Brooks B have had a good round so far. How far up the grid do we reckon we can go?
I mean, first time properly racing these carts, it'll be a challenge. But
I love the racing driver excuses for you. You've even said where you're going.
Got to get them out early. I'd like mid-pack.
Mid-pack, yeah, we'll take that. And if you were to describe yourself as your driving self as an animal, which animal would you be?
What's a chaotic animal? A tiger. We'll go for
a tiger, lovely. Yeah, well, so far we've had a hippo and a tiger, so I'm enjoying that. We've got a couple of drivers here. There's a couple of people looking very, very professional here. Which one of you is going to bin the other one? Are you going to bin him or is he going to bin you?
I plan on getting past him, if anything, and moving forward. So.
I'll take that as you're going to bin him. He said he's going to bin you.
I'd rather he didn't, if I'm honest, so can you tell him to not?
He said no. Right, have fun. We'll see how that fares. Who's that? Who's that? Number 1. Oh God. Okay. Well, number 1's getting a penalty, and let's wander back even a bit further. Of course, always people in the shiny suits. They're the ones that do the sly binning. But I'm sure JV's race control and the British University Karting Championship will make sure that all of the penalties that need to be dealt will be done. Hello. Hi.
Sorry, I'm
Oh, we're interrupting. Go.
You need to take a kart from the pit lane because someone complained about this one. So you don't want a bad kart.
It's not a bad one. I heard it's really good, actually.
Okay.
Anyway, let's grab a different one. Let's go. Oh, we got Valentino Rossi. Glad to see that you made the flight over from Australia for the 12 hour.
Interview me again.
Again, I'm allowed to interview you more than once.
Anyway, yeah, here we go.
You sound enthusiastic.
Well,
here we go again.
Started from the back, but we'll see where we get. You can only go forward, apart from.
Hopefully, well, you actually can go backward.
I can go backwards, yeah, but I'm only going forwards. That's my mindset.
Try and follow, Drake's motto. Start from the bottom. Hopefully, by the end, you'll be here at the front.
Yeah, 100%.
Anyway, good luck. Enjoy. We'll see. Let's go over to this driver here. What are we thinking for the race ahead? How are we going to get on?
Difficult race. I'm a bit overweight, not much.
You don't look it.
Not looking, yeah. But I'm like 8 kilos overweight. I will do the best for my team.
More grip though, right?
What?
More grip with more weight.
Yeah, more grip. So I will get the advantage of the grip, and I will do my best to go in front.
I don't doubt it. Right. Oh, let's grab one. Let's have a word with one more person. Who are you supporting today?
Hi, Jan.
Jan, who's he racing for?
Warwick.
Right. And how's he going to get on in this one?
24th. He's starting. Hope he would be much better.
Let's hope he goes further forward. I think we're going to grab. We've got just enough time for one more. Are you supporting as well today? Who are you supporting?
I'm supporting University of Liverpool. Oh, sorry, I'm supporting the University of Liverpool. So they're here today. And TRX, yeah.
Of course. How's it been going for Liverpool today?
So
You've got to ask me that question.
How's it going for Liverpool today? Above or below expectations?
Icy conditions out there, so a lot of our drivers struggled. But
sounds like a lot of excuses.
Yeah. Well, you tell me about it.
Yeah, I've made a fair few excuses in my time. Andrew, John, I think we're just about ready there. We've fueled the last cart. Looking forward to this one. It's nice and sunny out here. Even though I put my scarf on because I was freezing, it's warming up a bit. So over to you in the comms box.
Yeah, I'd rather you out there today than me, Piers. Still pretty chilly despite the sun having come out from behind the clouds. And now it's shining brightly over Buckmore Park as we get into the last 2 races of the morning. Firstly, with race number 5, our lightweights return. Cambridge A line up on pole position alongside them, Nottingham Trent A. And it's Coventry A and Manchester A, followed by Edinburgh A and UClan A. 6 A teams in the top 6. Let's see what they can do. They're followed by Hertfordshire A, Lancaster A, Birmingham A, Derby A, Southampton A, and Swansea A. Well, A's all the way back to the 12. We stop at 14. It's UCLA in 13th, then Loughborough D in 14th, followed by York A, Oxford Brookes D, Reading A, and Coventry D. Oxford Brookes C and Bath B round out your top 20. Then it's Coventry C, Nottingham A, Birmingham B, and Warwick A. And it's Brighton B, Oxford Brookes A. Let's see if they can do a little bit better in this one than they did in race number 4. They're followed by Warwick B, Brighton A, Oxford Brookes A, and Oxford Brookes E, rounding out the top 30. And finalising the grid are Cardiff B, UEA A, UClan B, Leeds A, Liverpool A, and Coventry B. Another 36 karts out on circuit for this one. Who is going to take the win, though? That's obviously the big question. A couple of drivers not too happy leaving the grid even with their hands up. A couple of drivers coming out of the dummy grid as well, seemingly waiting for the other cars to come around. Not sure if they've been told to do that or if they're just being very kind and allowing all these drivers to filter through. Once again, as we're still in the morning, these drivers, their first races of the day, so they still get 3 minutes, 3 laps practically, 3 or 4 laps to get the karts up to speed. Try and get those tyres up to temperature as much as possible, and obviously weaning out any issues that you think you may have with the car. It's not very much time to kind of tell comparatively to your other drivers whether your car is a good one or not. And you are allowed to bring it into the pit lane and change the kart if you do think that it is suboptimal and you think it's taking away significant amounts of lap time from what your optimum lap time should be. However, I do believe in the rules, if you bring it in and the kart testers and the mechanic team here deem that it was not a large enough fault, taking away large enough of your lap time on that kart, then you do get a penalty for wasting their time and changing the karts. Hello, welcome
Hello, BUKC Steve Kornacki back. I am declaring a result. For Loughborough A have one clubman for round number 1. They've stuck 165 points on the board. They have no more races remaining, but the key point is no other club team can beat that score. They can't surpass it. So that is why we are declaring here in the box and on the DDMM data centre that Loughborough A, the number 4 kart, have one clubman.
Nottingham A's car has already broken down out of hairpin number 2. Nottingham A have come to a stop. I can see the driver, I think they were hot-footing it back to the pits. Well, possibly now, yeah, getting told to stay in the car, and we will give you a little push, but this is going to ruin any sort of time to get used to the car, get used to the circuit, and get used to the conditions. For the driver of the number 27 at Nottingham A car, they're going to have to come straight back to the pits, jump in a new car, and basically get a few seconds to try and warm up the new tyres that they get as quickly as possible.
And they're starting 18th as well, so that I don't think you can have a much worse scenario than that, because I wouldn't want to start in the middle of a pack in a race like this on a kart. I just don't know what's underneath me, so best of luck to the driver there in the number 18.
We salute you from the comms box.
Quite a few penalties in that last race to report. All of the results can be viewed on results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. Bristol A didn't keep their second place. They were demoted down to 6th place. So not good news for them. I'm just going to have a little further look down. Have I Steve Kornacki'd too early here? Yes, I have. There is one team. I'm going to revert that. The Americans do this. They change what declarations of their election results. They do all the time. Bath B are the only team. The reason I didn't spot them, they are currently a long way down the order because they've had a 33rd and a 15th. But if they absolutely smash it in the next 2 races, this one and the next one, they could surpass Loughborough A's record. I will state that needs them to win both races.
I mean, if that does happen, this is going to be the best commentary clip ever.
Bath B, but that's pretty unlikely.
Where are they starting in this one?
20th.
Okay, yep, that's...
And 9th for the next one.
You never say never in the BUKC. Never say never. But yeah, if you've not got anyone to root for,
do you know what helped me there?
Bath B.
The DDMM widget, because I saw a clubman team that wasn't Loughborough go green on that they could win their class.
There you go.
So whilst my brain doesn't work,
your
as
technology
does multiple times today, at least my excelling does.
You really do excel at Excel, sir.
I'll try. We're going to go round again.
Yeah.
That's what that symbol is. That's not the pace kart driver doing a merry dance. That's why we're going to go round again, because the 62 is having some trouble getting underway. That's Oxford A.
Yeah, it almost looks like Simon Says, doesn't it? The pace kart driver does it, and everyone follows. If you don't do as pace kart says, you're out.
We've had Club 100 party season done. That was up the road. Very nice hotel where the Club 100 awards were.
You got that driver.
Look out on the DDMM social medias. I do still need to do the post-event commentary for an incident that happened at the Club 100 Awards. Mike Coppin, if you're watching, it is coming. He tried to do about a forward roll. Well, he did the forward roll. He just then carried on, lost his footing and went straight through JV's nice Club 100 branded board. It's quite a sight to behold.
I want to see that clip.
There's Willie Shue.
Doing a little dance.
He looks homeless. Good to see him here.
And it'll just
His
be me
little
on commentary
bubble
for the rest of the day, everyone.
You can lend him the NFL Giants one if he wants to look a little bit warmer. No problem.
We've got the driver that was stricken that made it back to the pits now has exited the pit lane. Number 62 going round past our commentary box vantage point. And should be rejoining the back of the train very shortly. The Oxford A car should be lining up 29th, so it doesn't have to cut through too many carts to get back to their starting position for this one.
Very good stuff. So 2 more races in this round. So for some teams this will be their last if the 6th race of this round is one of their sit-outs. And then we do the whole thing again this afternoon for round number 2. So do stick with us here on Alpha Live. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliffe on commentary duties for you. Thumbs up from the base kart driver now bouncing the basketball. We'll turn them all to keep it a steady pace for the start of this one. 25 minutes on the clock. Away we go for race 5. Trying to go around the outside there on Nottingham Trent A, but that's well held by Cambridge A on the inside. Someone skirts the wall coming out of Conway's. Well held, but it's Cambridge A to the lead of this race in the early stages. Into hairpin 2 we go.
I do think it was Swansea getting it pretty wide there from P12 on the grid, holding it together though, as they're the 17 experiencing the slidey hairpin number 2 as well. That being the 17 of Brighton B. As they all funnel their way down through Simon Sweep now into paddock, all keeping it in a straight line though, to be fair. It's all been pretty respectful. A little bit of side-to-side contact through the first few corners, certainly at the front of the field we saw. That was a huge move.
Apologies, folks, for the technical hitch there. 23.5 minutes. I was just saying, great move there from...
Well, they would have heard me react saying
yes.
huge move. We didn't know what we were talking about though, yeah. No, it's all good. It was Bath getting a little bit nervous by someone diving down their inside initially, lifting off the throttle into Simon Sweep. And as you say, that driver just flying down the inside. Which uni was it again? I missed out on. Do you recall?
Nottingham Trent
It was Nottingham
down
Trent
the inside
it was
of Cambridge A.
move. But yeah, Nottingham Trent to the lead, as you
for a
say.
while.
You were muted for a
so we
little
missed
while,
the whole declaring club and result, but not declaring club and results. Anyway, never mind.
Anyway, yeah, looking back to the race, couple of seconds between these front two now. As Nottingham Trent, as you say, Nottingham Trent A clear, Cambridge A at the front. It looks to still be Birmingham A leading the second group. But it's whether, Coventry A now to the front of that group. It's whether Nottingham Trent A and Cambridge A decide to work together here and continue to push on forward. As a new fastest start for Cardiff B, that's an interesting one, 48.293, but times definitely dropping throughout the day as it gets a little bit warmer. We see a bit more sunlight here at Buckmore Park. Now, we started off with the top 13 being all A teams for this one. Now, Birmingham B have been the ones to break into the top 10, the only B team to do so far in this race. A couple of teams that we don't usually see up near the sharp end. Lancaster A there in 9th, Derby A in 10th. Great to see them batting up in the top 10. A late move to the inside for one driver there. They're still side by side on the outside, the 21 versus the 29. A lot of rubbing there up through Cap A. And it was Edinburgh A who do get in front of UEA, and Coventry C, I think, actually managed to slip in there as well.
So just because I'm not sure how long I've been muted for, summary of the events This is all the reason to come over to DDM Data Centre, and you'll see it all just happening on the screen. Current scores on the doors. Warwick A have had a very good round so far. I've currently got them as the round leaders on 168 points. Lots of teams looking pretty on for at least a 160-something score. Warwick A, Exeter A, Brooks B, Loughborough A, as mentioned, who have pretty much all but won the round in the clubman class. The only team that mathematically can stop them is Bath B, and Bath B need to win both races overall to do so.
Well, they're having a pretty good race at the moment. They're involved in this ridiculous battle that I've seen flying through the order. That you can see them going into
hairpin one, just in the background.
It's ridiculous, this battle down in the bottom end of the teens. But we look a little bit further up the order now at this group. This is our closest group, highest up the field, the 36. That was one of the Swansea carts going wide there. And I think had already lost the position, had they, to the 62. They had indeed. This is Hertfordshire A versus Derby A versus Swansea A. Swansea A, I do think it was, who got pretty wide at the first corner on the opening lap, but it managed to battle back up to 10th pretty nicely. And all over the rear of that 63 of Derby A. Derby A looking to do the up and under, though, here on Hertfordshire A. Can they get it stopped at the apex? They do indeed, squeezing out the cart to the edge of the circuit and taking the position, but how much longer for? They are able to hold on to it through hairpin number 2. Swansea trying to follow them through, not quite able to do so.
Keep comments coming in. Hello to Dean Charlton as well, who's given us a sub on the DDMM Data Centre. Thank you for your support. Contacts warning for the number 30 of Cardiff B. Brilliant line there from the number 63. Millimetre perfect against the bollards there. It's a very tricky corner, Paddock, because it slopes away from you. The gravity and the pace you take through that corner naturally pushes you out wide, and then you can get a bit too much of that curb, and again that pulls the cart further left. Very tricky corner to get right.
No, that's for sure. Here's a decent little battle. Who's this? 21 versus the 30. That's UEA versus Cardiff B here. I think this is the battle over 30. I think Warwick A might have cleared this battle already, as there they are. There is the number 11 moving through past the, it must be the 118 of Lancaster A for 11th place. So the UEA cart having a great couple of last laps and getting to the front of this battle, as there we see Swansea A trying it to the inside on Hertfordshire A. That's for 8th place, slightly further up the order.
UEA, another one of those teams that, big one down the inside there. Saw the rear axle locked up.
Totally locked up.
UEA have shown the pace, but similar to Manchester, haven't quite, I mean, I know they've had some driver availability issues as well in previous seasons. Haven't quite been able to consistently put those results in. I'd be looking at them, and my goodness, well, that's a commentator curse. I was just about to say I was going to look for them to increase the consistency and convert the speed into positions and points, and they've got a bumper pass penalty.
I'll let you keep commentating for the rest of the day, mate. You commentators curse, everyone.
It's 2023, everybody. Some things have changed. Some things never changed. The comms curse is still as strong, effective, and as potent as ever. Thank you very much. Down the inside, there goes the number 66 of UCLA.
It's a good move.
Very nice move.
And follows them through, does the 18 of Hertfordshire as well. Hertfordshire have dropped a few positions since I last checked. They were battling over 8th last time I looked. They're with Swansea A. They've now dropped down to 14th, so they've not had a great last couple of laps. This is Lancaster battling with the 18 of Hertfordshire A, and Hertfordshire A goes through, I think followed by possibly Bath B, I think that might have been. No, it wasn't. It was Coventry C, my apologies. Bath B still in 6G. Coventry now up into 14th. The fastest lap still with Cardiff B, a 46.812, the only driver on circuit down in the 46s.
See, now we've got people putting comments in, say, you know, requesting me to say specifically. You can't do that. It's got to be truly organic. The only way to prevent the commentator's curse or win favour with the commentator's curse is to buy us Jaffa Cakes. This is not a theory. This has been tested. It was tested by Tim Penny in the Lightweight Sprints Championship last year. It is highly effective. We were getting, you know, yard-long boxes of Jaffa Cakes, and all of a sudden Tim's results very much went up on an upward trajectory. So you've got time. It's 12:36 now. We've got another round to go. Pop down local supermarket, which name I won't mention, and buy us Jaffa Cakes.
Well, maybe that's because that driver was eating those Jaffa Cakes before every round anyway and simply stopped to give them to you instead.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly.
But anyway, I totally agree. I'm well
open
for Jaffa Cake bribes anytime.
Last year, we did the Bookmore Park 24 hours. We will get back to the race eventually. It's the 99 points down the inside. Someone mid 24 hours genuinely bought us a Victoria sponge.
Wow.
Because they were running on a podium and didn't want to be cursed. They got it. They got it.
Nice. I like this. It's like some sort of black magic, isn't it? The comms box.
15 minutes to go. Bath B. We talk about them as the only team that could stop Loughborough A winning Clubman. They're giving it a good go. I think it's going to be a little bit too much for them because they are fighting here in the mid-teens. A great scrap with Lancaster and Southampton. Apologies, Tim was a heavyweight. Well, I'd say he was eating all the Jaffa Cakes. That's why he was a heavyweight.
This huge train of carts. We haven't looked away from them for a good number of laps now, and their battle continues. I think this is sort of, this is 14th downwards, led by the 118 of Lancaster A, at least it was when they went across the start-finish line.
Response from Daniel White saying he's going to bring some well-known wholesaler cookies for PFI. That'll be a good test. See how effective those are. I like those cookies. Contact warning for Oxford Brooks A. It's not been their round, but what I will say is we've seen this before at Bookmore Park. Just when you think Brooks are on the back foot, they strike back, and they will have another opportunity in round 2 later on this afternoon.
Well, they've had a DNF, haven't they, in the last race? They're now currently in 29th place. Yeah, as you say, really hasn't been the round for them. They've got another opportunity in the afternoon, though, to try and grab back some points and get back up the championship order, but I don't think they're going to be able to break into the top 3 in Prems for round number 1 anyway. That's a move down the inside. The 54 is going to get hung out to dry on exit, though. Properly hung out to dry. Makes a bit of contact with a 15 as they rejoin the race. That's Warwick B getting involved with the scrapping in this battle. The number 18 of Hertfordshire A now leads this train of carts. Scrap that. Now the 27 goes to the front. That's Nottingham A now leading it. Hertfordshire 8 losing another one. I think, was that Warwick B going through? They're trying to. The 15 is that's Oxford Brooks D, who've made up a number of positions on the last lap. Getting involved in this battle. Now up into 18th of them as one driver rejoining down at Garda. A small little incident there that we might have missed. Oxford Brooks A do need to watch out as well. They're not having a great race and they're getting a lot of warnings as of yet. Don't want those to pile up or you'll find yourself getting a penalty. Or down the inside goes the 18 on the 15. A lot of contact again. Hertfordshire A trying to get back past on Oxford Brooks D. Not quite working out this time.
Hello to Veloci, not that Veloci, who's asking for a shout out for Josh Taylor and Derby A. Definitely, Derby A, new to this level, ranked 63 last year, up into the mains after a very good performance at qualifiers, are currently running in 7th place. This is their best score so far today. There's a number 15 going through your shot, Oxford Brooks D, currently in 18th spot. Nottingham Trent A, leading this race, just keeping, similar to what we saw with Cardiff A in the first race, just keeping the rest of the field at an arm's length. It's not the biggest lead that we've seen so far today, but it's an effective one.
Yep, as we saw with the last race, you can have a 30-second plus lead and still chuck it all away.
Yes.
So better to have a managed 3-second gap than an unmanaged 30 seconds gap. As this battle just fails to cease.
That looked a bit tight going up
I
through
think
Cafe.
it was Liverpool A who were all squabbly going across the start-finish line. I think managed to hold it together though.
All around 23rd position. ABC bump and pass for Loughborough D. The number 58 currently in 21st place.
And the number 1 is right in the centre of this pack. Oxford Brooks A car, right behind, I think it's a Liverpool car.
Yes, the 43 of Liverpool A.
Is indeed. They've just got Brighton B for company as well ahead.
Big fight with 10 minutes to go for second place. As down the inside is looking at number 58 on the 19. That's Loughborough D making the position, getting through to 20th place on the road. Coventry A, Birmingham A, Cambridge A, a second covering them, second to 4th place. This is actually helping Nottingham Trent A because they just keep chipping tenths away. Gap is now up to 3.1 for them in the lead. A super scrap, there it is. It's Coventry A, number 24, black suit with the Dayglow yellow shoulders. Birmingham A, 3rd. Cambridge A still there in 4th. I like how Coventry so far today they've just quietly got on with their work. This is their last race. I don't think it's going to be the kind of score that gives them a round win, or maybe I don't think they're going to get on the podium today, but 2nd, 20th, 14th, and looking at here another 2nd. That's decent. That's
really decent.
That's some good scoring from the former champions.
We've seen out the Commons Box window as well. Warwick A pressuring Derby A for that 8th place. They've just been overtaken by Cardiff B. Cardiff B moved themselves up into 7th. Derby still trying to hold on to 8th, but I think by the time they get to the line, Warwick A might have snatched that one away.
Like, obviously, we're quite closely based to Coventry at DDMM, so we have some good relations with those guys. I'd see for this year for Coventry, so they were seed 24 last year. It's about moving themselves back into the top 10. So they are former champions, won 2019 and 2020 on the bounce, but then weren't allowed to race in 2021 due to decisions outside of their team's control and the BUKC's control, and it really did. As penalty, contact times 3 for Nottingham A. Where we talk a lot about the sands of time changing in the BUKC and building a momentum and growing squads year by year. The biggest problem, I think, for Coventry over the last few years was having 2021 with no racing at all. It put a real stopper to their momentum, and I won't say it took them all the way back to being a brand new team, but it took them back a long way, and it's good to see that they are now starting to put these performances in, like we're seeing here, back up at the sharp end of BUKC Mainsfield and picking up those points. Dropped Cambridge A now. Birmingham A will be knowing that this round, due to really their first 2 races, is out of their control. Hello to Dave, commentator as well, and thank you for the excellent coverage. Good to hear from you, mate. That is an unfortunate incident to have. I won't read it out. It's lunchtime. But that's an unfortunate thing to happen at a banger race. I hope it wasn't caused by the sausages. Another penalty, this time track limits times 3 by Oxford Brooks A. I think that's the first one we've seen of those today. There's been quite a lot of track limit warnings just generally across the field, but that is too many track limit violations for Oxford Brooks A, and that results in a penalty. For what it's worth, down the inside there, taking 24th position away from Brighton B. Although is that again another one of those signs, John, about how the track is changing, that we are starting to see more drivers picking up track limit penalties and violations, because it is probably one of the easier tracks to do that of the tracks that we'll visit this year. A few years ago, the team here at Bookmore making the tarmac runoffs, meaning, well, one, like the circuit is a lot safer than it was, say, 5 or 6 years ago, but means that sometimes drivers can start taking liberties.
Yeah, you start thinking, well, it's the same type of material, so I'm going to use it. It's going to gain me lap time, but sadly, that's not in the rules. Got to stick within those white lines and only use the maximum amount of circuit that you're allowed to under the rules. But as you say, as you start to get a bit more grip in those tyres, you feel a little bit safer to go and push the limits of the car and the limits of the circuit. That's when those small little penalties start to crop up. And it's if you get 1 or 2, that's okay. But it's as they start to rack up, but then the penalties start to flow as well, which is definitely not what you want. A late move to the inside there for the 43. The move doesn't work out. That's going to leave them open to a move around the outside from the 49. They might go side by side there through Cafe.
Just going to note as well, I don't think this race win is done yet for Trent A, because Coventry A and Birmingham A are working together very nicely. Coventry A set a PB Sector 1, so that's the run pretty much around the top end of the circuit before you start heading down the hill and towards the S's. 4/10 they took out of Trent A's lead in that sector alone. It's fairly even across sectors 2 and 3. But Nottingham Trent A, the last thing they'll want right now, John, I think, is traffic. And there is a little bit of traffic up ahead.
Little bit.
Well, to be fair, Coventry are now having to deal with the traffic themselves. This race ebbing and flowing.
To be fair, I think they've got a decent end of the deal here. They've got 2 back markers coming up, a decent gap, a kart tester, another decent gap, more karts. So actually, I think they're in a pretty decent position here with just over 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, just got to manage it now. We've already seen one team throw away a nailed-on race win through suboptimal race management.
And I have got to say, Nottingham Trent A did answer that. Personal best last lap, 46.922. Gained over a second on that Coventry A car on the last lap. So managing that gap very nicely is the driver of the number 7 car.
Fastest lap at the moment is held by Warwick B, but they've just had a penalty, post-race penalty.
I've definitely seen at least 2, if not 3 penalties to Warwick B so far in this race, and possibly even more than that. So they've been really quick. They've had the fastest lap over a decent amount of this race, but yeah, not able to consistently do that and keep it on the track and not hit into people.
3.5 minutes to go then. Nottingham Trent A have reversed what we were seeing a few laps ago. The lead is now back up to 3.8 seconds as Coventry A have worked their way through that portion of traffic. It's the penultimate race of this particular round. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. We've got more racing here from Buckmore Park this afternoon, and plenty more across the next few weeks and months as well. We'll be here at the end of the month for the first sprints round of Club 100's new national series. Very much looking forward to that one. And I might get slapped here. We are here for an event in April, which went very, very well last year. Very good to be back for that one. It's a bit of a longer race, shall we say. It's very good.
Not giving anything away.
No.
No.
Cryptic clues.
And we've only got, I think it's just over 1 week, isn't it? Until round 3 and round 4. Next week out at Paul Fletcher International. That'll be live streamed on Alpha Live as well. So if you're interested in the BUKC this year, don't be missing that one out next week. There's some moves.
Comms box position at PFI.
Oh, fantastic. I'm not sure if I have actually commentated at PFI as of yet. Oh, I've done some on-camera work.
There's
but
some drama there through hairpin number 1. Saw an energy Corsa suit going a bit slowly.
Well, Southampton have just dropped a couple of positions. I think they're still going. They've just dropped from 4th to 6th, it looks like. 24 is who we're following currently. That's Coventry A. Have a nice gap both in front and behind to Trent A in front and Birmingham A behind. And Birmingham A need to actually start thinking about Cardiff B behind them now for that 3rd place. Cardiff B have just quietly been moving up the order nicely. I'm pretty sure they're our biggest mover of the race so far, are Cardiff B. I think, to be honest, the Cardiff squad probably going to be wishing that this had been a Cardiff A finish,
yeah,
really.
Southampton, we've not talked about them enough this morning. This is their last race, and they're on for 3 top 10s for their scoring tally. Very good work for the boys and girls down on the south coast. We'll be very happy with that indeed. 44 seconds of this race to go on the clock. Leaders are just coming up to Garda. That's what the information's telling me. This is the battle for third place that John's been talking about. Birmingham A and Cardiff B. Leader goes on to the last lap of the race. Mid-47 in there from Nottingham Trent A. Coventry A still there in second, looking pretty comfortable now, 1.5 seconds ahead of this battle. This is for third place, Birmingham A and Cardiff B. There's your race leader. You've got to say that this has again been one of those classic from the front runs. John, they started second, took advantage, controlled this race very well.
Yeah, they have managed it beautifully and showing that experience behind the wheel of the Trent A car.
Big penalty there at the end, though. Coventry A have picked up a late cone penalty. They're going to lose that second place, but Nottingham Trent A are going to take race number 5. A brilliant victory and 60 points for Nottingham Trent A. Coventry A finished second on the road, but have a penalty, so they'll lose that to Cardiff B. So Cardiff B got the position on Birmingham A on the last lap there. So Cardiff B provisionally third, Birmingham A fourth. Good points there for Cambridge A in fifth. Southampton A do wrap out a triple top 10 for their 3 counting races in round 1. Good work from them. Derby A, brilliant to see Derby A in P7. That is their best result ever so far in BUKC history. UCLan A strong again, the boys and girls from Preston in 8th place. Coventry C 9th. Warwick A there again with a P10. And I'm just going to quickly calculate, because they were our round leaders beforehand. That doesn't improve their scores. So that is a new clubhouse leader. Warwick A are finished and done. 168 is the score to beat. Here's the rest of your provisional results. Swansea A in 11th, UCL A in 12th place, UEA A in 13th, Bath B 14th. So that means that officially now Loughborough A, the number 4, have won in Clubman for this particular round. Birmingham B 15th, Warwick B 16th, Nottingham A 17th, Oxford Brookes A around to forget their finish in 18th, Oxford Brookes D 19th, Hertfordshire A, good recovery there after a difficult start. That completes their round 1 with a 20th place finish. Brookes E 21st, Coventry B 22nd, Loughborough D 23rd, Liverpool A and Brighton B inside the top 25, Brighton A 26th, Oxford Brookes C 27th, Coventry D, Lancaster A and Manchester A complete the top 30, Edinburgh A, Oxford A, York A, UCLan B, Reading A, all a lap down, and Leeds A bringing up the bottom of the table there in 36th. I believe we are good to head down to Piers Prior ahead of the final race here for round 1 at Buckmore Park.
Another excellent race, BUKC race number 5. So we've got one more race this morning. I believe we've caught up with we've got up with a very successful driver in that race. How did that go for you?
Yeah, pretty good, to be honest, as well as it could have done. Got a bit lonely, but then managed to have a bit of a race at the end, so yeah, it was good.
Where did you, so what's your name and who did you race for?
Alicia Barrett and raced for NTU.
Excellent, and also good to see some females on the grid, because we are a very male-dominated sort of a community here in the BUKC, but putting it up for the girls.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen a few here, so it's nice to see, really. But yeah, glad I could get a win for the girls.
Lovely, great stuff. Well done, congratulations. We'll move on. Right, let's grab a word with someone who has just come off the track. What's your name? Who are you racing for?
It's Jason for Liverpool A.
And how did that go for you?
Started second to last. I think I finished all right in the midfield.
Hey, that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you think that was you drove to your ability?
I think I did pretty well. It was my first time driving at Buckmore, so I'm pleased with all the first experience here.
What do you think of the track?
It's such a great track. Yeah, enjoyed it so much.
Is it still pretty slippy up the top end?
No, only entry to turn 1, I think. The rest is just pretty much flat out.
Great, well, catch you in a bit. Right, let's move on. Oh, it's quite nice now. I'm quite enjoying the sun that's come out. It's definitely less cold than it was. Let's head over the middle if we can. I don't want to kill our cameraman if possible. You right there, mate? Yep, there we go. Right, let's grab a word with this young man here. Right, what's the plan for the race? Talk to us. What's your name and who are you racing for?
Axel Slijepcevic. I'm racing for Bath A. I don't know. We'll try and go forwards.
How are we going to do that?
It's a bit bad starting on the outsides. Especially with the ice, but I think it'll be fine. It'll be a bit chaos, but...
Yeah, I think you'll be fine. You know, it's not like there's, 28 carts behind you.
P1 is the goal, so...
Achievable?
There are a lot of quick people in here, so we'll just do our best.
Are you one of the quick people?
I'd like to think so. Probably not for me to judge, though. So.
Well, we've been asking generally what people think their driving style is like as an animal. We've had so far hippo, tiger. A few people are not sure. What do you reckon your driving style most sort of encapsulates by an animal?
I'd say a snake. I like to try and be as smooth as possible.
Ah, slithery little snake. I like it. Sliding your way through the field. I like it. Well, go well.
Cheers, mate.
And we'll move on. We've got a snake starting in, what's that, P2, 4, 6, 8, 10, or 10th or 12th position, I believe, there. Oh, yes, let's get a word with someone. Am I right to jump in here, boys, and have a quick word with our protagonist for the next race? What is your name, and who are you racing for?
So I'm Ezekiel, racing for Brighton.
Yep.
So yeah, starting 17. Let's see how it goes, really.
Excellent. We'll be able to spot you easily on circuit with your bright pink helmet.
Sort of copy your helmet.
Yep, exactly.
I was racing with you a couple of maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think 3 or 4 years ago would have been now. Or 3, yeah.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, I graduated in 2020.
Oh, yeah. It was, I think the last race I raced with was GYG, I think so.
Yeah, I'm old now.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. Well, graduate, so...
Got to move on eventually, unfortunately. Hey, I would love to be on circuit, but hey, we're here, we're having fun, we're enjoying the BUKC.
Yes, always. It's always a good race with everyone, so yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens indeed. And have you been taking any tips from your teammates? What have they been saying to you ahead of the race?
Just send it.
Just send it. We'll leave it on that. Thank you. Good luck. Moving backwards. Okay, right, so who else have we got here? We have, let's grab a word. What's your name and who are you racing for?
My name's Thomas Fleming and I'm racing for the University of Reading Motorsport Society.
Well, I'm aware that you've done a fair amount of racing beforehand. However, this has got to be the pinnacle of your career.
You know what? All my life has been leading up to this moment. You know, I just want to thank the guys at the University of Reading Motorsport Society for giving me this opportunity. Obviously, I'm racing Ferraris this year as training.
I was about to say.
For this event, as I'm sure you guys are all aware. So, you know, I've taken a lot of preparation going into this event to make sure I'm on top form to race, at this world-class event with these world-class drivers.
It's great to see you, posting your training for the BUKC on YouTube of your Ferrari. So let's hope that all that effort you've been putting in is going to pay dividends.
Well, it's going to be pretty hard out here, so you never know.
Plan for the race?
Just fucking smash your way through, mate. That's all you can do.
Excellent. I'm going to leave it there. I think we've got time for one more person. Let's go right to the back. You're starting last.
Yes.
Would you rather start on pole or in last place?
Well, I've never been at this track, so probably last.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. Have fun.
Thank you, sir.
Right, let's see how we get on. It's great to talk to him. We've got actually, let's grab Dante Dillon really quickly. Dante, just before we go, how are you going to get on in this race, mate?
Try and catch up to Sam, who's a bit further down.
Okay, where's Sam?
He's 14th, and obviously we know what he's capable of. So if I catch up to him, that'll be pretty good.
Race win doable?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Why not? Right, let's on that note, Dante, good luck. I've enjoyed talking to the drivers. Let's head back up to the commentary booth for the final time this morning.
Interesting to see what Dante Dillon can do there from quite down the order. Teammate won that last race number 5. See if he can do the same in this one. Liverpool A start on pole position for this one. Alongside them are Loughborough D, then it's Loughborough C, then it's Exeter A, Leeds A and Birmingham B. Row number 4 sees Oxford Brookes D and Coventry C, then it's Bath B and Liverpool B rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Leicester A and Bath A. Row number 7 is Oxford Brookes B and Nottingham Trent A. Row 8 is Manchester B and Hertfordshire A, and then row 9 is Brighton A and Nottingham A. Rounding out the top 20 are Bristol A and Birmingham A, then it's Lancaster A and Coventry D, and it's UClan A and Southampton B. Row number 13, Oxford A and Nottingham Trent B. Row number 14, Exeter B and Reading A. Then it's Brighton B and Brunel A, rounding out top 30. Then there's Loughborough B, Surrey A, Sheffield A, Edinburgh A, Cambridge A, and De Montfort A, rounding out your 36 karts, taking to the green light for race number 6. Once again, a heavyweight class race, this one, that's coming up in just a few moments' time. And once again, as it is another race this morning, this is going to be all the drivers involved first races of the day. They've been waiting around for quite some time to get behind the wheel of these Club 100 karts, and they don't have to wait any longer. And they now get 3 or 4 laps of practice ready for that initial race of the day for themselves. However, our final race of the morning. Of course, 6 races in the morning, 6 races in the afternoon, all 25 minutes in length each. But for these morning races, all the drivers getting a bit of practice. However, then everyone will have done at least one race going into the afternoon. And then for the afternoon, no practice laps at all. We'll be getting straight into the races as soon as drivers get out on circuit. Now, we've got a couple of spinners already, just finding the limit of the car, the limit of the track, and the limit of their talent on these warming up laps. But that's when you want to do that. That's when you want to be testing the limits, not on the first lap of the race.
Here's your scores on the doors from the spreadsheet of doom. Warwick A, as mentioned before the end of the last race, they're in the clubhouse done for this round on 168. Exeter A are nicely positioned in this one, 4th on the grid, currently have a banked 167. As long as they finish 8th or higher, they will beat Warwick's score. Oxford Brookes B have a mathematical chance of winning this round still as well. They start 13th. Their current could be a drop score is a 7th place, so they need to finish 6th or higher to further improve their score. Who else can win overall? Now you have to look a little bit further down. Nottingham Trent A, they've got a 31st position in the moment. There's a bit of a bogey in there. But they also have a 5th and the 1st that we've just seen. So them starting from 14th place with a very experienced driver in Dante Dillon, they're nicely positioned to improve. They've got a lot of scope for improvement with that 31st in there at the moment. UClan can also mathematically win overall. 28th, 3rd and 8th are on the scoreboard already. They start this race from 23rd. This is a really wide open round, John, in terms of who can win this, because I'd say all those teams that I've just read out, okay, yes, some of them at the front, some of them are in the middle, but as we've seen today, you can overtake round here, you can make progress. They're all in with a shot of winning this first round of this new BUKC season.
Yes, indeed, very close going into the final race of the morning. Don't think we're quite going to be able to get it started first, Hannah Lasking, so the drivers will go round once again. Now, one thing I do just want to bring up on your document of Nottingham Trent A saying win overall, I think that should be win club.
No, they can win overall.
They can win overall, okay.
They can win the whole thing.
Ah,
they
wow.
are win club, but they can beat all the Prem teams.
Gotcha, understood. Okay, then, that will be very impressive, because as you say, we didn't really see them too much at the start, having that sort of bogey, bad result to start off the day. However, they've come back through nearer the end of this morning races. Let's see what they can do.
Club, as we say, is done. That has been won by Loughborough A, and about 2/3 of them could still finish on the podium because it's always wide open for the podium in club.
Gotcha.
Oh my goodness, what is he doing now? Who pointed that camera at Willie Chew?
I missed that.
That's the kind of stuff that we get taken down for. There's a race about to begin.
I can only imagine what that was. As you say, though, looks like we could get this race underway now. Race number 6, another heavyweight race to finalise this morning of racing, and we do get underway. 58's going to try it round the side to try and take the lead away. That's Loughborough D trying to get it through on Liverpool A. A couple of drivers off down at the first corner, or a bit of locking on the inside. I think that was the 15 getting it all locked up, entering hairpin number 1. That's Oxford Brookes D. The 51 now lead the field. That's Loughborough C.
Some very unorthodox lines being taken through hairpin number 2, but they have just about all got through. Down through Sime Sweep for the first time then. Loughborough C leading the early stages of this one through paddock corners. The number 43 being forced out wide there. Did well to recover and not collect the cones. Once again, pretty clean start by everybody, and the number 2 is right on the scene now. X to A with a chance of winning this round. It's nice and simple for them. If they win the race, they win the whole thing. They're up into second place already. This is just what one of the early season favourites were looking for here at Buckmore Park.
Yes, indeed. Exeter looking very, very strong. They always are, but into 2023, definitely a championship contender here in the BUKC. That was a wide moment for the 15 in the middle of the pack here. Oxford Brookes D lost a couple of positions on exit of hairpin number 2. However, at the front, Loughborough C under a lot of pressure from that Exeter A kart.
Through Garda they go then. Very close pack at the moment. No one really grouping together and streaking away at the front of the field. Just saw Nottingham Trent A going for a move through Cafe Corner. They're another one of the teams that could win the round overall. Big defence being thrown in there from Exeter C, but it's not going to work because Exeter A are down the inside. And here come Liverpool A as well, going for a big move. Take at least second place. We're going to be the outside now for hairpin number 2. There is grip there now, though. That's not what we had first thing this morning. Was that a near miss for Exeter A? Possibly. They now lead this race.
Exeter A just got on the paint on the outside there, didn't get a great exit and ended up balking the exit of another 2 drivers. It's all getting very close in that mid-pack and the sort of middle to end of the top 10. Lots of moves diving on. There's Dante Dillon and his teammate as well in the Trent B kart getting involved. Now, he said he was trying to catch Sam. I'm going to assume that that's Sam Pooley in the Nottingham Trent B kart on the number 32. I think he might have already got him.
He has, and he's overtaken now. Now, this is actually an interesting thing, because I say Trent A is one of those teams that could win the round overall. Is Dante Dillon now going to perform a bit of not a rear gunner, but a front gunner role, a Moses role, splitting the seas of those ahead of Sam Pooley in the number 7 kart to push that team to the front? This would be a very intriguing tactical play from Nottingham Trent, but they're in position to do so.
Indeed, some interesting tactics. We haven't quite seen it yet today, how that's going to play out. That battle that they are involved in, though, is ridiculous. To be fair, they've just about managed to clear it now. The 40 and the 99 going side by side up through Cafe Corner. That's Brunel A and Bath B having a scrap. They're in 11th and 12th respectively at the moment. Or the 5 of Leeds A getting it all sideways there on the exit of turn number 2 going down into hairpin number 1. They're currently sat in 3rd place, but that gap back to the 58 of Loughborough D has closed because of that mistake, and they're allowing now for the Trent B and the Trent A kart to close up to the back as well.
Apologies, Scott Jeffs is absolutely right to point out that if Trent A can win overall, they can win Clubman. Yes, they can. They can. So the Clubman situation is not gone. I'll refine my graphics for next time. You did point that out to me as well, John. Apologies. I'm getting old. I'm getting slow in the head with the definitions. I mean, I do wonder, would there almost be a look at whether Trent A should be a clubman or not? We'll leave that one to race control and the officials of the championship. Because based on this performance, clubman could be a very simple story this year.
Although you say that, there are still other teams who are out of whack as such as Loughborough A, who are in there, who maybe again shouldn't be, but equally are going to bring the fight to them.
A long way to go in this particular race. There's the number 5 of Leeds A. Down the inside goes Dante Dillon.
So it's Dante in the B team kart rather than in the A team kart then. And Sam Pooley in that number 7 A team kart. I think now a couple of back markers possibly. Nope, Dante has just overtaken that many karts. Leeds down to 4th, Loughborough D down into 5th. As they head through hairpin number 1. And Leeds A looking to fight back. There goes Pooley down the inside at hairpin number 2. relegates Loughborough D down into P6. Now I think it's Adam Kernis who's behind the wheel of the Leeds A kart at the moment in 4th place. Myself and Adam coming to blows here at this actual circuit last year in BUKC, didn't we, and Adam? But we've since had some great racing and enjoyed each other's company on track. So even when in BUKC it all gets a bit hot and bothered and you'll get frustrated with each other, a couple of rounds later no one really remembers and you're all having fun at the end of the day. That's what BUKC is all about. It's all about having fun. There is the Trent B kart of Dante Dillon, still in 3rd place. There is Leeds A, about to lose a position to the Trent A kart as they move through up into 4th place.
So yes, thank you guys for keeping me on my toes. Trent A are further securing their position as at least clubman winners, so that would now be a 5th, 1st, 4th. That would leave them on 173 points. X to A at the moment still doing what they need to do. It would be 6th win. That would be 175 from a possible 180. Where are Oxford Brooks B in all of this? They are I think they're a little bit further down the order at the moment, so I don't think they're going to be in the reckoning. Yeah, they're stone dead last at the moment, so we can pretty much count Oxford Brooks B out of this one. And UClan as well are the other ones who could mathematically win, and they're currently down in 26th place.
Just as you say that, Brooks B get a penalty. 3 times contact, so in last place, and it's only getting worse. Leeds 8 trying to hold on to this position. That's 5th place they're trying to hold on to. They don't think it's going to work. Brunel A move their way through and up into 5th, as Brunel do have the fastest lap of the race. They're looking pretty tasty in this one. Up now into P5 at 46.865, sorry, their fastest lap of the race so far, and the only kart to be in the 46s.
Yeah, really good stuff. I'll say, we've mentioned it before, but it's good to see Brunel back on form. The championship missed them, I think, being a factor. A few doldrum years, but they are properly back here in 2023. ABC bumping past Nottingham A for that penalty. Currently in 12th place.
In this battle we're watching, Brighton B and Bath A, I think it is, who have gone through past Leeds A now, have indeed shuffled Leeds A back down into 8th. They're up fighting for the top 3, only a couple of laps to go, but just getting shuffled down the order is Adam Kernis in that Leeds A kart, the number 5, and now under pressure from Loughborough D as well. Reading A rounding out the top 10. We saw them with Mr. Ross Deal battling up near the front of the order earlier on today. I think either race 1 or race number 2, if I'm not mistaken. Since then, haven't seen them so much, the number 34 kart, but now back up into the top 10 and involved in this battle on your screens. Another fastest lap goes the way of Brunel A. And they're closing in the gap now to the Trent A kart of Sam Pooley, as both Sam Pooley and Dante Dillon close in on the 2nd place kart of Liverpool A. That's a nice camera shot we don't usually see. Through and down the other side of Garda. Up now into Cafe Curve. As we look back, this is Leeds A now defending from Reading A. So Reading A have cleared the number 58 kart of Loughborough D. As Oxford Brooks B, although they're down right down the order, they've got some penalties as well. They've now set the fastest lap of the race, 46.769 for the Oxford Brooks B kart. As there's a penalty for Brunel A, that's my first commentator's curse of the day. Just saying how well they've been doing and how they've been getting many fastest laps. And now in 5th place, but with a penalty to be added on at the end of the race.
Welcome to the club.
Thanks, mate.
15 minutes of this one to go. Just to compound matters for Brooks B, setting some really fast lap times, but it's all gone wrong for Brooks in this particular round. As I say, they'll have a good opportunity in round 2, which will be the same format. 6 racers, each team competing in 4 of them, each driver racing once, and random grids, so that over the course of the 4 races each team competes, they have the same mean average grid position. It tends to be about 18 and a half places once it all shakes out. The same point system as well, 60 points for a race win, 59 for second, 58 for third. That determines the order of the round. And if you win the round, you get 60 championship points, 59 for second, etc., etc.
Change to second place. Trent B through on Liverpool A. That's happened off camera. That gap between Exeter A and now Trent B in second, over 5 seconds, that gap. Quite a big one as you see 76 going down the inside. That's Liverpool B breaking their way into the top 10 through past Loughborough D. So it's been a pretty decent race for Liverpool so far. Their A team just now drops into third. Their B team jumps up into 10th as there's a penalty for 3 times contact for Edinburgh A. Their day has been very up and all over the shop. Some great results mixed in with some bad penalties. Probably around to forget for Edinburgh A, but they'll be looking to come back strong in the afternoon. That battle continues to rage at the bottom end of the top 10. As I'm not sure who made it through in front as Edinburgh A get another penalty for their troubles.
Is looking very comfortable for Exeter A. Last time they won a round here at Buckmore Park was back in 2019 at this time of year. Having done so well in the qualifiers, they will feel pretty good with their work so far this morning.
They're looking like a really, really strong force this year, aren't they?
Yeah, in particular, I think they can't get too carried away, though. I remember that 2019 season when, the one where we went to Three Sisters for this second meeting, and I remember sitting in the box after the first of the 2 rounds that day at Three Sisters, and I think I'm going to correct myself. I think it was the 3rd meeting. There was a mathematical chance that Exeter could have wrapped up the title in that second Three Sisters round, and it was like, my goodness me, they were that dominant. Well, history will show they did not win the BUKC that particular year. There is a long, long way to go in this championship, and you have just got to take it a round at a time, even a race at a time.
Yeah.
In certain circumstances, but the work by Exeter this morning has been very efficient. This is what they needed to do to get their season off to the best kind of start.
Another penalty for Edinburgh A. Race getting from bad to worse for themselves. Here you've got Trent B leading a few different karts, and now I think it's still Liverpool A leading this group of 3. Was up in P2 earlier on, a few laps ago in this race. Still holding on to P5, which would still be a great result for the Liverpool team. However, they are under some serious pressure. It was Brighton B, that is, who's already cleared Bath A around the first couple of corners of the circuit, now pressuring a Liverpool A kart. These 3 fighting over some pretty big positions, as it's great to finish in P7, but a P5 is always nicer. Brunel still with the fastest lap of the race, but once again, don't forget, they have got a penalty from earlier on in the race. So effectively, this battle of 5th, 6th and 7th is actually 4th, 5th and 6th. That's confirmed on your timings now. Brighton B through on Bath A. Still unable to challenge Liverpool A, though, but for how much longer?
Great scrap going on. At the moment, this is still good enough for Nottingham. Trent A down the inside there. Looks Brighton B.
Just about given enough room, weren't they? Just about.
But for Nottingham Trent A, this is more than good enough. This will give them actually quite a comfortable. Apologies for some of the confusion this morning, folks. A win in club. Well, as I say, I just wonder, will that get reviewed? That's probably the one thing with qualifiers now being 1 round of races. If you have a round like Oxford Brooks A have had today, this morning, you know, you could theoretically be put in the clubman class, but really you should be in the Prem. You know, we could ask that question the other way around. Based on Oxford Brooks A's performance this morning, should they now be a clubman team? No, absolutely not. It's Oxford Brooks A. So I do wonder whether that will get reviewed or not. It's me just purely speculating, by the way.
I feel like, again, speculation, it might make more sense doing the Premier Clubman spin off of the previous year's final results.
Yeah, and the consistency across a number of events or a number of rounds of the 4 members of a team, how they do on a particular qualifiers day. I think there's arguments for and against it. 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
And this is the Brunel kart pressuring Sam Pooley in that Nottingham Trent A kart as we get a mechanical flag for Birmingham B, second mechanical of the day. The meatball flag, indeed.
Not quite sure what it's for. It's not for an exhaust, because normally we get a very key sign that it's an exhaust. So it's probably that one of the bumpers has come loose, which again it is something. This circuit is hard on the karts. It's bumpy.
You can see just from watching them from the outside how bumpy it is.
If you don't take care of the karts, they can have bumpers come loose sometimes. But I mean, you've got to really be punishing the karts round this place just to make that clear. Black flag for Oxford A. ABC bump and pass. Move down the inside there from Liverpool. Sorry, from Brunel A. Nope, they've got it done. So that's Brunel A back up into third place. Trent A down into fourth. Contact warning for Brighton B as well there in 17th place. Still looking very routine though. John at the front of the field, Exeter A 5.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field now.
Yep, again another driver just managing that gap to perfection, really, aren't they? The Exeter A kart knew exactly what they needed to do when coming into this race to seal off the round win for themselves, and they're doing just that at the moment, managing the gap. Particularly managing the gap to someone like Dante Dillon behind is incredibly impressive from that Exeter A driver, so fully deserving of what should be a round win this morning. As there is Dante Dillon making his way through the traffic, trying to get it done on Simon Sweet. It didn't quite work on that number 99 driver. And that is the Bath B car, currently sat in 35th place. Race has not quite gone to plan for the number 99. And now having a lap put on them, but as we said before, in the first race, we saw people getting lapped within sort of 4 or 5 laps. Now it's taking until 7 minutes to go before we even see the initial back markers begin to get a lap put on them.
It's still a very key point of the race. Keeping the nerves calm. Not tripping over those back markers. Track limit warning for the number 34. A easy battle for second, third and fourth. The two Nottingham Trent cars. Brunel. Oh, I was about to say they're the meat in a Trent sandwich. Dante Dillon, hand up, and down the inside goes Pooley. Well read by Pooley, taking that opportunity. Good teamwork.
That was really well read.
Good teamwork from the Trent guys there. Well orchestrated to get Sam Pooley back ahead of Brunel and back up into third place. So we saw, if you weren't with us earlier, we did see Exeter B lose a race win due to a late black flag, and they had a bigger gap in hand than this, John. So 6.8 seconds, it's not done yet. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. Now the next point would be, I would switch these Nottingham Trent karts. I would switch them now, because I'll pose this to the congregation. You swap the Trent karts. Dante go into full Sergio Perez mode, and all Trent A would need is for Exeter A to pick up a cone penalty, and then you're in a position to win the round.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for it there. Sorry, I thought Brunel A was going to go for it down the inside, but yeah, you are right in that one. I think we could see some team orders coming up. Brunel A clearly have the pace here, but just not quite able to force the door open as they get a contact warning for that one down at hairpin 1 on Sam Pooley.
And the key point being, if the cone penalty would be the likely one. They're very easy to pick up round here at Buckmore Park as a leader. We've seen races be decided by that before, but they're only one position, i.e. only the driver behind you on the road will get any advantage from it. If they sit it as it is now, that kind of penalty won't benefit Nottingham Trent A. So for me, I'd say, I know it's early in the season, tactically I would swap these round, and I'd do it now. Because that Brunel, and there we go. There we go. So Sam Pooley down the inside, Dante Dillon left the door open. Superbly done. That's the corner to do it on as well. because it is very easy to get the move done cleanly on on hairpin 2. So now let's see what Dante Dillon does in this situation. Does he just start to lift off? We know you can defend around here. Anyone who watched the Club 100 Heavyweights finale a few months ago will know you can hold a pack up around this circuit very nicely indeed. Either way, Sampuli now has a rear gunner in position. He's moving a little bit there. Is this all part of the sportsmanship that we see in the BUKC?
Did we spot that Trent B got a penalty, track limits ×3?
No, we didn't.
Oh, there we go.
So there
we have got one.
So even more reason now to be
to just hold them.
A
hold
minister
them
of defence. Yeah. Hold that pack back. Let Sampuli get up the road. Let's see if X to A. They can't close the gap. 7 seconds with 3.5 minutes to get. It's too big a gap. But can X to A hold their nerve for the next 3.5 minutes or so and get round the rest of this race clean?
Oh.
That's what the question is now.
The Brunel A kart thought about it into the first corner. Dillon immediately covering that off to the inside. Doesn't need to do it down into hairpin 1. As down the inside goes to 17 of Brighton B. Makes a bit of contact with Dillon in the Trent B kart. Going to go up and under and try and get back through here on Brunel. They're going to go side by side. Not quite. Has to relinquish the position again, does the Brighton B car, but clearly doesn't want to wait around. As all down the inside, was that on the back marker though, of the 33? It was indeed, so Pooley continuing to make progress, but as the 17 of Brighton B hasn't made progress, the 25 of Bath A now wants a piece of this action.
Not long to go then, track limit warning for Sheffield A. X to A lead the race and are in a position which would give them the first round win of the year here in the BUKC for 2023. Job not done yet though. You've got to get round clean. No time penalties. There did used to be time penalties for contact and cones and all the like. None of that anymore in the regulations. All it takes is one little cone clip and you'll lose a race victory, and the Nottingham Trent A team are there in position to take the full fruits and rewards. It's down the inside there of the back marker goes the number 17 Brighton B kart. They've raced well so far this morning. Sampuli doing a great job. His pace is strong, 46.900 last time around. Actually took a second out of Exeter A's lead on that last lap. So we talk about cone penalties. It's not just cone penalties you can pick up. Tripping over a back marker. Plenty of things, John, that could go wrong for Exeter A in the remains of this race.
Yes, exactly. Just got to keep your head above water and keep swimming. But still got, as you say, a pretty nice gap out in the lead. 6.3 seconds to the good. Our Exeter A just looking to bring it home now. And as you say, Nottingham Trent A don't really have any reason to try and strive for that win. They've already got enough as it is to take the round win. So no need to push too much harder, just enough to get away from this pack, who are still scrapping behind. And Dante Dillon in the Trent B kart still doing a fantastic job at fending off our Brunel A driver. They're going to try and go up and under on the exit of hairpin 2 here, but are they going to get a good enough exit? They do just about get alongside. They're going to try and force the door open there. Who's going to make it ahead though by the exit of the corner down Simon Sweet? They're still side by side, are they? Trying to see as they come through this set of corners. Nope, Dante still ahead. And Brighton and Bath and Brunel having to fend for themselves. I think Brunel have actually lost out to Brighton B. They have. So Brunel A trying to force it through and get that third position, end up losing fourth and dropping to fifth.
This is so tight. I think this is setting up that we're going to have a very fun BUKC season this year. Both Exeter A and Trent A scoring provisionally, I should stress that, provisionally 175 points, but Exeter A would take it on count back on the basis of 2 race victories to 1. Just got to get round these final couple of corners to what should be wrapping up a round victory. Fly overhead from the plains to salute Exeter A. A superb morning for them here at Buckmore Park. X to A over the line, take race 6, and pending results being confirmed, may well have taken the round win. Great effort as well from Sam Pooley there in second place. Great teamwork from Nottingham Trent A and B to secure second and third on the road, at least provisionally, but penalties will come into play for the B kart. Brighton B fourth, Brunel A cap off a good morning there in fifth, Bath A sixth. Another really good result for Reading A as well. I think Reading A are going to be a long way up the order here. Sheffield A 8th, Liverpool A 9th, Nottingham A 10th, Birmingham A, at least for them, the round was on the up. It started very badly. It's finished on a high there in 11th place. 12th for Leeds A, 13th for Liverpool B, Edinburgh A in 14th, Loughborough D 15th, 16th for UClan A, 17th for Loughborough B, Coventry C, Loughborough C and Cambridge A complete that top 20. As your provisional results, Exeter A take the round, the race win by some 6.3 seconds. Bristol A 21st, Brooks D 22nd, Lancaster A, Exeter B and De Montfort A in your top 25. Southampton B and Coventry D are next up to complete that page of the results. Moving down into the bottom order, Leicester A and Manchester B and Surrey A all inside the top 30, but a lap down. Hertfordshire A have had a tough morning, finished there in 31st. Brooks B did mathematically have a chance of winning that round, but could not convert, finished 32nd. Tough morning for Oxford Brooks, but we know their record, we know they're strong, especially round here, and they've got round 2 coming up this afternoon. Oxford A, Brighton A, Bath B and Birmingham B complete the 36 winners there in race number 6. I think we are ready to head back down to the grid. Piers Pryor is down there with some of our drivers. Apologies, folks. Brief technical hitch down there on the grid. John, what have you made of the first morning of racing here for the proper mains championship? I know we have qualifiers and there's a lot of chaos in November, but this is where it really gets going. What have you thought?
Yeah, this is where the teams properly start to get into order, don't they? What we sort of expect through the rest of the championship. One thing I've been kind of surprised by is usually you have some big battles at the front of the field, and it seems most of the races have had one team, one driver really having a stand-up performance and driving away from the field and just being able to manage that gap, and that's been the main thing, obviously, the drivers managing the gap to take the win, and we saw that in one race, the driver didn't manage that gap, the Exeter B kart, and got a penalty just for pushing too hard, getting too many track limits, too many bits of contact, and losing their win because of that. So interested to see what happens as we do it all again in the afternoon.
We do. I should note there's now a weigh-in for the final race, so it's not done yet, folks. But I do believe we are now ready to hand down to Piers Pryor on the grid.
Another excellent race there from the BUKC. That was race 6, the final race of this morning. And I think behind us we've got the 2 Nottingham Trent drivers who are battling out for the podium position. That looked like quite a fun race out there.
It was tough to say the least. But it's always good to be able to race on your mates. So yeah, I enjoyed it.
It's good. And also Dante, a strong fight through the field there. You said if I can catch up to Sam, that'll be going well. And there you were ahead of him. And then where did you finish in the end? I didn't see the last minute of the race.
Probably around 3rd or 4th. I think I got a track limit.
You were 2nd and 3rd, I think.
Yeah, I think I got a track limit penalty, which I obviously disagree with, but that's how I'd always feel. But it was a really good start. I had a really good first few corners, managed to make up at least like 16 positions. And yeah, I just managed to work a few positions there. And then Sam came back through past me as well. So it was a really good battle, and that's what BUKC is all about.
Trent's looking pretty strong this year. Do you reckon you've got a chance at a title challenge?
I'm not too sure, to be fair. I mean, Butmore's one of our stronger sort of venues anyway. But yeah, today we've been going well, and some of the teams like Brooks maybe not doing so well today. So yeah, never know.
Never know. And plans this afternoon, where are you starting?
Funny you say that. Me and him are starting in the same race, 32nd and 36th, so that should be a good laugh.
Another good watch. Well, we look forward to it. I think we're the last 2 on the grid, so we're going to head over to the Way Bridge and try and grab some people waiting on the scales, of course, weighing a lot of the time to make sure that everyone is up to weight. I saw that you had a short trip to the pit lane. What was that about? Who are you and who are you driving for?
Oh god, I'm Oxford Brooks B, Riley Phillips. Yeah, it was an eventful race for me. I think the driving standards out there that race were pretty bad, especially at the start.
From you or everyone else?
There was a lot of loading going on, but you know, if you try to leave a gap and then suddenly someone fills it, it's like there's not much you can do. So yeah, it was a bad race for me. I had the pace in the car. It was a shame that I couldn't continue my race as normal.
Hey, wait, we'll move forward, I'm sure. Let's have a wander through the field and see if we can grab anyone else. It's got a few drivers congregating over here. How was the race for you? How was the race for you out there? What is your name and who are you racing for?
I'm Josh Gollin and I'm racing for Brighton B. I think we ended up 4th on the road, but no idea where I'll end up after penalties.
Did you get quite a few?
I got a couple came up on the boards. I think I had a bit of a marker on me after I got the first one, so just slightly tapped someone going up the inside of the first hairpin. I let them through again on the second hairpin, but still got the penalty. So
unlucky.
But no, so much fun. I've been out of it for a few years, and it's amazing to get back into it. But yeah, saw the timing board, thinking, oh, I'm tired now. How long's left? And there was still like 17 minutes to go. So
long old races, even in the sprint format.
Yeah, there's nothing to get you fit for karting other than doing lots of karting. So yeah, we'll see how we go this afternoon.
Good. Well, I completely agree with that. It is definitely a very unique level of fitness. Let's head on. I think actually everyone's just about heading over for the presentation. So if you've enjoyed the morning, I hope you have, then make sure you drop us a like on the YouTube video. Of course, we will be back live this afternoon, joining you about 2:15, 2:15 for this afternoon sprint races. 6 more amazing races of action from the BUKC coming up. So join you back then. See you later. Welcome back to BUKC here at Buckmore, live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We're back on the grid, waiting and ready for race number 1 this afternoon, and we've got some familiar face on the grid this afternoon. Starting on pole, another good race ahead, do you think?
Hopefully it goes a bit better than race 1 last time. I got punted off at hairpin 1, but hopefully stay at the front and keep it there.
Absolutely, stay at the front, keep it there. Sounds like an excellent idea. You look very much in the zone. You look very much in the zone. Are you concentrating? What are you thinking about?
I'm just scared, really. I'm going to be loaded up into turn 1 and back to back by turn 2, probably. Try and make that not happen.
Yep, sounds like an ideal plan is to not get loaded.
Yeah.
What's your plan to not get loaded? How are you going to do that?
Try and drive faster.
Drive faster. Let's do that. Moving down the grid. What is your name and who are you racing for?
Andrew, Trevor, and Nottingham A.
Nottingham A. You've had a up and down morning?
Yeah, bit of contact this morning. Dodgy conditions, but yeah.
It's a bit drier out there now. Do you reckon that's going to favour you, or do you prefer things when they're slower?
Well, I mean, I prefer them when they're slower, when I'm around a track that I'm not too confident at, but yeah.
So you haven't been to Buckmore a huge amount then?
Once before. Yeah.
It's a good track?
So far, yeah.
Not for results, but for fun.
No. Very physical, no straights.
Absolutely no rest at all in the BUKC, especially at Buckmore Park. Ben Boros, I've just read that from the side of your helmet. Your race suit looks like you had a bit of an off this morning, or have you just not cleaned it from the last round?
That was from Wigan a few weeks ago. I haven't washed my suit since.
You know you can put them in the washing machine, right?
Yeah, I've just left it in my karting bag and forgot about it.
Oh, that is nasty. Anyway, is your racing going to be clean, or is it going to be as dirty as your suit?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it'll be cleaner, because last time I got 12 places worth of penalties.
That's not ideal.
Track P2, so...
There you go. So you finished on track P2 with penalties. Okay, so no penalties this time is the order of the day, yes?
Oh yeah, that's the plan.
Brilliant. Okay, well, good luck. Right, it sounds like we are ready and raring to go. Race 1 this afternoon for round 2 of the BUKC. Andrew, John, over to you.
Welcome back, everyone. Are you ready? 6 more races to come your way this afternoon. We kick off with the first of our lightweight races. On pole position for this one are Surrey A, alongside them Oxford Brookes D. And it's Edinburgh A and Swansea A, followed by Nottingham A and Oxford Brookes A. Oxford Brookes from 6th, one to watch there. They're trying to have a better afternoon than they did have this morning. Coventry B and Birmingham A are there on row 4. Then it's UCLan A and Cardiff B, followed by UEA A and Coventry A. Row 7, Loughborough D and Warwick A, behind them Brighton A and Leeds A, then it's Brighton B and Nottingham Trent B. Rounding out the top 20 are Lancaster A and Bath B, they're followed by Loughborough C and Cardiff A, then it's Manchester A and Oxford Brookes B. Row number 13, unlucky for some, Nottingham Trent A and Cambridge A round out that one. Then it's Brunel A, Liverpool B, Southampton B and Loughborough A rounding round the top 30. Then it's Oxford Brookes C, Reading A, Warwick B, Birmingham B, Oxford Brookes C and Coventry D. And I think we've just about squeezed it in to get going for the race start. Here we go then. Can we get it done? First time of asking, we do get underway. Really quickly here for the afternoon of racing. Will the racing be quite as crazy as we saw this morning? Fantastic lead already. Goes the way of the 36. That's Swansea from 4th and almost a spin, a half spin. Luckily, actually gets connected by fellow competitors. Another person round. That's the 29 who's had a spin as well. You're right. So Edinburgh A, day goes from bad to worse. Yeah. Oh, another one.
I think that's one of the Bath drivers in the middle of the pack there that just got turned around as they came out of hairpin 2. All of the cones got clipped, the bollards got clipped there down through Simon's sweep. A frenetic start to round 2 here at Buckmore Park.
Now, JB always says to put your foot on the brake when you have a spin and rolling back. But actually, I think the best option there was for the driver to let it roll back as they roll off of the circuit and out the way of the pack of about 15 cars coming towards us. I think that time, that is allowable, Mr. JB.
Yeah, plenty of racing to go yet this afternoon. This is a whole brand new round, so if you were with us this morning and watched through the course of round 1, it's the same format, run again, but completely brand new round. Everyone back to 0 points, and whatever happened this morning to a team, that's behind them. You focus on this afternoon's racing.
And it feels a bit more like we've been chucked into the racing. That's because we have. Obviously,
Yes.
no warming up laps for this. Every driver has had a race already today, so doesn't need any more laps to get back up to speed. They should already be up to speed, and thus are chucked straight into their second 25-minute race of the day. Now, the leader's slowing. Is that the leader that was slowing? No, it was the 13 of Birmingham A. I thought I saw them slowing.
Benjamin Boris this morning had some good speed, whereas the 36
Was it the 36 that was
Might have
slowing?
been. We'll have to
We
see
need to
if
see if we can
they're
pick them up there.
slow through the sectors, because if it was, will it have been sector 1? They'll have been slow through. Yeah, they've not come through sector 1.
So that
Problems
was
for the leader confirmed.
It was them who was going slowly then, and is that
They're
then
off.
parked
They're
up?
off at the inside of hairpin number 1, just looking out of our commentary box windows. That is a real shame for Swansea A. Something has happened there. They're back on circuit now. Is there motive power for them? No, I think they're out. They are out of this race. So Birmingham A and Benjamin Boris inherits the lead.
So it was them who was going slow past the start-finish straight. And yeah, race already comes to an end. UClan A get an ABC bump and pass already. Only a few minutes into this race, and that's already happened. But as you say, Boros now goes to the lead for Birmingham A.
Key few laps this for Benjamin Boris tactically. If he can show to the UClan driver behind that he's got the pace to lead this off the front, these two could work together, try and drop Southgate behind. And for Benjamin Boris, it would start to solidify a race win. But yeah, I agree, John. I don't think that's going to be the case. Coventry B really pushing behind.
Of course, as well, Birmingham A aren't going to know that UClan A have that penalty.
Yeah, quite possibly. Still early in the season, everyone's still learning the numbers. Forcing driver wide penalty for Nottingham Trent A, who were confirmed in second place in this morning's round, or the early afternoon, for round 1. Brighton A, fastest lap of the race. A lot quicker, the lap times, compared to the last time. Most of the teams will keep their formations through the day similar. So if a driver competed in race 1 in the morning, they tend to do so in the afternoon as well when we're running a double sprints format. Track limit warning for Birmingham A. We did see penalties be given for track limits earlier on in round 1, if you pick too many of those up. This is a quick start though. The pace, the best we've seen so far today, John. This is proper dry running.
Yeah, immediately back up to speed, aren't they, as we say. Don't need any time for that. Immediately back up to pace, and the battle already commencing. For really, I think the first time today where we've seen a proper battle for the lead. However, we do know that UClan A in that 28 car do have a penalty. It's not going to stop them from battling though, because if they can get to the front, that obviously neutralises the penalty as much as possible, meaning they lose as few places as possible when we get to the end of the race. Behind this little battle, still the 49 red-plated clubman cart of Coventry B. And then just behind them, Surrey A, UEAA. Tripping over myself already. Over the University of East Anglia. Then Warwick are in 6th, Warwick A. Then it's Leeds A, Brighton A, Brunel A, and Bath B, who round out your top 10 at the moment. Brighton A go fastest in the 42. Another challenger near the top of the clubman class. They're just behind Leeds A, also another challenger in the clubman class. Again, one we wouldn't really expect to be in the clubman class in 2023, but that's just how their qualifiers went. As we head now down Symes Sweep into paddock, there you go. And then it'll be up towards Garda. Looked like a good exit for the 28, but the 13 moves over to cover it off. Birmingham A holding on to the lead, but now they are going to go side by side as we go down through this left-hander. But a good enough overspeed out the exit of the corner for the 13 of Birmingham A. Seems to hold on to the lead. However, they have just got a penalty. Your leaders for an A, B, C... No, that's a lie. That's a lie. Ignore me. Edinburgh A have a penalty. My apologies. Got far too ahead of myself there. Then I was thinking the two leaders were going to be battling over the lead, but both having penalties. And that would have gone the way of Coventry B. But no, Birmingham A, all good at the moment. But it's Edinburgh A, who I was speaking about in race number 6 earlier on in the morning. Just not quite having the day that they would have hoped out there on circuit for these opening 2 rounds of the BUKC in 2023. Now Birmingham Just to re-clarify, no penalty for Birmingham out front. UClan A do have a penalty to be added at the end of the race. However, Birmingham A taking those defensive lines is holding up UClan A. However, for how much longer as UClan A go down the inside at turn number 1? However, Boros with the up and under should re-overtake at hairpin 1 and does so.
Yeah, and UClan still with that penalty from earlier in the race as well. This is going to be an opportunity for Coventry B. Southgate down the inside, but that you get good drive when you're in UClan's position there on the outside from the exit of hairpin 2, able to return back into second place on the race. It's a good race. Warwick A having a strong run again. Still very early in the championship, of course, but as things stand in the live championship standings, they are in second place. 4 points behind Exeter A. Birmingham A defending into Conway's and then through Henry's Bend towards hairpin number 1. Benjamin Boros soaking up the pressure very well at the moment. But more and more drivers coming into the equation, John. I can see Leeds are on the march as well. This is a completely different race to anything that we had this morning.
I was going to say, this is exactly what we wanted this morning, but we never saw. Someone was always able to make that breakaway in the lead and just pull out a gap and manage it. Benjamin Boros hasn't been able to do that here and has been having to make defensive moves as there goes Leeds down the inside of Warwick. I don't think they were able to make it stick, though. They're still side by side on the exit up through Cafe. Who's going to take it as we head down towards the start-finish line? Who will be in 5th and who will be in 6th? Just about is Leeds. As look at this, trying the up and under. UClan trying to force the door open and have managed to, but down the inside goes the 49. Late on the brakes, going to outbrake himself and now loses a position because of it. So through goes Surrey A into 3rd place. As more collisions going on down at hairpin 2. Surrey A going to try and make the most of that, but have to stick in 3rd for now. But a change to the lead. UClan A to the lead, Birmingham A now in 2nd, and Surrey A now in 3rd.
You've got to give it to Coventry B. They threw it down the inside. The something that we haven't talked so far, well, we have a little bit. This is slightly different now. Rubbered in lines, even at this stage of the year. If you're trying to break deep down the inside of there into hairpin 1, you've actually got to break a little bit earlier than you would on the normal racing line because the amount of grip you can get from your tyres under braking is less. That's what we just saw from Coventry B trying to make that double move. They're still in it though. They're there in 4th place, doing all right.
Honestly, it was a pretty impressive move, even though it didn't work out. So I was impressed they even just went for that. So a decent attempt out the move, as you say. Didn't quite pay off this time, but a good attempt nonetheless. And still very much within this battle are the Coventry B cart, still leading the Clubman battle in this race, but only just. They've got Leeds A for company right behind them, and this now a group of 7 carts all the way down to Brighton A in 7th place. Brighton A still with the fastest lap of the race. They've had that for quite some time now in this one, a 46.564, and the lap times still getting faster throughout today, and I think they'll continue until we see the sun start to go down. Boros trying the up and under again. Is he just got enough? He forces the door open down at hairpin 1, and that might be another move for the lead. Gets it done on the exit. Birmingham back to the front.
Yeah, just got to keep calm here. Tick these laps off. Keep controlling this race. 15 minutes to go. It's actually quite nice in a way, having that UClan cart there as the closest threat, knowing that, yes, if the 28 does get through, 60 points is still what Birmingham A would receive. Oh, great move down the inside by Leeds A. Take 3rd place. This is more like it from Leeds. We didn't see this at qualifiers back in November. An event that normally Leeds were very well. Oh, it's offline! And UClan spin! UClan spin out of 2nd place on the road, and that just shows how tricky the conditions still are. You get a little bit wider than you normally are off the racing line. These cold conditions bite. So let's have a look at that again, John. Just watch the rear left on the paint. Round goes UClan A. Driver error, just simple driver error.
Exactly what it was. Yeah, he had the overspeed, just had enough to keep the nose in around the outside, got forced to the edge of the track, and maybe would have been the better option there. Just to let off the throttle, feed back in behind and take the normal racing line. But yeah, trying to keep it around the outside there and paid the price, did UClan A, as they are now dropping down the order.
They are, but at least if there's a tie, if you're going to do that, do it earlier in the race. Do it earlier in the race. There's still 13.5 minutes of this one to go. Now it's over to Kieran Harrison. So this has been a change by Leeds. They have swapped some of their team members around, and this is a proven race winner in the BUKC Mains Championship in Kieran Harrison. How is Benjamin Boris going to deal with this?
He's extremely quick, isn't he, in that Leeds car? I just had a little check over the shoulder before going into Garda there, just to see what kind of gap he has over Surrey A, and whether, when an opportunity arises, whether he goes for it immediately, and I think he has enough space to do that.
If Boris' pace is still good, at this stage, if I'm in Kieran Harrison's shoes, I try and push on, try and secure that second place as a minimum result, and I think that's what he's doing at the moment. Like, he's testing Surrey A out behind. It's like, come on, this is the pace that we've got at the front. Can you live with this to, you know, keep this as a 3-4 kart battle? If that is the case, then I think, yes, if you're Kieran Harrison, you've then got to see if you can get the lead and break away. This is true tactical play at the moment from Leeds.
I think Harrison is realising he's probably going to have to do that as Birmingham immediately defend.
Well, yes,
and continue to here.
And that's the bit that I wouldn't do. If I'm Benjamin Boris, I wouldn't necessarily defend at this stage unless he knows that he's not got the kart underneath him to win this race on pace outright. In that case, yes, you want to keep it tight, like we saw a few months ago at some of the Club 100 finales in the Sprints Championship. In a strange way, keeping lots of karts in play is a great defence mechanism, because people in 3rd, 4th, 5th and backwards get impatient, start attacking the person who tried to attack you, but Harrison down the inside to take the lead for Leeds A. Has he got it done on the exit? Yes. So the number 5 goes into P1. Good move there from Kieran Harrison, and now he's the driver in defensive position. Here comes the number 42 of Brighton A, currently the fastest kart out there on circuit, gets through, gets past Birmingham A. There's a mechanical flag for the other Brighton kart, Brighton B. This is a proper scrap of Surrey A now going for 3rd place, past Benjamin Boris. Boris gets back into position though.
Brighton A have been really quick so far today, and they're looking for a race win now. And interesting one, 2 clubmans currently fighting over this race win. Leeds A versus Brighton A. As you say, Brighton A still with that fastest lap of the race, 46.496 for the number 42 car. But yeah, it could go either way of these 4. I thought Harrison might be able to overtake and start to pull away. Not quite happened just yet, but he's still got just over 10 minutes to try and do so.
It isn't the circuit with the biggest slipstream effect. I think somewhere like PF International, where we're going next in a week and a half time, that's much more of a slipstream circuit, but you do have it to an extent. Getting the run right out of Garda and up the hill to turn 1, that's where you really want to set things up if you're 2nd, 3rd or 4th in a train, and it can be hard if you're in the lead of that train to drop others behind you if you haven't quite got the top end of the kart that you'd like. 10 minutes to go then. Kieran Harrison continues to lead, but here comes the attack from Brighton A. Very good attack from Brighton A, but it's going to be a switchback for Harrison into hairpin 1. Benjamin Boris is back down the inside for Birmingham A as well, so Birmingham back into 2nd. That was a late, bold move from Brighton A, and in the end, it cost them a position.
That was, to be honest, the initial move was pretty impressive. I didn't see that door there to be opened, but clearly the driver of the Brighton A kart did. Sent that down the inside, but as you say, wasn't quite able to get back over to that second apex and close the door. And back through went the Leeds A driver of Kieran Harrison, and through went Birmingham A as well.
The curb through Henry's Bend is always quite a key one for setting up a move into. It's down the inside now. Benjamin Boris trying it. Brighton, that's the curb they needed 1 lap ago. They're nearly 3 wide as they go into hairpin 1. This time Brighton they haven't got it. 4 wide. 4 wide into hairpin 2. Here comes Warwick A. What a crazy battle we've got here in the first race of the afternoon for round 2. Brighton A have the lead, but Warwick A have all of a sudden appeared on the scene. Fastest lap of the race, sitting in second on the road.
Yeah, Warwick A weren't even a thought by this group, and now they might take the lead. They look for it there into Garda. I'll just stick for second place for now, but this entire group chopping and changing throughout this lap, and now the timing on your left side of your screen makes no sense. It's about to update now as they cross the start-finish line, and there you go, Brighton A to the lead, but not for much longer. Number 11 of Warwick A down the inside. Brighton A managed to cover off and hold on to second, though, just about, but up into the lead now, go Warwick A.
They were a little bit deep into hairpin 1, though, going to have to defend through hairpin number 2. Crucially, though, they got that curb. You note next time when they go through Henry's Bend, which is turn 2, the red and white curb on the inside, if you can get on there, it gives you a bit of grip, slingshots you for a good run into hairpin 1 if you're in an attacking position. What can Warwick A do now? Can they hold on to this position? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And look at Coventry B starting to come back into this as well. And Reading A behind. Is that Ross Deal on the scene? It is Ross Deal, who's come from the back of the field. Ross Deal is going to be on them here because the pace he's got at the moment, 46.6. He's the fastest driver in the top 7. Having not had a lead battle all morning, we've now got one of the best we've seen in a good few years. Kieran Harrison down the inside for Leeds on Brighton, gets through, takes second place. Big moment now for Warwick A. There's a gap there now, John. If they can get a good few corners, they could break away here with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, I was going to say just that. They need to take this opportunity, although I haven't seen them check over their rear shoulder, so maybe not realising quite the gap they built up over those few corners. And I was also going to say, if Kieran Harrison has anything to say about that, I don't think any sort of gap is going to be gained here by Warwick A. Leeds focusing forward, although a check over the rear shoulder there as the 42 of Brighton A continues to be blisteringly quick here.
Warwick A had a moment there. They were a little bit wide through Conways. Didn't have the same problem we saw with UClan earlier, who, by the way, are still running around in 8th place. Oh, this is a tense one. This really is a tense one, and all teams involved here have got aspirations to do well this afternoon, either continuing good form from this morning or getting back to the form that they had at qualifiers in November. Oh, now that's going to be a cone. That's going to be a cone penalty for Kieran Harrison and Leeds A. That means they cannot score the 60 points. They can take the win on the road, but they will get a cone penalty no matter what, pending it actually coming through from race control. Down the inside again for Brighton A for second on the road.
This is just wasting time. This is wasting time, guys. Harrison back into second place, and Boros actually makes his way through into third for Birmingham A. Reshuffles Brighton back down to fourth, but again allowing for the number 11 of Warwick A to extend that gap at the front.
Cone penalty for Leeds A confirmed on our timing screen in the box. 5.5 minutes to go. There it is.
I think the number 1 of Oxford Brooks A might have just pulled off the circuit at the bottom down here.
May well be. We'll keep an eye on that. Is Oxford Brooks A's day going to go from bad to worse? What is happening with Oxford Brooks so far this season in the BUKC? They weren't at their stellar best during qualifiers. We've seen that in years gone by, but normally when they get here to Buckmore Park, they are on song. That hasn't happened so far today.
They look to be getting it back this afternoon. Almost 2 teams in the top 10. Brooks A still in 9th. My apologies, was incorrect about that cart at the bottom of the hill, so not to worry, Brooks fans. Still Brooks A in 9th place, but even then, 9th isn't really what they'd be hoping for.
It's okay. It's this kind of result that you can build a podium run off in a particular round, but we saw this morning, 6th, 1st and 1st was the race results that took the round win. On count back in the end on number of race victories. 4.5 minutes to go. Still so frenetic, and now we've hit traffic. And now we've got traffic for Warwick A. I think it's Liverpool B and Brooks D ahead. Could be a curse, could be a blessing for Warwick A at the moment. At the moment, it's more blessing because Kieran Harrison having a bit of a fight to get past the Liverpool back marker there.
I don't think it's actually ended up affecting the gap too much. They both cleared it at a relatively similar pace, and that gap still at sort of 2 or 3 tenths of a second, possibly dropped by just a little bit over that last lap.
nervous times. Still could all go wrong. In the BUKC, 0.6 of a second is not a huge gap. It's been a good performance so far this season from Warwick. They were 11th last year, 3rd in the qualifier on Saturday. Our information, thank you to Daniel in the chat, it's Jean Samu in the kart for them at the moment. Only Jean's 2nd ever Club 100 and BUKC event. Oh, checking over the shoulder now. Don't want to get too nervous. This is often where the experience comes in the BUKC. We've seen it many times, John. Owner drivers coming in, racing in the BUKC. It is different to, say, your club or national racing, particularly at this stage of a race. You can be in the lead of a race. How do you deal with the traffic? How do you deal with drivers who aren't quite at your pace? Maybe a bit more unpredictable versus owner racing. This is where a BUKC driver really earns their crust.
Definitely, definitely. You can see him getting a little bit flustered by some of the back markers in that Warwick A kart, but currently still holding on to the race lead. But look at that, that gap has completely closed now. Back to Leeds A and Birmingham A as they work their way, continue to work their way through the back markers as the number 11 of Warwick A just checked over the shoulder, saw it was Leeds A who was right behind and went back to the inside line to cover that off through Garda.
Correct decision indeed. Contact warning for UClan A, the number 28 in 8th place. 2 minutes to go. Attack from Birmingham. Benjamin Boris down the inside. Big move that. Big move that. Would now take advantage of any penalties for Warwick A ahead. Kieran Harrison just holds position for now. Brighton A still there in 4th place. And Surrey and Reading. Don't count out Ross Deal. He has closed that gap down. It was around 7 seconds. It is now 4. More traffic for the leader. Dealing with it well at the moment, soaking up the pressure. It's the number 17 up next.
It's Brighton B. A few laps down for Brighton B. Hopefully shouldn't put up too much of a difficulty. Actually has done. Took the apex there, didn't allow them through. And then a lock up for the number 11. They're side by side for the lead now. Through goes Boros. Is he going to be able to close it off to the inside? Just about does so and takes the lead. Birmingham A back to the front.
And there you go. That is where it tells. Benjamin Boris probably learning a bit even himself from this morning, but has done this game for a good few years now. Was able to take advantage of that situation, but still, and this is the thing, you get through more and more of this traffic, the traffic gets quicker and quicker because you're going up through the order, and they're having a scrap of their own. This will be the last lap. Last lap board will be out now.
So that's Southampton B and Coventry D having a scrap, as finally they managed to chuck Brighton B out of the way. That was who caused that initial change for the lead. As might be changed to second as well, might even be for third. Warwick shuffled all the way back to 4th there, and we've only got 15 seconds to go on the clock.
Just got to stay calm if you're Benjamin Boris. Try and pick these ones off one by one and defend the position to the inside. Garda is the next big opportunity for Kieran Harrison just behind. Remember, Leeds have a guaranteed penalty in this race. Got to still go down the inside. The 68 there is not for race position. Can Benjamin Boris get it out and over the hill? Yes, he can. It's going to be a win, a rare win for Birmingham A at Buckmore Park. That is much better than what they had this morning. Birmingham A takes 60 points. Leeds A second, but have a cone penalty. Warwick A, it's not a win, but that's a pretty good result in Jean Samu's only 2nd event in the BUKC to come home with 59 points for Warwick A. Surrey A strong there as well in 4th. Brighton A with a factor in that in 5th. UClan A recovered to 6th, and we'll think what might have been after that spin
and UClan
through
have got
turn
a penalty
1,
as well.
and they've got a penalty to be served. Reading A will benefit from that. They finished 7th on the road. Coventry B 8th, Oxford Brooks A 9th, Oxford Brooks B 10th. Better from Brooks, but still they're going to be wanting more if they want to have a factor, or if they want to be a factor at the front end come the end of this round. Race of the day, no matter
easily
so far, easy on that
race
one.
of the day. That was absolutely fantastic.
There is your provisional result. Brunel A continue there in 11th place. More good results for Brunel. UEA A in 12th. Bath B 13th. Loughborough B 14th. Loughborough D 15th. Warwick B 16th. Cardiff A, Birmingham B, Manchester A and Trent A wrap out the top 20. Loughborough C 21st, Edinburgh A 22nd, Brooks C, Cardiff B and Lancaster A all in the top 25. Brooks E and Cambridge A complete that page. Then it's Nottingham A, Coventry A and Southampton B inside the top 30. Coventry D, Trent B, Liverpool B, Brooks D, Swansea A and Brighton B bring up the rear there in a pulsating first race of this second round.
Yeah, that was brilliant. More of that, please, drivers, through the rest of the day. I definitely want to see that. A couple of teams not having the best start to the afternoon, though. Cardiff A being one of them in 17th, Manchester A in 19th, Nottingham Trent A in 20th. So a few not having the best start, but still 5 more races to come this afternoon to try and get some more points on the board. But I think we're about ready to hand down to Piers, who's with some of our drivers.
Another cracking race, first of the afternoon, of course, with our sprint format again this afternoon here at Buckmore Park. And I'm here with our race winner, I believe, on the road.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It was a tough race.
It was a tough race. So which team are you, Birmingham?
Birmingham A.
Yeah, so Birmingham from Leeds and Warwick, I believe, are having a nice ding-dong battle right behind you right at the end. But how was that for you? We said that you had a good pace this morning, but you didn't want to get any penalties.
Yeah, I tried to stay. I don't think I got a penalty in that one, but you know, it was a really tough race. I just didn't have the pace to sort of pull away, so just kept in the mix, dropped down to 3rd, 4th, but then stayed there.
Hey, the BUKC is always very close, very hard to pull away. Even though this morning we've seen quite a lot of drivers pulling a big gap, but this afternoon back to normal action, of course, with everyone right up and close. Good fun race, and looking forward to the rest of the season, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully can bring in some more good results today and maybe see Birmingham A on the podium.
Hopefully. We've got off to an excellent start with a win, so well done, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Right, let's have a look at some of the contenders stepping up and ready for race number 2. Oh, Charlie, once again, sorry, I hate to pick up.
I'm being pestered.
Being pestered. Pestered by Piers.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate, good race earlier on.
Yeah, really good. I was really happy with that, to be fair. Didn't have the best of other races, but hopefully we'll have a better afternoon. So, yeah.
Hopefully another better afternoon. Well, good luck, mate. I'll catch up with you in a bit. Let's see who else we've got. Let's have a wander down the grid. Of course, Loughborough, multiple champions. Once, twice when I was there as well. Let's have a word with this Swansea Motorsport. We need to jump in the car and we'll have a word. Or come round. Swansea Motorsport. What's your name?
Bryn.
Bryn, and you are starting on 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Looking forward to the race?
Yeah, I mean, I went forwards in my first race, so hopefully I can do the same.
Did you know that the bustard is the largest and heaviest flying bird in the world, at weighing nearly 16 kilos?
No.
It's quite a big bird.
That's the biggest bird, I reckon. That is the biggest bird.
That is a big bird. Anyway, how did the race this morning go for you?
Good. I started in 12th again, and then...
So you well practiced.
Exactly. So just use that practice. I always hit the wall.
Almost.
Yeah, that's a key. Almost.
Almost, but did it go well from 12th?
I finished, well, I wasn't 7th and then I got punted off. You would know as an ex-BUKC man how that goes.
Hey, it's don't hate the player, hate the game.
Exactly. But yeah, it's not inters, it's mains, so that's expected.
It is mains. It's very competitive. Good luck, and hopefully we'll see you in 7th or better. Anyway, let's move on down the grid. I'm loving the interaction we're having so far. Have you just come off circuit, or are you going back on?
Just come off.
Sorry,
just come off.
Just come off. How did that go for you?
Pretty well, actually.
Where did you end up? Where did you start? Where did you finish?
I think I started 27th. I think I ended somewhere like 11th or 12th.
Hey, that's good gains. That's good gains. Yeah, I'm hearing 11th. And what's your name, sorry?
My name's Ewan Irvin.
Ewan Irvin. So well done. What do you reckon the rest of your team's chances are of a strong result this afternoon?
Good. Pretty good. We seem to be doing really well today.
What do you reckon the reason is for that?
No idea. We had a terrible year last year, so maybe it's just, you know, payback for that.
What did you have for dinner last night?
No idea. Oh yeah, I had cereal.
For dinner?
Yeah.
If that's not BUKC, I don't know what is. Well done. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What is your name and who are you racing for? I've come to pick on you because you look very much in the zone.
I'm Josh and I race for the University of Liverpool.
And how was your race this morning?
Dramatic.
Define dramatic.
penalty filled.
For you?
And others.
Okay, what did you do?
Multiple track limits.
Okay. Do you agree with those penalties?
Over there, yes, but I don't know how I got 4.
Probably driving off the track 4 times, I imagine.
Yeah, I don't know. The stewards obviously have it in for me. What can I say?
Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe it's because you drive for Liverpool. But anyway, good luck in the race. Let's see if they're more favourable for Liverpool this time. Let's grab someone. Hello. What is your name and who are you racing for today?
Dom. I'm racing for Cambridge.
Cambridge. And how has Cambridge's day gone so far?
Medium good-ish.
Medium good.
Yeah. I've had a 5th, 11th, last, and 17th.
Okay, yeah, I'd say that's medium good. It's probably quite an accurate description, I'd say. Cambridge, obviously, in the past, have been very strong contenders. Have faded away recently. Do you reckon you're on the way back up to your dizzy heights of a few years ago?
Maybe. There's a new team like in the Inters thing that will get better. So,
hey, you got an academy coming up.
Academy, yeah, that's a good word. Young driver.
A bit of a buzzword these days. Although the average age of the Cambridge lot always seems to be a bit older than most.
Yeah, it's been full of PhD students previously.
Yes, exactly. Do you reckon the intelligence off the circuit translates to speed on the circuit?
Not really.
Hey, you heard it here first. Quick drivers are stupid. So thanks very much for that. Let's head on towards the back. You look like you wanted a word. We made eye contact. It was a nice moment. What is your name and who are you racing for today?
I'm Ryan. I'm racing for York A.
And?
I plan on having a consistent race.
Tell me something interesting not to do with racing.
I'm not really sure what to say, to be honest.
Anything?
I find this the most interesting.
That is a competitive and very much focused man on the racing. Didn't want to tell us anything. I'm going to ask this person about... I'll just come over and say that I really, really like your helmet. It's quite nice. Is it new?
No, not at all.
Not at all? Oh, we got our... How old are we talking?
2.5 years.
Nice. Did you get? Is there a story behind it? Tell us, what the design's about. I can see it's vinyl, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. So it costs like £35 for the stickers.
You did it yourself?
Yeah, you just stick them on. Yeah.
Me also. I did my helmet with some stickers and some tape as well.
Like 100 metres away, it looks painted.
I didn't realise it wasn't painted until I came right up.
Exactly.
Hey, we enjoy a bit of thriftiness around here. So, of course, we're in the BUKC. We're all students. We're scrapping about, and of course, cost of living crisis being a real thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway, are you gonna blitz the competition?
Yes. I raced in the last race. I'm not eligible for this race.
Oh, so you're just out for the lols?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to die after about 15 minutes.
Right, well, let's see how many karts you can get past in the first lap.
Yeah.
If we can do 15, I'll buy you 3 Freddos and a chomp.
Okay, I did 17 the first race. So.
Oh, God. Looks like I'm going to be out of pocket. Right, I think we're almost ready to go by the looks of it. So if you guys in the comms box are ready, let's see how this race is going to get on. Right, we've got a lot of good drivers. Over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Getting all set then for the second race this afternoon at Buckmore Park for Mains Round 2. Here's your grid. Exeter B and Loughborough B form out row 1. Loughborough C and Coventry A go from row 2. Coventry D and Sheffield A are on the third row of the grid. And then we find UCL A and Cardiff B on row 4. Cardiff A and Birmingham A will both have eyes forward from row 5. Leicester A and Swansea A have a good shot there from row 6. Reading A and Hertfordshire A start on row 7. Brunel A and Coventry C on row 8. Liverpool B and Bath B are there on row 9. Liverpool A and Nottingham Trent B starts on row 10. Edinburgh A and Newclan A are on row 11. BUKC C and Derby A can be found there on row 12. And then it's Loughborough A and Brooks E on row 13. Brighton A and Brighton B and all Brighton row 14. Behind them are York A and Brooks D on row 15. Cambridge A and Loughborough D start on row 16. De Montfort A and Exeter A start on row 17. Manchester A and Nottingham A complete the 36 kart field on row 18. And we've got a slight problem, haven't we?
UCLA have had a little spin on the warm-up lap.
On the warm-up laps. Now,
Doesn't
they might
like
get lucky
so.
here because I don't think we're going this time.
I think we are.
So they should be able to reform back into their position. Well, John, we had a an absolutely incredible first race to this round. What do you think we can expect here in this second race?
I mean, if it's anything like that last one, a lot of big smiles, certainly on our faces at least.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's all sort of just opened the playing field, hasn't it? I think people were a little bit nervous to fully commit maybe this morning with the difficult conditions. Obviously been out of the karts for a little bit of time, just trying to get themselves better back in, whereas now it's just absolute pedal to the metal. Don't leave anything on the table and just absolutely go for it. And I think that's opening up a lot of opportunities for a lot of different teams, both in Premier and Clubman. So I'm excited to see this one get underway, and hopefully we can do shortly.
Not sure what was going on there with the number 18. Are we good to go? Waiting on the pace kart driver to make the call. Now we're going to go round again.
Yeah, there was some big gaps in there before we knew that they were going round again. So come on, guys, let's squeeze up.
Keep your comments coming in. Lots of support for Leeds. And the guys from West Yorkshire have done pretty well so far today. And hello to Bryn Albin. There's another Bryn out there in the Club 100 racing world.
And of course they're driving for Swansea.
Yeah. It's all right. We're hashtag not biased in here.
No. I love Swansea. Oh, words I don't think would ever exit my mouth. Right, here we go then.
Record now. All ready to go then for race number 2. Watching for those lights, and away we go. Good start for both of those on the front row of the grid. Round the outside goes Charlie Bennett for Loughborough B. A couple of drivers skirting with the wall on driver's left.
Oh,
few brakes, and that's going to be a little bit chaotic into hairpin 1. Although no, it's not. I thought we were going to be seeing 2, 3, 4 karts facing the wrong way. Not to be. Decent start, but look at this start from Bennett. Round again. No, I think we're going to go for restarts. And Charlie Bennett is now going, no, don't call that as a restart. I had a really big lead, but he's going to have to do all that hard work all over again.
That was an odd one. Just as we were speaking about Swansea before the start of that race as well, it was them who nearly found the barrier on the outside of turn 1, turn 2. Just about kept it out of it. Now
my suspicion is that was called because of just how much loading there was into hairpin 1.
Right, I was thinking what it might be for.
That's me speculating, but that's the only thing I think I can see.
Yeah, that's
happened there.
All I can think as well. We got pretty lucky, to be honest, that there wasn't a huge accident there, because it was the driver on the inside, wasn't it? Got fully locked up, had full rightward steering lock on, and nothing was happening. Luckily, he just made slight contact on the inside of another car, which sort of pushed him half around the corner, and everyone was able to carry on. But it looks like, let's try and get this underway. Second time of asking here for race number 2 of round number 2 of the 2023 British Universities Karting Championship. Can Loughborough B have just as good of a start here? Second time of asking. Looks like they have. Can they cut off the number 14? Round turn number 1, not quite as good as last time, but look to have taken the lead, and they have done. All keeping out of the wall through Henry's Bend there, and not as much loading, but almost a crash. Another huge lock-up once again, but again, assisted round by another driver. So driver's getting very lucky here. More loading going down into hairpin 2. One spinner in the background. We'll try and find out who that was, but only one casualty so far of this opening lap. And all continuing onto the second half of it. Down Symes Sweep, they all go.
Yeah, all jostling for position down through Symes Sweep. We've got a front 2 have already broken away, Loughborough B and Coventry A. So these are 2 Premier class karts. The Premier class being the ones with the black number boards, the Clubman's the ones with the red. The Clubman's still racing as part of this mains championship, but a subclass for midfield teams and up-and-comers at this level. Good start for those 2 drivers at the front, Loughborough B and Coventry A. Crucially, John, they've got a 1.5 second gap to X to B behind. This is proper sprint racing now, where, what's the phrase about my enemy is also my friend? Yeah. But right now, if you're Loughborough B and Coventry A, don't scrap, don't fight. Got a good gap to those behind. Work together and fight later on in the race when you've got 4 or 5 minutes of this one to go.
Exactly, yeah, and that scrap just behind them, seriously kicking up to gear now. X to B, Loughborough C, Cardiff B, Sheffield A, Reading A, all involved in that little scrap. Couple of changes for position there.
I think it's Adam Nather in the number 16 Sheffield A kart. It's apparently causing all these restarts. I don't believe that. He's a good racer, is Adam. He's been putting in a lot of preparation for this BUKC season. Spoke to him back at the end of last season for Club 100 Open Championships here at Buckmore. He's running well at the moment in 4th place. Plenty of support coming in. It's already 5 minutes of this race gone. The front two are working together. Working together very effectively. What is the gap going to be now? It was 2.8 seconds last time around. It's now 3.0. And here come Sheffield on X to B. Reading A looking for a way past Loughborough C there.
Yeah, they grabbed at it a little bit there. I thought Reading A through the first corner, saw that gap and went for it, and it immediately closed, and they ended up losing quite a bit of time through the first couple of corners. But luckily these guys are all fighting. Oh, 51, a bit slow there off of hairpin 2. And Reading able to fly around the outside and gain a position up into 5th place. It looks like the 51 of Loughborough C continuing, so possibly just getting a bad exit there off of hairpin 2, which we missed. So that's a change of position, and Reading continuing to try and push on ahead.
Yeah, really good stuff from all the drivers out there. Who's made good early progress. Good to see Hertfordshire A up in the top 15, currently running around in 12th spot. It really does feel at the moment, John, is very open. You know, we see teams like Loughborough B and Coventry A coming forward, but not consistently being there in all the races.
No, exactly. I feel like last year we would see a lot more, even when the higher teams, the teams that you would expect to be at the front, starting further back down, you would normally see them coming through the pack. And the guys who started near the front, who maybe should be a bit further down, dropping down the order through the race. That doesn't really seem to be happening much today. Drivers who are in teams who maybe wouldn't be up in the top 10 are managing to fight and stay there throughout the 25-minute race, which is very impressive. Reading A continually trying to open the door round the first corner, again trying it down at hairpin 1. They're going to be side by side going through into hairpin 2 unless they can close the door before the apex, and manage to do that. So Reading 8 now up into P4. They've clearly got the pace for it. Took them a little bit longer than maybe they would have liked to get through past 5th and 4th place respectively, but now they're looking forward to Sheffield A to both try and catch Loughborough B and Coventry A, the top 2 still.
I quite like that from Reading A. It would have been very easy there for Reading A's driver to just kind of charge it in there, be a bit clumsy, go, I'm faster, I'm coming through. But they delicately made that opening work, you know, just keeping the X2B driver off the optimum racing line, using again what we've learned about this track here today in these conditions, that you want to be on that racing line for particularly drive off of corners. Definitely thinking that through very well were Reading A in that scenario, and working well at the moment. These two at the front still doing, well, you'll probably see this for the next 12 minutes, I'd say. Loughborough B and Coventry A continuing to work together. It is not in there. And just as I say that, thank you very much, Coventry A, down the inside. Loughborough B didn't fight that too much, though. Maybe this is another phase of the race. Coventry A feeling they're a little bit quicker. Can Loughborough B now stick with them? That's why Charlie Bennett didn't fight that one too hard. That would have been the worst thing he could have done at that point, is start trying to hold on to the line. Let's see if Loughborough B can now push Coventry A along the same that Coventry A did to Loughborough B a few moments ago.
Exactly. We haven't been watching them the full race, but that was the first mistake that we saw from the Loughborough B car. And Coventry A saw that as the initial opportunity to say, right, I followed you for enough time, you now follow me for a bit. But there is the 16. Only a couple of seconds back is that Sheffield A car. All they've got to do is try and keep themselves close enough to when those two do start battling, he can catch up and get involved.
I was going to say, even without that, Sheffield A's Adam Nather is on an absolute charge here. 46.9 last time around, another 46.9. He is closing in now. You see the graphic there, consistently quicker than Loughborough B ahead.
It's only a matter of time then till we'll see the Sheffield A driver involved in this lead battle.
Birmingham A have got a track limit warning, currently in 10th place. It's again a race almost dominated completely in the top 10 by Premier teams. Just Loughborough C breaking that chain there in 6th place. Exeter A making progress as well. This is the race where Exeter A have got to start from the back. They sat out race number 1, which is absolutely fine. Exeter A already up to 14th place. And the fastest kart on circuit. This is very ominous, even at this early stage of the season from Exeter A. If they could get a top 10 in this race, that's setting them up for another good round here this afternoon. There was a whole swarm of carts that buzzed by us. I
pointed out the window. I think they were going 4 wide round Cafe there at one point.
I was going to say 3, but I'll believe
I think it was 4 and one dipped out just before they got to the apex, and they were 3 wide round the whole corner.
So the good news now, this formation of Coventry leading the way for Loughborough has increased the pace. Sheffield A still closing, but Coventry now just starting to bridge a gap ahead of Loughborough B. Half a second is the gap, but Loughborough B now starting to respond themselves. Fastest of anybody through sector number 2. Key stage of the race. So much hard work already done. Here's a mighty battle.
Pack. The pack that we saw.
So this is the 43 of Liverpool there. I think this is all from like 18th downwards.
Yes. It's 18th down to 25th.
Just casually.
Yeah, so we got Liverpool A, Leicester A, Coventry D, Liverpool B, Loughborough A, Brighton B, UCLA. And that kind of rounds off the group. Nope, ignore me. Cambridge A also in there as well.
New fastest lap of the race, Sheffield A, 46.723. That's taken straight back by Exeter A, but Exeter A are a few positions further down the order, so they're not part of the lead battle at the moment. 1.5 seconds. Now the spread covering Coventry A in the lead of this race, down to Sheffield A in 3rd. Once again, having had no close battles for the lead all morning and early afternoon, John, we've got a cracker on here in race 2.
Yep, people have clearly got their mojo back together for this afternoon's racing. And this is what I've come to expect from the BUKC. Big squabbling groups that don't halt for 25 minutes straight. It's fantastic. Well, we did get a mechanical flag earlier on in the race, which I missed, for Oxford Brooks D. Not sure if you caught that one. Just to say, in case we did miss it. Another person to highlight, or another team to highlight, Exeter A, your morning winners. Currently sat in 12th place. Fastest lap of the race went to them last lap, a 46.401 for them, as it's confirmed on your screens at the top of the screen. That fastest lap goes the way of Exeter A, just trying to break their way now into the top 10. I don't think it's going to be too long until they do so.
Yeah, the lead is quite stretched out at the front of the field at the moment. The midfield battle rages on. Keeping an eye, and Sheffield A are right on top of Loughborough B now for second place. You can see out the window, less than 1/10 of a second between them at the last count. They're going to be coming into hairpin number 2 now, halfway through this race. Less than 12.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And is that now the through? I think it is. I think Sheffield A have got through, yes, into second place. Crucial lap now for Sheffield A. They've caught Loughborough B, overtaken Loughborough B. Now the statement of intent from Sheffield A needs to be, come on, follow. Let's now close down Coventry A. Don't try and fight back for my second place, Charlie Bennett. We've got a race to win.
Exactly. You can already see the pace. I think the 19 would have realised that pretty early on, the Loughborough B kart, just how much time the Sheffield A kart has already been able to eke out on themselves. Just stick behind and try and really stay with them, as Exeter A just going faster and faster there, nearly breaking into the top 10. They're in a pack at the moment, led by Birmingham A in 9th.
For Exeter, I'm just looking at the gaps ahead of them. They've got a 10.5 up to UCLan, who've got 3/10 to Birmingham, another second up to Loughborough C. You know, the remaining time on the clock, I think something about 7th or 6th place is doable here for Exeter, which this morning was a counting score as part of their race win. This has been a superb drive from Exeter A in all regards so far today. There's Sheffield A.
They started P34.
And that's the thing, it's going to take the pressure off when they start having those race start positions where you're saying, oh, well, you'd expect Exeter A to now get a counting score from this. If they've already got one on the board that's pretty good, it puts them in a very, very strong position.
And to start off the win with a double victory, round 1 and round 2, would be very impressive and a tough one to deal with through the rest of the season for the other challengers at the top of Prams.
Last time that was done was 2018 when Oxford Brooks did the Buckmore double.
Don't think they'll be doing that today, sadly.
Nope, it's not been Brooks's day so far. Is it going to be Adam Nather's day? Gap last time around was 1.175. Took nearly a 10th of a second out of Coventry A last time around. 10 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed. An interesting one. We've only got one clubman in the top 10 in this race at the moment. It's been a bit sporadic, hasn't it? Sometimes we've seen clubmans battling up for the win, and sometimes none really being able to challenge for the top 10. Loughborough C in there at the moment and having a good race. Loughborough B and Loughborough C both in the top 10, but Loughborough A all the way down in 23rd in this one. But of course Loughborough B being their only Premier team.
Sheffield A less than a second behind now. And we're not talking about DRS and flappy wings and all of that business, but that long run that we were talking about earlier, John, from Garda, sweeping down and then over Cafe towards turn 1. There will be a little bit that Adam Nather can start to feel now, and especially when traffic starts to come into play. The 99 there. I think that's one of the Bath carts. Yes, it is Bath B. This is where the opportunities start to open up now for Adam Nather. I think in this kind of race, Coventry are going to have that leader's curse aspect of they're always the first to approach the back markers. The back markers have no blue flags to warn that the leader's coming. Can sometimes hold the leader up a bit.
Yes, indeed. Some back markers keeping an eye on who's behind them, and others just looking forward and carrying on their driving, which, I mean, you can't say anything against. It's exactly what I'd be doing if I was in their situation, and it's up to the leaders to make it through safely and as quickly as possible. As just looking away from this lead battle, Exeter A continue to push forward up to P8 now challenging the Cardiff A squad over that 7th position. And closing in on their sister team of Exeter B, currently in 5th as well.
Yeah. Imperious drive so far, and I've just had a look out the window. It is who I thought it would be. It's the from the back specialist for Exeter A, Max O'Shaughnessy driving for them. We saw him do this earlier today in round 1, where he grabbed a second place, or was grabbing a second place, and then that turned into a race win with a black flag for their teammates late in the earlier races. Strangely, I've just realised something. Exeter B getting a black flag in that race gave Exeter A the round win.
You're right, it did. You are very right.
B teams.
Teamwork.
Yeah. Teamwork. Alternative teamwork strats. They knew it was going to be a tie break, and they needed 2 race wins to 1. We're all sat here just watching some kart racing, and Exeter out there playing 4D chess. Anyway, 7 minutes to go. Coventry A lead the race, but the gap is closing. 0.6 of a second. Here's the scrap for 7th. Cardiff A and Exeter A, and whoosh, like that, Exeter A are through. Max O'Shaughnessy is on a charge.
Indeed, and Harvey McBreen, who's behind the wheel of that Cardiff car at the moment, knows Max very well and will know to just sit behind him and follow and know just how quick he is. So definitely one to give up the position there. That could be quite a good thing when you're known to be fast. Is often people are, okay, I just won't fight you then. I'll let you go and stick behind, which is quite a nice position to be in, isn't it?
Well, it's that slipstream thing and that momentum thing that we've been talking about. You can already see, I'm looking at that gap between Swansea and Cardiff now. That is going to start closing, and the Exeter driver hasn't even caught up to Swansea yet to disrupt their race. Cardiff could end up having a no net loss or gain here, but they've got ahead of a cart that they would be expecting to beat and be competitive within the championship.
Indeed, and the Exeter cart had a much better run through those couple of corners, and now down Simon Sweet on the back marker there, the 99. And has already caught now the back of the 36 of Swansea A, who were also right behind the sister team, Exeter B. So Swansea in a bit of an Exeter sandwich at the moment.
They are indeed. Just keeping an eye on the leaders. Adam Mather continues to chip away at that lead for Coventry. It's down to 0.3 of a second. They come over the line through sector number 1. It's taken another 10th out of the lead gap, and they've got traffic as well down through Garda. Here are the leaders. There's the number 24. There's the 16. First and second on the road. This is real pressure now for Coventry A. 1, 2, 3 carts ahead of them in terms of traffic. Got to negotiate a way by. Not able to do so into Conway's. Will have a chance here into hairpin 1. One of the back markers has run wide. Needs to be careful that there's no contact involved there. Adam Mather's now got to get it right on the edge. Trying to find a way. We might have a run around the outside. That's beautifully done. That is beautifully done by Adam Mather. There was a chance there, John, that he was going to get separated from as the 59 spins, goes off circuit behind. That's okay, out of our vision. But there's a chance there that Mather was going to get separated from Coventry A. Instead, he's right on the Coventry A driver now. They're going to be side by side. Contact on the run up to Cafe Corner.
Still as they were, though, heading down to the first corner. Yeah, like you were saying, I thought they were going to get separated down there. You could see the Exeter B get a penalty.
Spinner! And that's it! That's the change! Spinner ahead of the two leaders. Coventry A could not have done anything different about that. Had to bail out. They were going to hit the back marker that span. Oh, you're going to be gutted if you're Moreno for Coventry. Let's have a look at that again. The driver in front just gets too deep on the brakes, and that split second more that Adam Mather had in reviewing that situation, he was able to get down, lock it onto the apex of hairpin 1. Coventry and Moreno weren't able to do so, and that's the lead to Sheffield.
Yep, that was very impressive, very well read by the Sheffield driver, and through they go. And I think we can probably count on it being a Sheffield win now, as over a course of a lap, I think that Sheffield car is just a little bit faster.
Yep.
And will be able to now draw out that lead. But a stroke of luck for the Sheffield driver, but anything can happen in motorsport, and you definitely take those. Here's a battle slightly further down the order. 32, I think it was, leading this one, if I'm not mistaken.
The guys from the southwest playing 4D chess have switched positions, so the A kart now ahead of the B.
Yes, and just as that incident was all happening, Exeter B got a penalty as well.
That's probably about as high as Max O'Shaughnessy will get here. Max O'Shaughnessy is one of, if not the one of, well, definitely in that top division of quick drivers in this this series, but I think a 6.5 second gap in the space of 2 minutes and 15 seconds, maybe a little bit too much this time for Max O'Shaughnessy.
Another team to highlight, Swansea dropped down to P13 and all that. They dropped back up to P11 now, but not sure what happened to them while we were focused on that change with the lead, dropping from I think it was P7, wasn't it, at the time, down to P13. As this battle rages on, I think still being led by Nottingham Trent B. Definitely have seen them get a penalty though, being followed by the 120 of Cambridge A here. That was a late move down to the inside there at hairpin 2. Can't quite see who the driver was, but it's not going to work out for the number 22. It was Oxford Brookes E trying to make their way through into the top 20 and get past Cambridge A. That's wide for the 30, manages to just about get back on the circuit. That's Cardiff B managing to keep out of the cone penalties.
Do you think possibly, John, we're now getting into a different phase of the day regards track conditions? It's 3 p.m, or it's gone 3 p.m. now. The shadows are lengthening. The temperatures already cold are going to be dropping further. How do you think drivers are going to need to deal with that over the next few hours?
I think it's all just about dealing with it as it comes, isn't it? I think you can expect certain conditions to change in a certain way, especially as we've been speaking about throughout the day. Being more experienced both in these karts and these karts at these circuits will give you the upper hand in that, but also we're at Butmore Park and really the weather just makes its own mind up here, doesn't it? So I think you can't really try and guess what the conditions are going to be. Just get out there and try and find the grip as best as you can, and that's exactly what Sheffield have been able to do. Yeah,
Sheffield A now half a second in the lead, looking composed with 20 seconds on the clock. Adam Nather will see the last lap board in a few moments' time to take what potentially could be a last lap to a new Sheffield winner, if I'm not mistaken. Apologies if I am. A squad that have had some very, very good drivers over the years. Amy Jurger, Alan Barnett, Rob Newman have all raced for the University of Sheffield before, taken race wins and more. Is this the latest in a long train of drivers from the Steel City to do great things in the BUKC? Adam Nather into Garda, through Garda. He's just got to pump the gas pedal over the top of the hill. There are a couple of back markers in the way, but I don't think they'll come into play. Sheffield A take their first win of the season, and Adam Nather scores 60 points for their campaign here in round 2. Coventry A ran them very close, very hard, finishing second place, take 59 points. Reading A strong again. What a day they're having. Third place for them. Loughborough B fourth. But how about that drive, John, for Max O'Shaughnessy again? He always seems to deliver for Exeter A. The fastest lap and 5th place from the back of the grid.
What a fantastic drive. The team literally couldn't have asked for any more than that, really, could they? Battling up from the back of the grid and getting, as you say, a worthy position for the afternoon for the team, even from one of their lowest starts. So a very impressive showing from Max O'Shaughnessy, but to be fair, every time I see him out on track, he's impressive. So, yeah, another one of his fantastic results there for Max.
Exeter B finishing 6th, but do have penalties to be applied. Cardiff A 7th, Birmingham A 8th. That follows up their victory in race 1. Good score for Birmingham. Loughborough C were the only non-Prem team in the top 10 that was completed by Oxford Brookes C. And there is your provisional result. Continues Swansea A in 11th, UCLan A, good score for them in 12th, Edinburgh A 13th. Brunel A with a second clubman team home in 14th. Manchester A 15th, who've had a bit of a quiet day here in the southeast. 16th for Loughborough A, 17th for Liverpool B. Nottingham Trent B finish 18th. Cambridge A and Cardiff B complete the top 20, and then a plethora of clubman teams takes us to the bottom of page 2. Liverpool A, Brookes E, UCL A and others. Coventry C, Brighton A and Nottingham A completed the top 30. Brighton B, De Montfort A, Derby A, York A, Bath B complete the top 35, and Oxford Brookes D come home in 36th. Right, another fantastic race, more to come. In the meantime, though, let's head down to Piers Prior on the grid.
Well, an excellent second race of the afternoon, and in a late turn of events we saw on circuit, you snuck the lead at hairpin 1.
I got so lucky. There was a back marker that spun. I was going to catch him and I thought we'd have a decent race, but as soon as that back marker spun, I took the lead and I thought, that's quite nice of him. But yeah.
Must have been a good race for you to, you know, chase down the leaders. I saw you getting place after place, chasing the leader of Coventry, and then...
It was really quick. Literally, it was just bit by bit per lap. After I got P2, and I don't know if he had a mechanical, to be fair, because he was going slow on the straight P2. Then once I got that, it was literally just every single lap, look at the gap, am I catching or not? But it was pretty good.
Excellent, and our very own cameraman who is behind the camera is very happy with that. There's another
Sheffield as well. He didn't tell us he was coming. We went to the hotel this morning and we just saw him and we were like, what are you doing here? I didn't even know he was here.
There you go. Well, Sheffield happy all round. Well, congratulations, well done. It's going to be a strong afternoon for Sheffield, do you reckon?
I hope so. We've still got Callum and Ami to go and they are rapid. Callum's coming from P20, but last time he started last and finished P2, so we'll see. Hope so.
Brilliant. In which case, why don't we catch a word with Ami? Ami, a Sheffield win just then. You're going off pole in this one.
Was it a win?
I think, yeah, I think so, as far as I'm aware. Win on the road, anyway. It would be a good result regardless, but you're going off pole, hoping for a good result this afternoon.
I'm not going off pole.
You're not?
No, I just took this off his car. I'm starting last.
Why are you taking this car?
Because it's his plate. He left it on to talk to you guys because you're that special.
Thank you. I know we are very, very special here at Alpha Live. Anyway, you're going from dead last.
Actually 35th, so not dead last.
Plan for the race. Surely it's got to be forwards.
Well, I've only got one opportunity to go back, so yeah, that won't be happening.
How are you going to do that around here? How did you find the race went this morning and what are you going to take into the race this afternoon?
I was in race 1, so the ice rink race, which, to be honest, I think it was luck of the draw if you made it around that first, well, hairpin 2 on the first lap. And I didn't really. I lost a few on the first lap and then I was just a bit on the back foot. Still did all right. I think it was 16th, which,
Anyway, strong showing for Sheffield. Good luck. We're going to catch a word with some other drivers down the grid. Let's grab a word. Ocean.
Hello.
Terrible race this morning, mate.
Yeah, through the chain and the transponder came off, but we move.
We do move, and we're moving. Are we going to move forward from P4 on the grid?
Hopefully, yeah. That's the plan.
Manchester A were looking very strong last year, of course, in the top 3 in the championship, and going to do the same again this year, are we?
I mean, if we have like 3 drop rounds, hopefully.
We'll see. Anyway, good luck. We'll see how you get on in that one. Of course, the very distinctive shark bite or teeth helmet there. Let's wander on down. There's a very, very shiny helmet we've got going on here. What's your name and who are you racing for?
Joshua Taylor for Team Derby.
Team Derby, wow. Okay, so how's Derby's day going so far?
Much better than in previous years, massively. We've finally got into the mains and we got to 7th last time.
Hey, 7th is not bad. You're starting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10th this time. Only 4 places to go, 1 better.
Exactly, just trying our best.
Absolutely. What did you learn in the first race that you're going to use in this this second one to go forward?
The track. I have never raced this track in my life, and yeah.
Big fan, or you hate it?
Much better than I thought.
Better than you thought, and hopefully it'll be a bit better now that there's some grip up at the top end of the circuit.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I can guarantee that it's getting colder here. I am absolutely freezing, but the racing still goes on, and of course the karts and the drivers will be plenty warm enough. Let's grab a word with someone else. Oh, we've got some hand gesticulation going on here. Has there been an altercation on circuit?
I think he got a penalty.
And we're teammates,
for hitting each other?
No, he didn't hit me. He did try and block me, then he realised it was me.
Okay, anyway, good race, Max, for Exeter again. Oh, watch out. Where did you get into at the end of it,
I think P5. Someone said P4 on penalties, but I don't know.
That's not bad from the back again. Back of the grid specialist.
Not too bad. I'm having a fun time today.
It's good. It's good. It's good fun. It's good watching. How are the rest of your team going to fare this afternoon, do you reckon?
Hopefully pretty well. If we can turn it into a double win, that'd be great. I think we've got some favourable grid slots coming up, so got a good chance.
Well, sounds good to me. Congratulations on your couple of good races this morning, and we'll see how Exeter get on the rest of the afternoon. Let's go and introduce ourselves to someone we haven't spoken to before. What is your name and who are you racing for?
I'm Finley, I'm racing for Coventry B.
Nice, and how has the day been going so far?
Good, I went from last to 22nd this morning, so see if I can gain that many places this time.
And you're starting where in this race? It must be about what, 20th?
21st.
21st, so getting that many places should be see inside the top 10. Is that doable?
We'll see.
We'll see. Did you also know that the smallest mammal in the world is is a shrew, and only 3.5 centimetres and weighing up to like 5 grams?
No, I did not know that.
There you go, fun fact. Anyway, let's carry on. Okay, we're getting quite a long way down the grid. I'm quite enjoying this at the moment. Oh, look at this. Let's just get a shot of the back of this helmet here. Excellent. So we were just admiring the back of your lid.
Yeah, cheers. In it to bin it.
Did you bin it in the first one? We spoke to you earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, I did. I put a wheel on the ice and backed into the tyre wall over there.
Less ice this time. Is it going to go better?
I think so. We'll see.
Right, good luck. Right, let's go back. Let's go further back. Let's see how far we can get back before we get kicked off the grid, shall we? I'm really enjoying the hearing from all the drivers today. It's been good to see all the new faces, of course, the constant turnover of drivers in the BUKC. Oh, Lewis Hamilton! Lewis! Shouldn't you be training?
I should. I've taken a day's leave. They're not too happy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure Mercedes will let you off. Of course, they know that they play second fiddle to the BUKC.
Of course, yeah. Priorities.
So, in all seriousness, what do you reckon the W14 is going to be like this year?
Hopefully a bit better, a bit more competitive.
Brilliant. Excellent. Right, where are we going now? Let's move to the... Let's go absolutely last on the grid. Where did you start this morning, and who are you and who do you drive for?
Thomas Dixon, racing for Loughborough A. Started 33rd this morning, so been a back row experience, but yeah, just here to send it, have fun. Hopefully the results won't count from the back here, but yeah, see how it goes.
Hopefully the results won't count. Okay, that sounds optimistic. I think we're getting ready to go. So if you could sum up your outlook for the race ahead in one word, what's it going to be?
Hopefully send around the outside and make 20 positions into hairpin one, but yeah.
That's more than one word. Let's try one word. One word for the race ahead.
Good, hopefully.
That's still two words. Give me one.
Good.
Good. Love a good adjective. Right, we've heard from the drivers. Now let's hear from our wonderful commentators, John and Andrew, back in the box.
Here we are then, racing continues this afternoon and we go back to the lightweights. Let's see what your grid's looking like. For race number 3, it's Coventry C who line up on pole position. Alongside them on the front row and Nottingham Trent A. Then it's Oxford Brookes B and Manchester A. Following them, Hertfordshire A and Southampton B. And behind them, Southampton A. Then it's Birmingham B and Leicester A. Then Derby A rounding out the top 10. Following them, Manchester B and Warwick B on row number 6. And row 7, it's Exeter A. Watch out for them from the unlucky number 13. Will it be unlucky though? Let's wait and see. Oxford A on 14th. Then it's Surrey A and Bath A. Then Edinburgh A and Oxford Brookes D. And rounding out the top 20. And Nottingham A and Oxford Brookes A. Then it's Coventry B and Bristol A. Then UEA A and Cardiff B. And then rounding out the top 30, UClan B, Coventry A, Exeter B, Warwick A, Brighton A, and Leeds A. And then 36 carts on the grid. As always, it's Lancaster A, Bath A, Loughborough C, UClan A, Sheffield A, and Loughborough A. Rounding out those 36 carts. Now, there's an interesting one. Sheffield A, race winners, or no, they got a penalty, of course, didn't they? Dropped them down a few positions.
Yeah, apologies. Sometimes the penalties come through so quick that we don't quite spot them and we haven't got a scroll back function. But yes, must have been early in the race that Adam Rather got a +4, which relegates him to 5th.
Frustrating. They've got another chance to get a good result in this one, but starting in P35 for this one, so really are going to have to be going for it. Whoever's behind the wheel of that Sheffield A kart in this one. Now let's see, are we ready to roll up? I'm not so sure for this race start. I think we might be going around again. And yes, we are. You see the number 3 plated kart there on 4th place. I won't get your name wrong this time, mate. Ocean Beach is on P4. I'm not transferring unis, don't worry. I'm sorry, mate. Apologies on getting your name wrong earlier. He lines up on P4. Obviously someone we've seen in the BUKC for quite some time now is Ocean. And we know that he's very, very quick, has the experience. And from that P4, definitely one to watch. However, there are a few around him who could challenge. Southampton A, Hertfordshire A, Oxford Brookes B, and of course, that Nottingham Trent A on the front row.
All to play for. Thumb in the air from the pace kart driver. Ball bouncing off the basketball. Go round Cafe Corner. This is race number 3 for round 2. After this one, we'll be halfway through the afternoon round. Another 60 points up for grabs. Watching for those lights. Away we go. The number 7 and 50 from the front. Bit of a switchback being attempted early on there by Trent A to take the lead. And another, how many times have we seen drivers skirt against that wall on the left-hand side into hairpin 1? All looking relatively clean through there. Into the bottleneck of hairpin number 2. Ocean Beach has had a good start for Manchester. I can see through there he did not have a good run this morning, of course.
No, had kart issues, didn't he? I think earlier was the problem. And I do think it is still Coventry C in the lead. I think they were the ones who were able to chop across at the start and take the lead. And it is indeed the number 50. of Coventry C. That's Ocean Beach going down the inside for third place. I think on Nottingham Trent A, they've now got the 23, I think it is, of Southampton A for company. So it is the number 8 of Oxford Brookes B who are in second. So Coventry C lead Oxford Brookes B, your top two, as we head down into hairpin number 1. Gap's already starting to form. He's got a spinner in the mid-pack. That was from about P7, P8, I want to say there. We'll try and pick out which kart it was as they come through our camera shot, but definitely going to lose a few positions there, especially when you have a spin this early on in the race. Everyone just sides their way through, and talking about siding your way through, there goes Ocean Beach up to second place.
Yeah, this is what we've seen him do over so many years in the BUKC. Really is almost like the catalyst, I feel, of the Manchester team and the process and the progress they've made over the last 5 years or so. The Manchester story is one, if you're a team perhaps racing tomorrow in the Inters, this is the model for me of how you raise your game as a team, pull up into mains, start doing some good results as a club and team, all the way to being round competitors, taking race wins. Just have a look at what Manchester A have done as a club over the last few years. It's not quite gone their way so far today, but they're just one of those teams you never know. The conditions are right, they'll be there fighting for the win, and I think this is going to be one of those, because it's going to be a switchback here from Ocean Beach. He's going to have a run up through Cafe Corner. I think he's got the move done. Yes, he has. So Ocean Beach to the front of the order then. The number 3 seeds from last year, Manchester A, hit the front.
I think that was an inevitability, wasn't it? He was reeling him in very quickly, was Ocean Beach on the number 50 Coventry C driver, but fair play to that Coventry C driver. Had a brilliant start and already eked out a big lead over the rest of the field. Okay, has now been overtaken by Ocean Beach in the Manchester A car, but has a fantastic person to be in front of him to latch onto and just hopefully get pulled forward away from the rest of the field.
It's a big opportunity. It's this kind of race that can completely change the complexion of a clubman team's round. If you can get a big score like this in that converts to championship points. Coventry C at the moment, they're doing okay. The 39th in the championship by my calculations. So here comes the number 62 of Oxford A down the inside of Nottingham Trent A, and Exeter A are going to take advantage of that as well. Brilliantly done by Exeter A once again. I think they gained 2 positions in everything that went on there. But yeah, this is the kind of run for Coventry C. If you can get this to the end, it could be 4 or 5 championship points in effect, and who knows what that could give you at the end of the season.
Yeah, that could be absolutely massive when it comes to the championship fight. The fight happening on track at the moment. Still heating up. Exeter A trying to hold on to this position. Who they got for company? It's the number 48 of Leicester A, who are attacking. Currently in P6. Haven't seen them too much today. Leicester, another one who we're glad to see back up from the Intermediate Championship last year, or was sort of in and out, depending on the round, it seemed. But a lot of drivers getting involved with some other teams last year to get those mains drives. But good to see the full Leicester A team back up near the sharp end, and they truly are 6th place on the road at the moment, 2nd in the clubman class. Putting in some good points. Some other people to highlight. Nottingham Trent A are into P9. Oxford Brookes A into the top 10 as well. So some people that you expect to be challenging for the round win. Getting some good points in this one. So although Manchester A looking good to take the race win, Exeter A also on for a decent result here. Same with Trent A and Brookes A. Possibly some other challengers as well. Southampton A, Brookes B, Hertfordshire A, all very much within it in this one to take some good points. Exeter A still holding on to 5th place here, but the Leicester A car all over their chuff. I'm not looking like they're going to give up on that position anytime soon. They want to get up here into the top 5, and the driver of that Exeter A car knows it. Having to check over the shoulder there through Garden. There's a good battle going on behind as well. Led by the number 1 car now, that's Oxford Brooks A. I think they might have cleared Trent A in all of that. I think they have, so Oxford Brooks A up into 9th place. Trent now down into P10. And there goes to the inside Leicester A, a late dive bomb down the inside, but made it work. And they've taken the position up into P5, the 62 of Oxford A, trying to follow them through. Going to get hung out to dry on the outside, though, there, and have to stick in 7th for now. But it was a very late move from Leicester A, but they made that stick, and a really, really nice overtake.
Yeah, really good racing, what we come to expect here at Buckmore Park. It is a great circuit for having a dogfight. 18.5 minutes or thereabouts to go. Ocean Beach growing that lead now. This is more like the kind of race that we saw this morning. 2.9 seconds is Ocean Beach's lead over Coventry C, still up there in 2nd place. Southampton A out there, we've not talked about them too much. They're there in 3rd. This great battle. Brooks B, Leicester A, Exeter A, Oxford A all in there. Hertfordshire A having a stronger run in this race as well. They have just had a track limit warning. Sam Sanders in there for 12th place at the moment for UEAA. The 90s Formula 1 fans amongst you will instantly recognise his helmet design. That's the number 33 looking down the inside of Oxford Brooks there. That's Surrey A. Going for a move on the reigning champions, and Sam Sanders is going to try and go round the outside through Cafe Corner. Did he get that one to stick? Not quite. Ooh, Surrey A really on the march here. Another position going past Trent A this time.
They're flying, aren't they? All the way to the front of this pack. Missed the apex there at hairpin 1, but clearly got a good car under them. All just feeling themselves. Got decent pace there as we see another move. The number 1, Oxford Brooks A, goes back through as they head down Symes sweep. So that was back through on the Nottingham Trent A, putting themselves up into P11 for Brooks A. I'm impressed, to be honest, that Exeter A have held on to 6th place further up the road. As here we look back to them, they're just looking a little bit underpowered. I'm not sure if the driver doesn't have the car underneath him, but was overtaken by Leicester, and Leicester immediately pulled away as there's a good move from Hertfordshire A down the inside on Oxford A. So a change for 7th place there, and that gives Exeter A at least a few corners of breathing room, as we still have 16.5 minutes to go in this race. Battle for the sort of mid-section of the top 10 continues, and then battle for the bottom end of the top 10 continues as well. Only split by a few seconds, so if any drivers continue to come together here or continue to battle, this pack of 2 could become a massive pack of 1, which would involve probably 10 to 15 karts if they all ended up getting together. To be fair to Exeter, though, have been able to pull away to the front of this one. Of these 4 drivers have started battling even heavier.
Yeah, they have indeed. Hello to Cam Biggs over on the DDMM data centre. It says, afternoon, has the ice gone yet? I think it has. I think it has. It's the number 19 finding a way through there. Hertfordshire A on the move. Yellow flag down the hill. There's a driver off to driver's right. We're coming back into circuit now. It's probably clear. It was the number 39 in trouble there. Oh, down the inside, having a look. The number 25 of Bath A. And are Oxford going to take advantage of that as well? This was all as the number 39 came back on circuit. I don't think there was that much wrong that the 39 did. It's just one of those unfortunate meetings in the middle of faster karts and not so fast karts. Well read and dealt with by both Bath A and Oxford A, 7th and 8th places respectively.
Yep, and as this battling has continued, next A kart has now finally been able to make a decent gap back to these karts. And sort of in no man's land now, a couple of seconds ahead of them to Leicester, and now a couple of seconds back to this leading Bath kart. But as I predicted, I'm going to say a couple of laps ago, what was 2 battles now becoming 1, as the battle behind closes in as well.
Sam Sanders making another move there, heading this time by the number 61. Actually, I don't think that was a back mark. It's not actually for position. How about Ocean Beach, though? this will do its general feeling as a driver a lot of good. Surrey A now going past Oxford A. That'll have been so disappointing for him this morning, the way his round 1 race went. Here in round 2, 5.5 seconds in the lead. Fastest driver on circuit by quite a margin as well.
And he just set that fastest lap as well. So he's not taking his foot off the gas pedal, is he? He's absolutely going for it. And as you say, what a contrast to this morning. Honestly, quite nice to see him at least having half the day be a positive one.
Yeah, and it's what we come to expect of Ocean throughout his entire BUKC career. This is how he's driven, full out attack. That's why he's one of the most entertaining drivers to watch in this series. Also very entertaining to watch is this ongoing exchange in the top 10. Quarter there for Oxford Brookes A, being attacked now by Coventry A. These two universities have known each other very well in previous years, and Coventry A have got the better of Brookes A in that scenario. Warwick B just behind. All of Coventry's 4 title-winning years, it was Brookes A who were the big rivals, Oxford, and Brookes A now under attack from Warwick B there. Supreme pace from Manchester A, the number 63 of Derby A. They've had a good day, I feel, John. You do have to temper expectation to an extent when you make that step from Inters to Mains, but I think Derby have applied themselves really well here today.
Definitely, I've been very, very impressed by Derby's performance. Honestly, between Inters and Mains, it's almost like a different sport.
Yeah.
It's so different. The way you race, the way you have to conduct yourself out on circuit, and you get dogfights in both, but the dogfights are very, very different.
Yeah.
How everyone conducts themselves, and you make one small mistake, and you've got 4 or 5 people overtaking you here in the Mains. In the Inters, it's a little bit more forgiving. You can make those mistakes and still battle up near the front, but you've really got to be on it and continuously on it throughout the 25 minutes in Mains, and it really puts a stress on the drivers and the teams. But as you say, Derby really proving themselves today.
When Cardiff made that breakthrough, I think it was maybe about 4 years ago, back into Mains, what as a team do you think was the hardest lesson learnt across that path when returning back into Mains?
I think it was the driving style, like I was saying, of just how you race.
Yeah.
I think that was the main thing of getting used to that, especially for me, I would say. I've been used to sort of racing at team sport where everything's quite the dogfight, and then moving on to Inters. I think it's a good stepping stone for that, but you really gain your nous as a racing driver in the Mains and working out when to send a move, rather than just noticing, oh, there's a gap here, I'm going to go for it, thinking about how that's going to then affect the next few corners, who you're then coming up on, the back markers that are around. It's taking everything in. So being able to drive at 100% pace without really thinking about it, and thus focusing on all the extra bits that then come with that. So it is quite the step up, but as we say, Derby and lots of other teams as well who have made that step up for 2023, doing a great job so far.
Just been enjoying a really good scrap on your screens between Brookes B and Leicester A. Brookes B had a chance this morning to win round 1. The last race of round 1 did not go well for them. Leicester A, another team looking to move up through the order. Seat number 48 last year, towards the bottom end of the Mains. They've had some good results so far today. A little bit wide there, number 5. That's Leeds A. A bit of a difficult race in 23rd spots at the moment. If you want more coverage like this, make sure that you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We'll be back in just over a week's time with Paul Fletcher International in Lincolnshire for rounds 3 and 4 of this year's BUKC Mains Championship. And it will be for all rounds of the Mains Championship this year. And plenty of it as well to have coverage on the final day of the Inters Championship and the Drivers' Championship as well. It's the full finals weekend broadcast for you. You can join the commentary as well at Ratters Media on, let me get this right, Instagram, YouTube and TikTok.
Yes, indeed.
This is where I'll be old now. I'm like, what is a TikTok? And as well at _MM, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube as well. Do give us a like and a follow and all of that business. It really does help us out. Sam Sanders down the inside there for 9th place. Textbook move through Garda there. Gets past Oxford A for that position.
He's just been slowly eking his way towards that top 10. The UEAA driver now firmly into it. Earlier on, a couple laps ago, we had seen Surrey A just get broken away from Bath A due to them not quite getting back past the back marker as quickly as the Bath A car in front did so. And that dropped them into the clutches of Oxford A initially, and now UEAA as well. And they are looking very fast.
They are indeed. Contact warning for Brighton A. Where are Brighton A at the moment? Can't see him exactly on my screen.
29.
29, thank you very much. Still the raging battle for 8th place. Surrey A maybe just faded a little bit. This could be another one of those experience things and pacing yourself through these 25-minute races, especially now that the temperatures on track have raised. Sanders down the inside is going to take that 8th place through hairpin number 2. This morning it was cold, it was slippery, not as physical. When you're up to these kind of speeds, if you're not race fit, if you've not got that strength in the muscles, I know that when I came back myself last summer and I hadn't raced for 4 or 5 months, this place hurts, really hurts.
This is a tough one to get chucked back into for the new season for sure, but it's really it's a good one. A test of the car, it's a test of the drivers, particularly, as you say, yeah, it took 25 minutes, decently long for a sprint race, but still not a crazy amount of time to be out on circuit. But my goodness, are you feeling it by the end of that 25 minutes?
Absolutely. 13 seconds now the lead for Ocean Beach. So Southampton A, I was about to say, are closing in on Coventry C and have just had a penalty. So 3 pieces of contact mean that Southampton are going to be deducted positions at the end of this race.
We welcome back the commentator's curse for the afternoon period of racing.
It wouldn't be a DDMM commentary without it.
Of course, of course, of course. Ridiculous lead though now for Ocean Beach. 13.5 seconds in the lead as the number 3 car. But again, at least not that I've noticed, no track limit warnings, no contact warnings, nothing like that. Ocean putting in incredible pace, still the fastest lap of the race goes his way. Still eking out that lead, but just doing it methodically, carefully, calmly, and looking to take this win home. He's only got just over 6 more minutes to keep it on the black stuff and bring it home for Manchester A.
Hello to Steve Hicks, one of the hard-working gents who's a big part of the Club 100 of BUKC Racing Championship. He's just messaged on the DDM data centre. Sam Sanders about to bottle it. Hopefully has enough fuel to finish the race. That is in reference to one of our events last year. I have full confidence Sam has enough fuel because these carts are all serviced brilliantly by the Club 100 team. No need for Sam to do any maths in this one and get it wrong. It's all taken care of.
He'll probably be counted as lucky stars, will he, for that?
Thanks once again to JB and all of his staff. Here's a battle going on involving the number 50 through Garda corner. Work out where is this battle? What positions are we looking at here? It's got some back markers involved there as well.
This is battle for second.
Okay, of course. Sorry, I was looking too far down the order. So this is the second place battle. Coventry C, Southampton A and Leicester A have come into this as well. 5 minutes to go. Overtake under yellow penalty for Exeter B.
I think that's at least their second, if not their third penalty of the race for Exeter B. But yeah, Leicester A have been really, really impressive in this race. Very impressive on the 48 car. Let's see if they're able to jump up into a podium spot here. Just less than 4.5 minutes to go. And they are all over the back of that Southampton car.
Smithy B asks as well, Swansea fan here, how much do I owe you to comment about Cardiff?
You have to get through me first, mate.
Cardiff even in this race?
Cardiff aren't even in this race.
Good.
You got Cardiff in the comments box. Can't ask more than that.
4 minutes to go. Keep the comments coming in, guys, on both Alpha Live and DDMM. I must apologise as well. I can see there's a lot of comments in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. It's not in my repertoire.
Okay.
Cool. Apparently they're big fans of Coventry.
Big Coventry fans. Bonjour.
And moving swiftly on, 3.5 minutes to go. Code penalty for Edinburgh A. Is Ocean Beach on for the biggest win of the day? 17.6 seconds now. Oh, still getting physical here for second place. Hands in the air. Southampton A have taken the position. Coventry C are going to fight back here. Leicester A have got the best seat in the house in all of this. Down through Symes, sweep they go. Still plenty of time for all of this to sort itself out. Southampton A having wrestled that second place off of Coventry C now. Oh, I thought Coventry C. I've got to say, this is how you take advantage of the random grid. When you get a pole, you get a front row, you keep it calm, get through the early stages, survive those first 5 laps is what I tend to think with this kind of situation, and then see what you can pick up later in the race. It's been a sterling effort from Coventry C here. And Leicester A down the inside now. I would give that back. Yep. I would give that back, and they do. To avoid any kind of penalties.
Coventry C have got a contact warning, but I think that was for slightly earlier on. I think there was a few corners before. I think we'll probably see another one come up there for Leicester A, but that slight bit of contact is just allowed for Southampton A to grow, what's that, about half a second, 6/10 of a second gap, as indeed Leicester A do get that contact warning. Just gives a bit of breathing space to the number 23. I'm sure he's very happy about that, but also Leicester A does need to be looking behind as well. You've got the 25 of Bath A and the 8 of Oxford Brookes B behind. However, I think they've just swapped positions, so they might actually be fighting themselves.
2 minutes remaining. 19.4 seconds now the lead for Ocean Beach and Manchester A. Southampton A are being pulled back in though. At half a lap ago it looked like they were going to break away, but Coventry C and Leicester A have got themselves organised again. Back on pace. The pace is good. Southampton A are going to have to fight for it here. Had some good results so far this season. Have a round win. They won the first of the 2 qualifier events, of course, and beat out the likes of Birmingham A and Warwick A on that day. Bodes well for the rest of the season. They could really do with some big points here, John, with this second place here in race 3.
Indeed, yep. They need this one. Not too long to hold on to it, but a couple of good overtaking opportunities coming up like this one. 50 of Coventry C thought about it. But definitely no pushover in this one of the Coventry C team. And still leading in the clubman class for this one. Of course, not scored any differently in the races. Will still be 60, 59, 58, 57 respectively. That's all wide. 50 goes wide. Nothing down to themselves there. I think just, not down to anyone else making any contact, just down to themselves. Going wide there was the 50. I think the track limit warning will be coming up then for Coventry C. There's still 25 seconds on the clock. We're at least going to get 2 more laps of the Butmore Park circuit. Manchester A, 20 seconds in the lead. Not really had to think about Ocean, have we, since the first sort of 5 minutes of this one? As there he is. 5 seconds. This is going to be close.
Last lap board is not out yet. Now it is declared, pretty much as it goes over the line. So last lap board out for everyone out there. Here's quite a sizable gap that Ocean Beach has over the rest of the field. Good support coming in from Hankey for Bristol A. Bristol A currently in 22nd place in this race. Had some decent results so far this afternoon. There's Ami Jurga, number 16, Sheffield A. Having a bit of fun. That's not for position, of course. But for Manchester A, back on form, disappointed this morning. Ocean Beach takes another victory in the BUKC. And we have to wait quite a while. I think this is the longest wait. John of the day for second place.
Yep. It's rather long wait for the number 23. Will they be the ones to see the checkered flag before the 50 and the 48?
No.
No.
Oh, so no, they did. Sorry.
They did.
Mistake. They did get over the line.
Yeah, they did. No, they were just a little bit ahead, weren't they?
Yep.
A few tenths of a second. And Coventry C holding on to that podium spot in that one. A very impressive drive from Coventry C there to come across in third place. Leicester A again, another impressive drive from themselves in fourth place. And it was Bath A in fifth, UEA A in sixth, and Oxford Brookes B in seventh. Surrey A and Exeter A and Oxford A rounded out the top 10. Not a bad finish for Exeter A as well, a P9 to add to their tally so far this afternoon. And it was Warwick B in 11th, they're followed by Coventry A, Hertfordshire A, Derby A, Oxford Brookes A in 15th, not their best one there. And Nottingham A, UClan A, Coventry B, Cardiff B and Loughborough A rounded out the top 20. And it was Sheffield A, Bristol A, Nottingham Trent A, Exeter B, Loughborough C, Lancaster A and Warwick A, Brighton A, Southampton B, Edinburgh A, Bath B, Birmingham B, UClan B, Oxford Brookes D, Manchester B and Leeds A rounding out the 36 carts in that one. And I do believe we are about ready to go back down to Mr. Piers Pryor.
Another amazing BUKC race there with textbook driving overtakes. That was a successful one for you, wasn't that? Tell us your name and your team.
My name's Oliver Duffo and I'm racing for University of Leicester. Yeah, it was a good race. Thought we got pegged down a bit at the start, got caught on the inside and quite a few went past, but it seemed to make up quite a lot of positions after. It was quite good, yeah.
Great, well done. It looks pretty good out there. Some drivers carrying a lot of ballast. Did you manage to avoid the wall this time?
Yes, I did, fortunately.
Good, much better race then.
Yeah, for sure. It was pretty tough, to be honest, like not driving for a while. Even though it's BUKC down, I'm pretty tired, to be honest.
You'll sleep well tonight then?
Yeah, for sure.
Brilliant, well done. Anyway, let's move on down the grid. Let's see if we can grab someone we haven't spoken to. We spoke to Sam earlier, so we'll grab someone else. How did we go in that one? Go well?
Well, it was all right. It was unfortunate the penalties because I was getting bumped from behind and stuff. I got some unfortunate penalties, but well, the race itself was great pace, great battling over there, and congrats to everyone because it was a quite clean racing here. I liked it.
Great clean racing. Well done. Thank you very much for that. I'm glad to hear it. Of course, we have a lot of drivers here at the BUKC, all racing hammer and nail right together. Sometimes we end up with drivers making an unfortunate contact. Sometimes it is fortunate, but that's why we have penalties, unfortunately. You can see we've got another driver over here. How was that for you? Looks like you got a lot of lead on there.
That was really exhausting.
You can see you're. Oh, the transponder's just gone. Oh, everyone's going. Anyway, so how was that for you? Where did you start and where did you end up?
I started 5th. I've got no idea where I ended up, to be fair. But I was the lead of like a big train, and it was just killing me the whole time. I'm so dead right now.
So you'll sleep well as well. It seems like a recurring theme that these karts are pretty physical around this Buckmore Park kart circuit.
Definitely, yes.
Bit of training between now and the next round?
Yes.
Yeah, training mostly in the pub though, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, of course, students. Right, let's wander on down, see if we can grab some people in the queue because they are all weighing in after that race. Of course, again, a reminder, the weight limits: 72 for lightweights, no, 75 for lightweights, 82 for the heavies. Anyone found underweight, you will of course get disqualified. That makes everything as fair and adds to why the BUKC is such a close championship. And let's see if I can grab a word with someone in the queue. We've spoken to this person. I believe we spoke to you just before the race. Did it go better than worse than expected?
Kart flooded at the start, so I just lost a lot of pace, but at the end I got caught up and everything.
Good fun though?
Yeah, it was really fun, to be fair, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No worries, absolutely. You are most welcome. You guys look like you're having a lot of fun. Yeah. Has it been a fun day?
Well, we've just watched our mate. You just talked to him. Literally, we're the same team.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but, it's been all right, yeah. I've had a terrible day. I'm not next, the one after that, lightweights. But these have all, it's been a good day. bit cold this morning, wasn't it?
It's getting cold again now, isn't it?
See, I've had two cold races. I was first race and last race, so.
He always put you in the through the short straw this morning.
Yeah, definitely. But
what's the agenda when you guys get back tonight? You going straight to bed, doing some revision?
It's a 3.5 hour drive back, so straight to bed.
I heard that someone around here, our cameraman, has got a big night planned. So let's hope that he gets home safe so we can go and have fun there. Let's go and grab a word with someone else. You look ready and raring to go. Who are you and who are you driving for?
Samuel Harrison, and I'm racing for Loughborough B.
Excellent. And you're starting in?
18th, so hopefully go forward.
Hopefully?
Hopefully, yeah.
What's going to be the tactic to try and, eke those places out?
Avoid carnage at the start.
Is that going to be possible?
Possibly not, but we'll try.
We will try. That's all you can do. Anyway, do or do not, there is no try. So I feel like it's either carnage or not in his case, unfortunately. Right, who are we going towards now? Let's grab a word with this. You have a very nice shiny suit. Is that a new one?
It's brand new, mate. Yeah.
Brand new today?
No, like probably a month ago.
Oh, lovely. Christmas present?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That's really... Let's have a look. There you go. You can see all the distinctive Club 100 chain lube on the back. Who is it a Christmas present from?
My mum.
Oh, what's mum's name?
Rosemary.
Rosemary. And your name and who you're driving for?
Jamie Thornton. I'm driving for Birmingham. Birmingham B.
Birmingham B. Okay, you've had a decent day today, haven't you?
It's been all right, yeah. My race earlier was good. I had a little spin, but I still came 13th.
Hey, you'll have a spin. What's a spin between friends?
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, good luck in the race. I can't remember. Did you say where you were starting?
No, where am I starting? I'm starting 13th.
13th. Good place?
Yeah.
Is 13 normally a lucky or an unlucky number for you?
I don't know. Neither. It's just
neutral.
It's on the right-hand side, so which is good.
Generally, yeah, it should be good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck. I'm going to come follow you probably out towards the grid because we've got a number of people wandering over towards the grid as the final few drivers just weigh themselves ready for the race ahead. Let's grab a quick word with Sam. Sam, we caught you earlier on. Are you ineligible in this race?
No, I'm eligible in this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just me and Dante both wanted to have a go in the A's today, so we just thought we'd swap halfway through the day.
Oh, okay. Is that allowed?
I mean, they allowed it.
Okay, sweet. Nice.
Yeah.
Where are you going from in this one?
Oh, we're right at the back. We're 32nd, I want to say.
Wins on the cards then?
I hope so.
Right. Well, we've seen you have some good pace earlier on, so good luck. Let's see who's actually at the front of the field starting in this one. Of course, a very big grid here at the BUKC, 35, 36 drivers in every single race. That's why we have so much racing all the way down the field, whether you're good or whether you're not good. Right, let's have a word with our front row sitter. What is your name and who are you driving for, and how do you think this race is going to go? Give us a rundown.
All right, Oscar Lancaster for Loughborough for A team.
Come on, the Loughborough. Come on.
Well, I hope it's going to go well.
Yep.
I wanna win, obviously. So
give us an objective percentage likelihood if you win in this race.
I don't have much confidence in myself, so I'm going to say about 40. 30, 40.
40's decent. I'd take 40. Hey, if you put some money on the lottery and they said a 40% chance of winning, you'd take that.
Yeah, I know I can get top 5, so I'm going to stick with that.
You do that, mate, my friend. Absolutely, you do that. Well, have a bit of confidence. You'll be fine, I'm sure. He might not be, but trying to give him some pep talks. JV, how's it been going so far this afternoon? Better driving standards?
Oh, much better, much better. It was the conditions this morning, Piers, to be fair, so I'm not upset with the drivers, but they must learn to drive to the conditions.
You've been saying that for years, JV?
Oh, how many years? About 30, 31, something like that. That's why I'm old and grey and bald.
Cheers, JV. Well, it sounds like everyone's doing better this afternoon. Let's try and grab someone. We've spoken to you earlier on. Let's grab someone new. There's Mr. Thornton with his brand new suit. Thanks, Rosemary, for that one. Rosemary, if you're watching at home, hello. We've spoken to this young man. Who have we not spoken to? We've spoken to a lot of people today, haven't we? I'm trying to find someone I haven't spoken to. Yes, this person right here. Please introduce yourself. Who are you? Who are you driving for? How's this race going to go?
I'm still Max. I'm still racing.
Wait, we've spoken to you before?
This is Leicester A, the one that was over there, yeah.
Oh, wait, you raced this morning. Oh, so you were the one that was number 48?
The big one earlier, yeah.
You did actually say that you probably were going to spin, and I believe you had a trip to the pits.
Yeah, someone drove over the back of me, and then my exhaust springs fell off.
Was that your fault or their fault?
I'm going to entirely blame them. It's a shame the boys back in the factory put a good package together, but It is what it is. It's racing.
Hey, it's racing. It's a team effort. Well done. Well, hopefully forwards in this one.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, I mean, yeah, ideally forwards. Yeah.
Ideally, that is, well, it is ideal if you go forward, isn't it? I suppose. Who else can we grab a word with? Let's grab a word. This person here. Have we spoken to you today or not?
Actually, no.
We haven't. Great. In which case, what is your name? Who are you driving for?
Okay, I am driving for Surrey A.
Surrey A. Amazing. And has your day been better, worse, or the same as you expected?
Same as I expected because I usually drive in Team B, but today I'm at Team A.
All promoted. Does that come with a pay rise?
No, promoting, but it's kind of a substitution.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're on loan?
Sorry?
You're on loan to the A team?
Yeah, kind of.
Brilliant. Well, it's a good way to show off your skills. Did you prove your worth in the A team earlier on this morning, or did it not go to plan?
It didn't go as I planned, but I'm gaining experience.
Exactly. That's hey, you either win or you learn. No, hang on.
Can I mention one more thing?
Of course you can.
I want to mention about the disastrous earthquake happened in Turkey earlier yesterday. There are thousands of casualties and injured people. I wish the best for them, and could you, like anyone listening to this, please help if you can. Thanks.
You know what? That's actually a very, very good point. Thank you very much for raising that. Thank you very much. Of course, there's a terrible disaster off in Turkey, and it's horrible to see all the things that are going on there. And if you can donate, of course, please do. There's a lot of aids and stuff like that. So thanks very much for bringing that up. But obviously, we soldier on here at the BUKC, and let's head to the back of the grid. Mr. Taylor, Oxford Brooks A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I can't remember.
A.
A today. Right. Okay. So this morning.
Yeah, not great.
Not great. Oxford Brooks are not doing great today, if I'm honest. We're used to them having a pretty strong round, and what's going on today?
We just haven't had the luck. We had a chain snap, a couple of duff carts, unfortunately, but hopefully I've got a good one here I can come through.
Brilliant. Okay, well, hopefully their luck will change, or hopefully not, depending if you're Oxford Brooks inclined or not. Most people aren't. Anyway, Andrew, John, over to you.
We are neither inclined or declined in this comms box. We are perfectly non-biased. Here's your grid for race number 4. Leeds A and Loughborough A on row 1. Derby A and Oxford Brooks C on row 2. Warwick A and York A on row 3. And we find Oxford A and Exeter A on row 4. UEA A and Oxford Brooks B 5th. UCLan B and De Montfort A are there on the 6th row of the grid. Birmingham B and Southampton A on row 7. Exeter B and Bristol A on row 8. All Loughborough Fair on row 9. The C and B teams on that one. Coventry D and Sheffield A on row 10. UCL A and Bath A on row 11. Leicester A and Birmingham A on all Midlands row 12. Manchester B and Swansea A on row 13. May just have to cut away from the grid because I think we may be going for a race start here on this one. Yes, we are. 25 minutes on the clock. Away we go for race number 4 here for round 2 at Bookmoor Park for BUKC 2023. Very even start between Loughborough and Leeds, but a bit of contact, and that's going to open the door for the likes of Brooks C and Derby A down the inside. Very, very close together there. John Ratcliffe, there's one spinner in the mid-pack, 2 spinners actually into hairpin 1. That looked to me a case of Loughborough A and Leeds A racing really hard into turn 1, through turn 1 towards turn 2, and just the little kisses on the side pods pulled them both out, drivers left and wide, opened the door for the number 63 of Derby A.
Exactly, yeah, Adam Kernes just wanted to really seal off that lead immediately and ended up just being a bit too... just trying a bit too hard into those opening couple of corners and ended up losing a number of positions because of it. And as you say, now jumping up into the lead goes Derby A, and by quite some way, nearly 3 seconds after just 1 lap.
Yeah, really good start this for Derby A. Penalties already coming in. The University of East Anglia A team for loading. Oh, and there's contact there.
Well held.
Very well held between Oxford A and De Montfort A. De Montfort's driver won't be too happy about that, but at least he's still in the race.
Exactly, I think gets it back together in 7th place, I'd want to say, for that De Montfort driver. Yeah, but with a bit of inside contact there, would have been very, very easy to lose it. But well held, sir, well held. There's another move down the inside at Paddock. That's the number 4 in the background, making a move.
Big race this for Exeter A. Second place at the moment. And they are the number 2. Came so close to winning the title 12 months ago. Not quite 12 months ago, but last year. It went down to the wire at Landau. And the race results they've had so far
it's
in
been
this
a good
round. Yeah,
round 2 so far, hasn't it?
They had the result earlier with Max O'Shaughnessy finishing 4th, and then they had a 7th in the race before this one. So, you know, another strong top 5 would leave them in that similar range to what we saw earlier with the 175 score that got them the round win.
Yeah, I think they are looking good for doing the double here today, minus any commentary curses that we may chuck their way. But did notice a second ago, Oxford A, currently in 3rd place, just managed to get themselves a penalty as well. That was for ABC bump and pass. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. It was also one for UCLA on the last lap as well. And a penalty for Cardiff A of forcing driver wide too.
2 seconds the gap to Grade. He's cheering on Derby at the moment. 2 seconds is the lead for Derby, and responding with a better Sector 1 that time around than Exeter A. Currently the fastest driver out on circuit is Loughborough A. The fastest team, I should say, is Loughborough A. And you see Matthew Taylor involved in all of that. That's a stonking start for Taylor. It's already up to 15th place for Oxford Brookes A.
And they've got the B cart as a rear gunner as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, they did. Now they've jumped up to 12th. The A cart, that's unbelievable. Left the Oxford Brookes B cart down in 16th, but clearly these huge trains assisting a driver like the one behind the car, well, behind the wheel even, of the Oxford Brookes A cart.
And that's the thing for Oxford Brookes A. I don't know, it's been a bit down, it's been a bit negative for them so far today, but you know, they've got an 8th and a 13th on the board already. If they get some results where it ends up that 13th is a drop, you can build a good round score with an 8th place. A couple of top 3s in there. I wouldn't count Oxford Brookes A out yet. We've been doing this too long to know the dangers of miscounting Oxford Brookes. Someone took out a bollard there on driver's right on the run up to Cafe Corner. It's all getting a little bit tight in there.
The barrier, the exit of Paddock as well, also getting rearranged. So clearly a couple of cone penalties coming through. Warwick A have just managed to get themselves one.
Loughborough A going along very nicely at the moment. Fastest cart on the circuit still. Going even quicker now, 47.271.
Flying. Absolutely flying. There's a 62 having to put some defensive moves on. That's Exeter B trying to get past Oxford A. And Oxford A just about holding on to it for now. Was this, am I right in saying earlier in the day you said that this was Derby's first foray into mains?
Yep, first foray into mains.
So
down
wow.
The side go Exeter B there, making a move.
So they finally got that done, yeah, indeed, down to hairpin 1. So it could be first proper full day in the mains. Could be
First
a win for Derby A on the cards. Obviously, we've still got just under 20 minutes to actually hold on to that win, but definitely on the cards.
They are maintaining this gap over Exeter A. It's been around 2.2 seconds. Pretty much since lap 3. Oh, lovely move there by Birmingham A down the inside, take a position off of Oxford A, who fight back. Well covered there from Birmingham A. Squeezed to the apex, meaning that they'll get a good run off the corner and leave those behind in a bit of a gap. So Birmingham A up to 6th place. York A got past in all of that as well. Good to see another team returning to the Mains Championship. Did very well in the Inters Championship last year, hence why they're seeded number 59. Running nicely in the top 10. And another race, John, where we've got a split. We've got a 1-to-1 split between club and Prem teams in the top 10.
Indeed. I don't seem to be able to predict that today, do it? It seems to be a bit all over the shop depending on the race and depending on who's in it, as the barriers are getting rearranged once again out of paddock. Clearly the driver's feeling magnetised to those sets of cones, in inverted commas.
Track furniture.
I like that. I like that.
It's actually the technical description to all cones, bollards, etc. when Club 100 aligned with Motorsport UK.
It's quite a long one to fit on the live timing though. Cone furniture, track furniture warning. Yeah.
Hello to Isa on DDMM Data Centre chat. It asks, does Harper Adams University have a team? I'm not sure whether they've got an active team, but we have had Harper Adams representation before. I'd say to anyone who's watching this and wanting to get involved, irrespective of what university they're at, head across to the website, www.bukc.co.uk. On there, you will find there's a section all about the teams. And in particular, it should, if there is an existing team, it will list the team captain, the name of the team captain. That's probably your best bet, first off, to get involved. And if the university isn't on that list, get in contact with the team at the BUKC and to inquire how you can get involved.
And I've had some other younger drivers that I've met who are just sort of getting to uni. And I say, oh, you've got to get involved with BUKC. It's fantastic. And they're like, oh, I'm not really fast enough. I don't really have the experience. I'm a bit nervous to get involved with that. It doesn't matter. That's why we have these splits between Prems, Clubmans, and then the Inters. You spend some time in Inters, working your way up, getting used to the karts, getting used to the racecraft, and then when you feel up for it, you move your way into a higher team at your uni, move your way up into the Prems and Clubmans, and then give that a go.
One advisory, you will get hooked. You'll never want to leave.
Yes.
Cone penalty for Exeter A. Now, not critical at this moment, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Remember that one as, as round there. This is going to cause some chaos. Ooh, that was lucky. And it's the number 59 of York A. Through went Oxford Brooks A and Oxford A. Oh, if I'm Matthew Taylor in that situation, my heart's in my mouth. As I'm seeing one cart recovering back in, another cart immediately ahead of me. Oh, that's beautiful. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Taylor's got the #1 plate. He's in that Brooks A team, and he is a former Drivers' Champion of the Year in the BUKC, let's not forget.
The 19 of Loughborough B followed them through as well, up into the top 10. And Oxford A have just been chucked out of the top 10. They've been battling up in it for all of this race so far, and now just getting shuffled a little bit down the order.
Loughborough A have kicked it up a gear. The pace has come down, 46.7. And again, it sometimes can happen in these colder conditions. The whole circuit is now under shade. The temperatures will have dropped. It's harder to get the temperature in the tyres. It's harder to get the temperature in the engines. The word fluffy is sometimes used to describe how the kart feels when it's in that state. It just takes a little bit longer to switch on. And I think that's happened now for Loughborough A a little bit quicker, perhaps, than Derby A. Here is your fight for the lead between Derby A and Loughborough A.
Of course, if you haven't joined us in the morning, that Loughborough team is effectively their B team.
Yes.
Because they are in the Clubmans.
Confuse us.
Yeah. Yeah, they are in the Clubmans, as you can tell by the red plate on the left-hand side of your screen behind their number. As a penalty for Derby A anyway, as they now
on the yellow, and
get overtaken. So yeah, change for the lead. Loughborough A through on track, and just to rub salt in the wound, Derby get a penalty on top.
Yeah, I think we were expecting that coming based on. Oh, that was a bold one down the inside. I think they'll get away with that. That was on a back marker. I think they'll just get a contact warning. Don't think the back marker was too disadvantaged, but that was a bold, maybe a little bit too risky if you ask me, move by Loughborough A to get through the traffic.
I think it was maybe that they've just overtaken to take the lead. It's like, right, I've got to press on. I can't get stuck behind this driver.
So, but no, saying that, no, it's been adjudged as a bump and pass. It's been adjudged as a bump and pass on the back marker, and that is a penalty. That is a penalty to Loughborough A that will drop them 4 positions. I did say it was risky. There was pod-to-pod contact, and that has been called, even though it's on a back marker and not for race position, that's been called as a bump and pass on our timing screens, which are rapidly updating, I should say. So I don't think it's come through on your screens on the stream yet. Well, that really, now what does that do? This is where we have to get the abacus out.
I've got another one to throw in as well.
Okay.
I never saw that Derby penalty show up on the timing. So, and I can't scroll down far enough now to check.
You can't scroll down far enough.
to check whether it was or not. So I never saw it come through.
Ooh, now. So Exeter A could be in the lead of this. It's the first time this has happened this season, folks. The first thing to say when we have multiple teams with penalties is the penalties are applied from the back first. Let's put that in the simplest but also maddest terms at the same time. Imagine a race, everybody, in the BUKC where all 36 drivers get a cone penalty, and only a cone penalty. Because the positions and the penalties are awarded from the back first, that would basically make all the penalties null and void, in effect. So what we're saying here is that if you're Exeter A and both teams ahead of you have a penalty of some description, doesn't matter if it's a one-place penalty, 12 positions of penalties, you will win the race. What it means is that the driver that gets home first with a clean score always wins the race.
Cardiff A have got a black flag.
Oh dear.
Yeah, 2 times ABC.
Well, you were asked to report to us how Cardiff were doing.
Clearly not well.
Not well.
No, I think that's Josh Ladd behind the wheel. Dropping down the order now for Cardiff A. So a little bit underachieving in the opening round this morning. And now that goes from bad to worse for Cardiff A with a not great finish to this race. Race number 4 of the afternoon.
Rolling back penalty. That's one we don't often see.
God, wow, that is how far behind the stream is over the timing. That came up ages ago on the timing. That's how many we've got to go through. That came up ages ago. Yeah, an odd one for rolling back there. That must have been
Luke's new graphics have been put into overdrive here. This is a proper debug test if there ever was one. I just want to give a shout out to the true gentleman of the BUKC. Not racing here today. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. But hello to Adam Sears. He says, I started BUKC having never done anything other than indoor. I'm now racing in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. On the off chance anyone is watching this and too nervous to start, I couldn't put it better myself.
Loughborough A have just got another penalty to add to that. It was an ABC.
Now, they say that. Was that on, on the screen?
Oh, that was on the screen, wasn't
Which
it?
we have already seen come through because there's been so many penalties in this race.
Okay, I'm just going to ignore the screen now. Yeah, it's just been so long, I just assumed it was another one, but no, of course not. My apologies. But yeah, on your point with Mr. Sears in the chat, it's the BUKC is for everyone, no matter your ability and what you've done in the past. Just come down and get involved and have a bit of fun. Have a bit of fun.
Just, I say, start out with the test day. See how you find it.
No pressure on the test day at all. Just go as fast as you can and gain some experience. As all wide there for the number 11 of Warwick A and avoiding action. As down the inside, that was a great move from Exeter B, taking 2 positions, I think, there. Side by side, number 1 and number 11 of Warwick A and Oxford Brooks A.
This is all around 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th places.
So it was actually Warwick A dropping down a number of positions there from 5th to 8th on that last lap. Edinburgh A, Exeter B and Oxford Brooks A all moving on up 1 spot each. It's there, it's finally confirmed on the screen. Yep, that's how far behind that is.
You have multiple resources, folks. Check, verify, check again. We've not talked about Birmingham A too much in this race. This has been a polar opposite round for Birmingham A to this morning, where they were frankly, and don't take too much offence to this, anyone from Birmingham. I am an ex-Birmingham myself, so I'm allowed to say this. They were all over the place. Absolutely all over the place. This has been much better this morning. And to an extent unexpected because Birmingham have such a torrid record here at Buckmore Park. This driver doesn't have a torrid record at Buckmore Park. Matthew Taylor down the inside takes another position. That's 6th place now. Next target is Edinburgh A in 5th.
And in case you're wondering, he's not pumping the air saying like, yes, I got the move done. What he's doing there is tapping his head and pointing forward and saying, let's work together. Don't just try and re-overtake me at the next opportunity. Work together, stick behind me. And it basically means you've just overtaken someone. You know you're faster than them. Let's work together and push on forward rather than losing loads of time to the people ahead of you in battling in our own little battle.
It's a psychological thing as well.
Definitely.
It's like a peacock revealing its plume of feathers of like, I am the best, therefore follow me.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit like that, and I see it in Club 100 BUKC a lot. It seems to work in pro karting, like Wilton Mill Kart Club and things like that. No one ever takes note of it. You see someone tap, and honestly, I think it's more, you see someone tap to work together and actually makes us the person behind want to re-overtake just to annoy them. So that's an interesting one. Another thing I just want to pick up on that we did see on the cameras a second ago, Nottingham Trent A and Nottingham Trent B. I saw them both together down in the bottom of the sort of 20s position.
Yeah.
They're still right next to each other, now in 10th and 11th.
The teamwork from Nottingham Trent today is, I think they've been team of the day.
They've been fantastic.
For the strategy and the tactics, you know, getting the A team into second place, only losing out to Exeter on countback. Superb response from Nottingham Trent after a difficult qualifiers. You just saw the number 10 making the move there. That was Oxford BUKC. Loughborough A still leading on the road by 3.2 seconds. If you're just tuning in, penalties galore in this race. So we think, and apologies, that is as good as we can do right now because there have been so many penalties and we're only able to verify so many at any one time. As who is that off? In the wall at hairpin number 1. It's the number 25. That is off. That's Bathé who are up in 12th. Oh.
You can see the dejection in the body language.
I didn't see the trigger of that incident. There is a little berm, as it were. Well, clearly the kart is fine, it's driving again. I'm going to put that down to something that I've experienced myself. As you approach hairpin 1, there's a little ridge, which unless you've hit it, you've probably never noticed before. It's the closest thing I've found in karting to an F1 game auto spin curve. And it's just if you're trying to open the entry to hairpin 1 a little bit too much, and you dip your rear right in that little crevice, and round you go, and it just spits you off. I just wonder if that's what's happened to Bathé there. And then they had a bit of a fluster with stalling the kart, trying to get it fired again. Just the way that kart had positioned itself off the driver's right was suspect of that kind of incident. Again, I'm purely speculating.
You could be right there.
What we do know is that it has absolutely ruined Bathé's race. 5 minutes to go. Just to clarify, we suspect in the comms box that both of our leaders have penalties, so effectively your race leader is Exeter A.
Exactly, yeah. What I was saying earlier about not seeing the Derby penalty on both, it would have been that I'd seen it on the screen, it had already gone ages ago on the timing is what would have happened. So yeah, definitely both Loughborough A and Derby A do have penalties.
What that would do, it would give Exeter a guaranteed 171. It's pretty good.
That's very good.
Pretty good. 175 was the score required to win the round this morning. And for argument's sake, 171, I want to say, would have got you a podium, an overall podium this morning. What it means for Exeter A is so far they've got a perfect score. They won their qualifier. They won this morning. They're setting up. They're not winning the championship here today, of course, but they are setting themselves on a path that could end in glory come April.
This battle continues, though, over 5th place. And down the inside goes the 29. That's Edinburgh A. trying to get through on Birmingham 8, and they've managed to make it stick on the exit. Good move. And all of this is losing them time. Oh, very wide there from the 13. Just about manages to hold on to it as the Birmingham 8 is going to lose a position because of it. Dives down the inside, does the one of Oxford Brooks A. Can he chop back across? Not quite. Back down the inside goes Birmingham A. Becoming quite a nice scrap here, but Edinburgh A have just been released.
Yeah, that's worked out really well for Edinburgh A. They've got a good gap now. They can defend over the next 3.5 minutes. Exeter B are coming back into this, and those two Notty Trent cars, line astern, A and B, working together, 3/10 between them. 8th and 9th is the minimum I think you'd expect for them now, but if these three keep fighting, a less than 3-second gap, that could disappear in the space of 3 minutes. Got to keep pushing on. Birmingham A continue to hold.
There you go.
Taylor's going to go and try and do the same move again, and this time is surely no. As well, that's going to get a bit interesting in terms of how that's called from a track limits perspective. Exeter B trying to find their way through as well, and Matthew Taylor's getting annoyed. And look at them, here they come. It's the same two that we saw earlier this morning as the 22 dives down the inside. It's Pooley and Dillon. This is what they did in race 6 to great effect in round 1 this morning.
And they're all coming up on these back markers as well.
They took 2 seconds out of the fighting trio of Birmingham, Brooks, Exeter. And here they are, and they've got one of them. They've got past Exeter. They've got past Exeter B now.
And they've both got through as well. So if one goes through, so does the other. And like you were saying, the same pairing that we saw earlier.
I'm going to note something that I think is okay in the rules. They've swapped teams. Am I not mistaken to say that Dante raced for the B team this morning? And
You
is now
are
in the
right.
A.
You are
Pooley raced
exactly
for the A
right.
and is now in the B.
Yep.
Just going to observe that one. I've
Just
never
an
seen somebody
observation.
do that before. 13 down the inside of 31. Birmingham A trying to hold on to that position. As I say, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You can't race twice.
Yeah, the same team.
So you couldn't race twice for A, or race for A and then switch over to B within the same round. But that's the point. We're not in the same round anymore. Taylor down the inside for Oxford Brooks A. Dante Dillon's going to take advantage of that. In fact, Dante Dillon might take more advantage of that side by side as they run up towards Cafe Curve. Back into view of our cameras. Oh, big contact there as through comes Pooley. Pooley's going to attack. Force wide, open the door for Dillon and the A car to get through. Exeter B are going to hop through as well. All changing for positions late on in this race. Exeter B now dive down the inside of Nottingham Trent A. Dante Dillon fights back. Brilliant racing here. It's getting a bit feisty out there, but this is the BUKC. This is what we love to see.
59 of York A now forces their way into this battle as well. It's all suddenly exploded in the last 45 seconds of this race, hasn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Dante Dillon to the front of this train now, but it's all gone higgledy-piggledy. He's followed by the 14 of Exeter B, then it's the number 1 of Oxford Brooks A, and then the sister 22 Nottingham Trent A kart. Oh, sorry, Nottingham Trent B kart, I should say, in the 32.
Daniel White agreeing. Different rounds, so I'm pretty sure it's fine. I've never seen somebody do it before, or not notably seen anybody do it before.
It was quite easy for us to pick out, wasn't it? Because we remembered the pairing from earlier on today. This battle still raging on though, and Oxford Brooks B, I think, now involved in it as well. The timer does hit 0 though, and the race has come to an end already. Loughborough A had such a gap at the lead of the field that they've already crossed the line, but don't forget themselves and Derby A both have penalties. So it is still looking like it will be Exeter A as they come across the line to take the effective win of the race. I'm interested to see how that massive kerfuffle ends out though for 5th place. It will be Dante who crosses in 5th. Followed by Exeter B, then Oxford Brooks A, then Nottingham Trent B, then York A, and then Birmingham A managed to slither their way into the top 10 right at the dying moments there as well.
Ooh, that got a bit intense.
That was really just a chill race until like the last minute and a half, and then suddenly, boom, it exploded.
Really got going. But I've got to say, I am very impressed with how Nottingham Trent are doing today. There's a bit more No Jet TV for you. Let's go through the rest of the result then from race 4 for mains round 2. So Loughborough A are your winners on the road but have penalties. Derby A second also have penalties. So by our understanding, Exeter A inherit the race win and the 60 points for round number 2. Edinburgh A, that is more like it. We said they had the speed this morning. They now seem to be tidying up the racecraft. That was a 4th place and a very good haul of points for them. Nottingham Trent A, some great tactics from the Trent team of Dillon and Pooley. They get themselves 5th place for the A team. Exeter B and Brooks A finish ahead of the B team for Trent, 6th, 7th, 8th. York A, another good result for them in 9th. Birmingham A might be a little bit disappointed with that to finish in 10th place when they were less than 5 seconds off the top 5. Loughborough B, remember that's their mains effort, finish in 11th. Warwick A 12th, Brooksby 13th and Southampton A 14th. All decent results, but not the kind of ones you would want if you're going for a round win if you're any of those teams. Oxford A, Birmingham B, Hearts A, Cardiff A and Sheffield A and Leeds A all in the top 20. Brooks C, Swansea A, Liverpool A, Coventry C, Loughborough C all in the top 25. Surrey A and Brunel A completes that page of results before we find UCL A, Bristol A and Leicester A in the top 30. Not so good races for Bath A, Manchester B, De Montfort A, Coventry D, UCLan B and University of East Anglia A. 2 races to go, penultimate one next up. Let's head down to Piers Prior on the grid.
Well, as dusk begins to fall here at Buckmore, we had another scintillating race with drama throughout because the Loughborough driver, number 4, won the race on the road, but unfortunately getting a penalty. I believe he's going to come back and chat to us in a moment. But in the meantime, let's... we got Willie. Willie, how's it going?
Yeah, good. It's been really, really good, actually. I tell you what, we had one race for 10 minutes. Nothing was coming on over the radio. So no track limits, no contact warnings, no black flags. It was amazing. I thought my radio was buggered. So, in fact, everyone else did as well. So, yes.
And then that last race happened?
That was okay.
Yeah, it was fine.
Right. This morning was a bit worse, but people have settled in today. It's a good day, actually.
First full round of the season as well. Everyone getting their eye in with the format. So, been a good day.
Yeah, I'm happy. I think we're all happy.
I'm happy.
Crashes. You're happy?
I'm happy. Yeah, James is happy.
Hey, everyone's happy. Hi, Mum. I haven't done that for a long time.
Hi.
Hey, brothers. See you later.
Anyway, yeah, Willie Chu, Mr. BUKC, of course. Let's chat to these two here. Do you guys come together on circuit, or are you friends on circuit?
Oh, we came together on circuit.
You did?
Yeah.
It was brutal battle.
Yeah, it was a good battle. It was good. But unfortunately, I think you got a black flag, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm not sure what for, but we'll see.
Oh, Josh, it's not been going as you planned today.
No, it's not going great. Not going great. But...
Hey, next time we all had fun. We're having fun here. That's what we'll do. That's what we're here for, isn't it? Of course. I don't believe we've spoken to you today, have we?
No, not at all.
Why? What is your name and who are you driving for?
I'm Ewan. Running for Liverpool A.
Liverpool A. Liverpool have been having a half decent day today, I think.
It's been okay. I managed to get a 7th place in round 1. That one I was coming from the back and I got no idea, to be honest. 20th, let's say.
Hey, it's positive.
Yeah, going forward, it's all good. And I just 1 week until PFI.
Excellent, right. Good luck, I'll see you there. Oh, you were talking yourself down before the race and there you were, setting purple sectors, fastest laps, coming through the field into the lead. Then what happened?
ABC, but yeah, I shouldn't have done that. That was a stupid move. Yeah, it was stupid. I should have waited after T1, got me into hairpin 1, but yeah, it's what it is. So.
Hey, live and learn. Also, bearing in mind, you said before the race, you were like, oh, I'm not sure, there's only 40% chance of a win.
I didn't think I had the pace in me, but
clearly you did.
Apparently I did. So yeah, it was a good race. It was a really good race. I had not a great start, but fought my way back, and yeah, had a lot of fun.
Happy with your performance as a whole, though. Rate your drive out of 10.
Probably 9 to ABC.
There you go. You know what? I completely agree with that. Win on the road, ABC, 8, 9 out of 10. Brilliant. Well done. Well, we'll see you back at PFI.
Yeah, PFI.
Excellent. Have you driven at PFI before?
Once in the torrential rain. That's it. So.
Well, if it rains, you'll be absolutely golden, then, won't you? So let's go and grab a words with some of our drivers up for that. I believe the penultimate race today. Or was it the last race today? I can't remember. Let's see who we've got available here. Let's check to this driver here. Hello, what is your name and who are you driving for?
Max, Nottingham Trent, University. Max Barnett, sorry.
And how has the races been going for yourself and Nottingham Trent as a whole today? Are you guys happy or?
Yeah, we got a 2nd overall. My first race I went 31st to 5th and I got fastest lap, so I was pretty happy.
Oof.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm starting 11th, so hopefully I can have a good race.
Excellent. And what's the goal in this race? What's your outlook?
Try and get the win, I guess.
P1, baby. Good luck. We'll see you. See how you get on there. Right, let's grab a random person. Let's grab you. Hello, sir. What are you? Who are you, and who are you driving for in this race?
I'm Oscar Proietti, and I'm driving for Lancaster A.
Yes, we have spoken before. I believe we spoke at the qualifiers, did we not?
Moustache last time. Now
Oh, it's not as strong this time.
No, I've neatened it up. You know, I feel fresh.
Bit of aerodynamics.
Exactly, that's what it is. That's all it is.
Exactly. So where are you going off on this race?
16th. Same as last time, actually.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Repeat.
Going to P2 now. All right, cool.
It's a deal. If you finish P2, I'll buy you. I've already bet someone 3 photos and a chump. I'll give you 4 photos, 2 chumps if you come second.
I love that.
There you go. And you'll double. Did you get that?
I'll double that.
Right. It's a bet. Right. You heard it here first. I'm putting my money where my mouth. Well, my chocolate where my mouth is, I suppose. Let's wander over to the grid and let's see some drivers getting ready in the karts, and we'll show the viewers at home exactly what it's like to be a BUKC driver. Some of you may never have raced in the BUKC before. Some of you might be watching from afar, thinking you might want to get involved in future. Well, this is our wonderful Club 100 kart. We have a Rotax 125cc Evo engine. It's lovely. Robinson Sport, of course, we've been Rotax with Club 100 for a few years now. Very, very well tested by our testing kart drivers who you've seen been batting around today. So they're all within 10th or so. They have some, I think, are they still Bridgestone tyres? No, I'm not sure what tyres they run these days. But they're very fast. We're doing a 46 seconds lap times around Buckmore Park, which is about the quickest hire karts you're going to get anywhere in the UK and probably the world. So let's grab a word with someone we haven't spoken to today. I think this is a... Let's grab a word. Sorry to interrupt while you're getting your kart ready. Who are you driving for, and what is your name?
Manchester A, Yannick Brandt.
And Manchester have been doing very well recently. Great start this afternoon with Ocean coming with a dominant P1. Are you going to follow in his footsteps in this race?
I'll try. I'm starting P12, but I'll see how far up I can get.
How did you do this morning to start with, and is that giving you confidence into this one, or are you thinking of it?
This morning was bad. I was involved in a crash, and so it didn't go very well. But hopefully this one goes a lot better.
Hopefully. Are you all good physically after the crash?
Yeah, all good.
Excellent. That's the main thing. Well, good luck in the race. Let's see how you get on. Let's head over to the middle. It's definitely getting colder here as the sun is going down. You can now see that this is probably the last race where they'll be allowed to drive with tinted visors. Of course, you can't drive with a tinted visor when it gets too dark. I've been ushered over to this car. I don't know why. There's clearly something you want to say. Hello. What is your name and who are you driving for?
I'm Dom for Cambridge.
Dom for Cambridge. We spoke earlier. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't recognise you with your help.
Third time today.
Third time today. Okay, right. In which case, very quickly, how's this race going to go in one word?
I'm going for top 13.
In one word?
Medium.
We'll take that. Medium. Medium. Love it. Right. Let's move on. Sir, you are giving some very good words of advice to your teammate. Who are you? What's your team? And what were you saying that is going to help your driver accelerate to the front of the grid?
We're not teammates.
You're not?
He's
so you're... Oh, it's your brother.
Yeah, so he goes to UCL, I go to Warwick. But
bit of inter-family university rivalry there.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I think we were quite close in the first round, but yeah. Fingers crossed. Well, fingers crossed for both. Well, Warwick B and UCL this round.
Exactly. We will see what happens. We will, and we will see it on the live stream, of course. Well, you guys know you're watching. Right. Hello, Ethan. Yeah. Ethan Brooks. I'm getting that from your suit. I hope your suit's actually your name.
Yeah, that's my name.
Oh, we spoke earlier. Number 2.
Yep, number 2.
Yes. Right. So you've been going really well today, haven't you?
Personally, you're right, but as a team, yeah, we've gone really well.
Yeah, exactly. So, what have you had so far this afternoon, results-wise?
We got a 2nd in that one, a 7th and a 4th.
So it's looking pretty strong. So you're going to hopefully round off this afternoon's driving with a strong result. You went well this morning. Can you do the same again?
That's very much the plan. Felt like I was driving really well, so top 5 would be a good one for the team.
I agree. Top 5 will be good for the team. Good luck in this one. Let's move on down. Let's grab a word. Lucas Ellingham. Lucas, you enjoying Buckmore?
Yeah, it's good. Bit of unfortunate in the first race having the crash, but yeah.
Having the crash? Was it that big? It was the crash?
I mean, yeah, bent the car a bit.
Oh, okay. Yep. You don't bend JV's car. He doesn't like that.
Yeah, I try not to. Just had nowhere to go.
Okay, one of those incidents. Right, you're starting, what's it, 20? 24th. 24th. Where did you start this morning? I can't remember.
27th.
and you had a crash. So hopefully you'll be past the crash now in 24th. What's your plan to try and get at least somewhere near the front?
Don't bend the kart.
That's probably quite a good plan, I'd say. Yeah. And you're enjoying the Club 100 karts around Buckmore, because I know you hadn't driven one here before, had you?
No, I hadn't, but yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Good, good. Right, well, good luck. Another one of a Loughborough alumni. Well, I'm a Loughborough alumni, and I, of course, completely unbiased in my opinion. You know what? This grey. Hello, mate. Thank you. That's very most friendly driver I've spoken to on the grid so far. I'm very much enjoying the sort of the matte grey look.
Oh, just the kind of fresh out of the box, you know. No fancy.
No frills
or anything like that. No.
Just pure
understated.
Understated, pure performance.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yes. So, how was your race this morning?
Not too bad this morning. I'd say 7 out of 10. So yeah, try and do a little bit better this afternoon.
What animal are you gonna drive like in this race?
That's a very good question. I don't have an immediate answer. Let's go with Cheetah.
Cheetah. We've had Cheetah quite a lot today because just pure.
I did get a penalty earlier, so it seems appropriate that Cheetah would.
Oh, nice! You did there. That's nice. He's quick. He's quick. Who are you racing for? And what's your name?
I'm Sam, and I'm racing for UEA.
UEA, Sam. We'll see how you get on. And let's. I think we've got time for one more. Right at the back of the grid. Who are you, and who are you racing for today?
I'm Ethan, racing for Bath A.
And your plan for the race, I assume, that way?
Yeah, go as far forward as possible.
Where do you reckon you can get to? If you had to guess, where would you get to?
I have no idea. Probably in the middle somewhere.
Give me a number. Let's see if it comes true.
Before 15.
Give me a single. Go on, say I'm going to finish in this position.
Okay, I'm going to finish 10th.
10th. That's plus what? 14, 15 places?
Oh, I think like 25 actually.
Right, let's see how he gets on. Let's head up to the comms box for one of the last times today. Andrew, John, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Penultimate race of the day. Let's have a look at the grid for race 5. Bristol A and Brooks E on the front row. Brighton A and Bath B on row 2. Manchester B and De Montfort A on the third row. Liverpool A and Loughborough D on row 4. Brighton B and Cardiff A inside the top 10. Nottingham, Trent and Manchester's A teams on row 6. Brooks A and Cambridge A on row 7. Nottingham A and Lancaster A on row 8. UCLA and York A on row 9. Exeter A and Liverpool B can be found on row 10 ahead of Reading A and Southampton B on row 11. Warwick B and Loughborough B start on row 12. Southampton A and Coventry C go from row 13. Hearts A and Coventry B are on row 14. Oxford A and UEA A are on row 15. Surrey A and Cardiff B on row 16. Swansea A and Newclan B on row 17. Bath A and Derby A completes the 36 kart field. By our calculations, we're already down to 3 teams who can win this round. Exeter A, Birmingham A and Loughborough B. This will be a key race deciding which of those 3 will take the round win. Away we go for 25 minutes here around Buckmore Park. Race 5 for round 2 is go. Looking clean so far. A couple of drivers searching for grip round the outside. Into hairpin 1 they all go. A couple of spinners at the front of the field. That looked to be driver error as opposed to loading. Everybody else is through, and I think apart from those couple of spinners...
Oh, another spinner. That's Lucas Ellingham.
Yes, Lucas Ellingham and Loughborough involved in the middle of that. Now, was that too late for a restart to be called? I think it may have been. Yes, it was. So that will be classified as a good start. If there's an incident in the first big braking zone, you often see the chevron flag coming out, but that was just too late for those drivers at the back of the field to hope for a chevron flag. The race continues.
Exactly, and that's Lucas Ellingham of Loughborough B, one of our championship contenders, spinning round early on here in race number 5.
Oh, however, big impact. Big impact into
huge.
The wall just in front of us here in Cafe. The barriers are strewn all over the left-hand side of the circuit. That was a big, big impact. I think the kart involved just trying to make it's a clubman kart. It's going to be whoever's, I think, to the bottom of the order. It's going to be a Brighton A, 42. That checks out. There are the 42 of Brighton A. well, testament to the safety of these Club 100 karts, because apart from the kart going slowly, you would not have guessed that that had just been involved in a big impact just underneath us here. Apologies, not on our cameras. To the left, driver's left as they go through Cafe Corner. It's going to be, I think, staff, Club 100 staff now getting to the scene to repair that barrier. There's going to be a yellow flag out for a while, John Ratcliffe.
Yes, indeed, that will be a while to rebuild the barrier on the inside, and a couple of drivers went spinning off on the exit as well, finding the barrier on the other side of the circuit. So, yeah, that was quite the incident. It was such an odd sound, I didn't even really take it in what it was until we both reacted to it. So, quite a scary incident, but all okay, all continuing the race, but a shame for Brighton A, certainly.
Yep, not what they would have wanted at all. So BUKC lead, Bath B in second place. There's a penalty for forcing a driver wide. Drivers, as they come up here through Cafe Corner, just being told to really just ease it up. Don't completely brake, but get away from 100% flat out, because there are track workers just putting things back in place for how they should be through Cafe Corner. As I say, I think it pretty much started, given how many of those barriers have been moved, John, I think that started right on the initial entry into Cafe. The final result ended on the outside of Cafe on the exit.
Move for third place. Down the inside goes Oxford Brookes A on Cardiff A, I think that was. No, Cardiff A is Fraser Bunting. He's already up to second, so it would have been probably on Bath B, I think, there then. And these all had their hands up going up into Cafe Curve, as we say. Just releasing the throttle a little bit. Make sure that all the marshals are okay, but I think we practically got the barrier on the inside rebuilt now, and indeed the yellow flag does go in. Fraser Brunton in that number 6 Cardiff A kart, now all over the back of the number 22 Oxford Brookes E. Fraser just waiting for his opportunity to pounce here, but he needs to do it soon. The number 1 Oxford Brookes A kart waiting in the wings, and for company, the Nottingham Trent A kart is there as well. A penalty goes out to the sister kart, Cardiff B. ABC bump and pass for the number 30 kart. Has a good exit from Fraser. Will he think about it here in Tagada? He does. Change for the lead then. Down the inside goes Fraser Brunton, taking to the lead, and now very much has the number 1 of Oxford Brookes A and the number 7 of Nottingham Trent A for company.
Best that Brookes A can hope for in this round is a Premier podium. The max they can score is 167. Exeter, even though they haven't completed their set of races yet, have already got 170 points confirmed. They'll try hard here. They're down the inside of Cardiff A there, trying to go for second place. Cardiff A just hook back into that position. Bath B in there as well. Nottingham Trent A having a really strong day here at Brookmoor Park. Brookes E leading this race now, ahead of Cardiff A. This is where the Brookes teams start to try to work together to get their A karts up to the front of the order. Fraser Brunton's looking down the inside. Nowhere through there. Oh, actually, I think Brookes A lost out in all of that. May have lost third place, may lose more.
They definitely have lost third at least. And Fraser's trying to fight back here against the Oxford Brookes E kart. Not quite able to do it there. And now they've got the number 7 of Nottingham Trent A right behind them. These three managing to create a little bit of a gap now. Back to Bath B, Bristol A and Oxford Brookes A in that pack behind. But I think that only really works if they stop battling, and they're definitely not going to do that. Back down the inside goes Fraser Brunton of Cardiff A and retakes the lead.
Yeah, he's pulled that move off many a time. I remember seeing him do that to Mike Coppin a few months ago in the season finale of 2022 for Club 100 Sprints.
Nottingham Trent A follows through as well, up to P2.
And may go for the lead now, down the inside. Takes the position. Brilliant stuff from Nottingham Trent A. Track limit warning for the number 1.
This is turning into quite the scrap, isn't it, at the front of the field? I can feel a great race coming on, and we've got more drivers coming in to join the battle too.
Top 10 currently covered by 5 seconds. Brunton down the inside again. Takes the lead back. And as long as he can hold it over the top of Cafe Corner, it'll be one of those laps where in the record books it looks like absolutely nothing changed. If you're watching here on the Alpha Live stream, you know that a lot happened on that lap. Look at Bath B having a good scrap there in 4th place at the moment.
Down the inside for the lead. Trent A through. So Fraser Brunson of Cardiff covered off into the first corner. The Trent A car pointed forward, said let's work together, and then immediately overtook at the next overtaking opportunity. Just how it goes in karting. The number 7 through on the number 6. They're all breaking out into battles behind. It's Oxford Brooks E trying to hold on to 4th place in the background, just about does so. I think it allows for the sisters team of Brooks A to go through and now gets overtaken by said Brooks A team.
Does indeed. Fastest driver out there at the moment is Lucas Ellingham. We saw the spin for Loughborough B earlier on in this race, but Ellingham up to 16th spot now, and it's still quite tight as well. You know, 17.5 minutes to go. The top 10 covered by, 10 seconds covering the top 17. It's not out of the question yet that if Lucas Ellingham can get into that rhythm of overtaking. Now the bit I'll be interested, we've talked about it a couple of times today, and the example that I'll use on air this time, hope he doesn't mind, is Rory Smith for Birmingham A. Remember when he first came in for Birmingham A, you could see the speed, you could see the talent, you could see that he could pedal around very quickly. Took a while to just tune into making sure that all the moves that he did were efficient and clean. And I just wonder with Lucas Ellingham, we know how good he is from Wilton Mill Kart Club over the last few years. He's been dominant in the X30 class there. But can he get the judgment level right of getting through past these drivers with maybe a little bit less experience without picking up bump and pass penalties? It's going to be a very intriguing next 16.5 minutes.
JB's nicking your grapes, mate.
He is nicking my grapes. Not for the first time.
Another of our championship contenders, Exeter A in 7th, making good progress. I saw them trying to do it around the outside into Cafe earlier on a lap or so ago on Manchester A. Weren't able to make it stick, but there's a good few packs. The field, unlike in other races, hasn't really spread out much in this one, has it?
No, and I think that's down to how the guys at the front have been racing as well. They've been fighting, which naturally keeps it all together. Well, there is Lucas Ellingham. Very excited to see this young talent here in the BUKC. Up to 13th place now. Raced at British Championship level successfully over the last few years. Different engine for him, of course, though. The Rotax Evo. What he's normally been piloting. But a very technical driver as well. There's a lot of spannering for Jack Dex Racing in the owner scene.
Exactly, when he was so far ahead in the championship that he took a round out near the end last year, he was still at the circuit for the round, just on spanners for someone else. So, yeah, very impressive all-rounder is Lucas Ellingham. And showing his pace running back through the field now.
Very hard-working young racer, if you ask me. 15 minutes of this race to go. Cardiff A still leading, but only by a quarter of a second ahead of Nottingham Trent A. Bath B in 3rd place. Oxford Brooks A have recovered to 4th. They need a big result in this one if they're going to be on that Prem podium in about an hour's time. Contact warning for the 63 of Derby A. And yeah, that was a little bit wide.
It's a bit wide from Cardiff B. On the exit of hairpin 2 there, they're under a lot of pressure here from Lucas Ellingham. Trying to steal away, I think it's their 11th place, and does so down at paddock. As always, all our owner drivers knowing that hand signal well and pointing forward. Let's work together.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's justified at the moment because that Loughborough B kart is the fastest kart on the circuit.
Trent A have lost the lead and they're dropping down the order.
What
they're dropping down the order
to the number 7 of Trent A? Which sector have they not come through? They've not come through. Well, they've now come through sector number 3. So apologies, not seen by us in the comms box. Something has happened to Nottingham Trent A that has dropped them a long way out of contention in this race, and I think it may also drop them out of contention for winning Clubman in this particular round. They did it this morning in round number 1. They nearly took the overall win as well. Such was the strength of their team, this performance this morning, but it's not going to be replicated here in round 2.
No, it's not. It was looking so good, but as you say, not caught on the cameras, sadly, but something going on, and that has released Fraser Brunton into open air out in the lead. That gap already extended now to 2 seconds in the lead for the Cardiff A driver. Bath B still having a great race, though, in second place.
Yeah, really good. Really love to see this. Some of the performances from the clubman teams today have been really encouraging for the season going forward. Can they hold off the reigning champions? There is the battle for 4th place, Bristol and Exeter A. Actually, we should note this, that Exeter A are up to 5th. They are further strengthening their position. Currently, their 3rd best score is a 7th place, which was race number 3. In fact, they may, with this performance, be putting it out of reach of everybody, because a 5th place would leave them on 172. The best anybody else can do, 2 teams can do it, are Birmingham A and Loughborough B. The maximum they can score is 170. So Exeter A, what a performance this has been. They don't need to push. They don't need to go for anything too sendy in the last 12 minutes of this race. They are in a round-winning position.
Well, again, unlikely that the driver is going to actually know that unless they've studied all the points beforehand, and I don't think anyone has quite as in-depth spreadsheet as we have up here in the Comms, thanks to you, Mr. Mather. So unlikely that the XA driver is probably going to know that. So just keep pushing. And as we say, no real massive gaps opening here in this field. So definitely still has a few karts for company. Bristol A in front, Manchester A behind. And here we're looking at Oxford Brookes A in 3rd, leading Bristol A, the 45, in 4th. And then there is Exeter on the number 2 plated kart just behind them.
I will temper things, though, with some people probably getting quite excited in the Exeter ranks. Still a long way in this championship to go. They have been in this position before, and to date have exactly 0 BUKC titles. You don't win it on one day. You win it by being consistent over the course of 4 mains proper rounds and your qualifier day. Not even halfway through the BUKC main season in that regard. Cardiff A still leading this race, though. Fraser Brunton doing what we've become accustomed to here in the Club 100 and BUKC ranks. Racing at the front, battling for position, overcoming adversity, and leading many a race.
He has just started to catch back markers, though. Just one thing to note. For this last 10 minutes of the race, he's just on the rear end of the Reading A kart, who are in 34th place going on to that next lap.
It's interesting how similar this race has been to his first race. I remember back to the first race, and that was in very different conditions, but he was under pressure in the first half, and he thought, ooh, is Fraser going to come unstuck there? And then he hit the traffic. It's like, okay, well, this is the traditional difficult point for a race leader. That just seemed to... He somehow performed even better and extended his lead in the second half of the first race this morning in round 1. I think we're starting to see the same again here.
Definitely. I think one thing I've learned about Fraser, being his teammate for just a year in the BUKC, is that that man just does not seem to feel pressure. No. I can't believe it. I think he's just there's so much experience both in these karts and around this circuit that it's just, he knows it like the back of his hand. And he can just keep putting down those laps, manage those gaps, and just bring it home, even when dealing with lots of traffic and traffic that is still battling for position. So we'll keep an eye on that gap out the front, nearly 4 seconds now. We look back to another battle going on through hairpin number 2. This is still Exeter A in 4th, leading Southampton A in 5th, and Bristol A now in 6th.
They have had a contact warning. But no penalties. You may have seen a slight handshake there from Exeter A's driver. Bit of exasperation. No need to worry at this stage. Southampton A are looking very quick, though. They've got a couple of positions in hand. So 4th place would leave them on 173. They could lose 2 positions from where they are, and it doesn't matter what Loughborough B do in this race or Birmingham A do in the next race. Exeter A would have the round.
Wow. That is pretty impressive. Just as you say that, though, Loughborough B trying to do as best they can through the rest of this one. Anyway, just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 46.664. We've got a spinner there on exit of hairpin 2, the 39, right in the middle of the track there. Not a nice place to be. And that is the 39 of Manchester B, currently in 35th place there.
Floodlights are on. Anyone driving in the next race will have to drive with a clear visor on. Just in case anyone is about to go out and they've suddenly realised that one. You've got about 8 minutes. A couple of difficulties there for Cardiff B. All in around 12th place, battling with Surrey A, York A, Loughborough D in there as well.
That's why you could see my my hand signals in the comms box.
Hashtag not biased.
No, I am remaining unbiased in this competition. I very much enjoyed the race. This is
why you want to tune into DDMM Data Centre, that you see all of this.
See the hand gestures.
Speeding on the yellow penalty for UCLA, the number 66. Have had a learning day, I shall say, on their return to the mains championship for the first time in a few years.
That's a nice way to put it. They've had some decent battles. We've seen them up the order, having good battles, but yeah, just not quite able to string together a number of good performances to get up the table. But as you say, all a learning experience of their first year back in the mains.
Warwick Bandit squad, the B team, have got an overtake on the yellow penalty as well. Cardiff A continue to do what Fraser Brunton does. Now 6.5, more than 6.5 seconds out in the lead of this one. Fastest driver still at the moment is Lucas Ellingham. How is the Loughborough B kart getting on? Well,
up
it's
to P7
place. The racer in Lucas will be quite frustrated.
Call
like
that
this.
P6.
Because of course that's a kart that was facing the wrong way in hairpin 2 on lap number 1.
Dropped down to second last, I think it was.
Yeah. What I will say, if Lucas is watching this back, the speed is there, the talent is there. Lucas Ellingham will win races this year, I'm sure of it.
It takes even the most hardened racer to get up to speed with a BUKC race start. It is absolute chaos at the best of times.
Big thanks to our whole crew here today. And everyone behind the scenes putting in the efforts. Andrew Chapman, Darren Hassan, our producer and runner. Camera ops out there. Joe Benno, Oscar Beale, Lewis Tyler, James Woodcock. Luke Austin as well, who's been on hand with the running of the show here for Alpha Live. If you have enjoyed the stream, do make sure that you press that subscribe button as we move. Try and get Alpha Live up to 30k subscribers as soon as possible here in 2023. Contact penalties coming in, I believe, John.
There was a penalty for Nottingham Trent A, that one. They are down in 24th in this race anyway, so not the best one for them overall. I think that looks like another penalty for the Banditry B team of Warwick.
Banditry. That's why they're in the B team. Just, of course, back in the properly back in the mains this year. It's been a rough 2022. Here's a good battle. Fifth and sixth place, excuse me. First one of the year. That wasn't a burp, that was just a cough.
So
all a bit racist.
I really quite enjoyed that one. I think we've actually missed Lucas Ellingham make the move.
Oh, cheers, Lucas. Thank you very much, mate.
So through they go on Exeter A. So up to 5th place for Loughborough, what is effectively the A team. But anyway, Loughborough B up into 5th place, Exeter A down to 6th. Now, Lucas Ellingham looks forward to chase down that number 1. The Oxford Brooks A kart. Here we go. We're going to look at a replay of the overtake while I was too busy laughing at you.
My misfortune. It's going to be a classic hairpin 2 block pass. Nice. Love that. Very good.
Simple.
And a point in the air as well to say, let's keep moving.
He's going to do it again.
Oh, this time on Oxford Brooks A.
Not quite able to block though on the exit that time, are they? And yeah, Lucas sort of nods him back through.
Well, you've got the two most successful universities here in Oxford Brooks and Loughborough. with the team that you would think would be championship leaders at the end of things here tonight. Ellingham, oh, the pressure, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Just applied the pressure in the right place to Brooks A, got Brooks A off the racing line, pounced into Garda. Very good racecraft.
That was amazing. I was watching that. I literally don't even know how you just did that. That was amazing. Lucas Ellingham up to P4, and indeed Brooks losing 2 positions because of that mistake down at paddock. And it's Bristol A who you can see just behind them, and then there's a little bit of a gap back to Manchester A, who are having another good race. Of course, they got that win earlier, courtesy of Ocean Beach.
Yep.
Now up in the top 10 once again.
Hello to Daniel White, who says that Sam White is already going for the Bandit of the Year trophy. I'm going to confirm, is that our Warwick B driver? If it is, there's a theme there. Warwick have a record, shall we say, in the Bandit of the Year competition. That's all I'm going to say on that one. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. And once again, Fraser Brunton is just out front. Not really seen him for the last, what would you say, 10 minutes?
You know you've had a good race when you watch the stream back and you don't see yourself at all and you still win the race.
Yes.
That's you know you've had a good one. And yeah, he's just been managing that gap really nicely. Still 6.5 seconds between the Cardiff A car and the Southampton A car in 1 and 2. Here is the 99 of Bath B, though, coming under pressure late on in this one from the 19 of Loughborough B. It's been a great battle back through the pack over the last 20 minutes for Lucas Ellingham in that Loughborough B kart. Still holds the fastest lap, 46.610. Kart ahead of the Bath B kart, hasn't dropped down below the 47s. You can see there on our lovely little graphic how much Lucas has been able to close in lap on lap. And now right up on the rear bumper of our third place kart, the 99 of Bath B.
The important thing as well for this Loughborough B performance, as very good positioning again from Ellingham down the inside, takes another position. Will all depend on how teams do in the last race, but at least Loughborough B are putting themselves in the discussion of being on the Prem podium today. And if you're on the Prem podium, you're pretty much guaranteed a big haul of points in the championship. Ellingham continuing to find his way past these back markers. Bath B will try and follow. Exeter A may try and take this as an opportunity to gain another position themselves. They've got time to get up to 4th.
And Loughborough B aren't far off Southampton A now.
Yeah.
Only a couple of tenths of a second. And 30 seconds left to go on the clock. Looking like we'll probably get 2 more laps here, do you reckon?
Including the one we're on, because Fraser Brunson's going to see the last lap board this time around. Over start finish. There he goes.
Correct.
Last lap board is out then for the race leader, Cardiff A. Looking to make it a double for Brunton here today.
So
here's your battle for second place there, John.
Battle. Indeed, biggest battle. This one over second place. Southampton A with a big check over the shoulder. Sees the 19 of Loughborough B. I think probably realises, I need to pick up the pace a little bit here if I want to stay in front. One more lap to hold off. 898 metres in total. This single lap of the Buckmore Park circuit. As they come down Syme Sweep. Ellingham not quite close enough to dive down the inside, I don't think. He definitely thought about it there, but had to back off it as Fraser Brunton does come round the final corner and takes the win here in race number 5. There he comes across the line. A brilliantly calculated win from Fraser Brunton. But who's going to take P2? It is Southampton A who fend off Loughborough B at the line. But fastest lap for Loughborough B, fighting back from what was almost dead last after lap 1, after a spin down at hairpin 2. I think Lucas Ellingham was assisted around there, but managed to get back underway. And what a fantastic result.
And a fastest lap right at the end to boot with a bit of a
and
slipstream
another one.
there.
Very, very impressive. Let's run you through the rest of your finishing order. Bath B, top clubman car in that one. What a fantastic race from the Bath B squad. There in 4th place. They were followed home by Exeter A in 5th, who I think we can confirm now, if they've got no penalties.
Yeah, we'll go through the scores, but we reckon that is good enough to win round 2 and be the first team since 2018 here at Buckmore Park to take a round double of both the morning and early afternoon round and the late afternoon round. What a performance from Exeter A. That will leave them as championship leaders with a perfect 180 points from a possible 180 points after these 2 rounds proper and the qualifier.
How incredibly impressive there from Exeter 8. We'll confirm that all once that result is on the back end of the results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC website. Let's run you through the rest of that finishing order. Exeter A were 5th, then it was Oxford Brookes A, Bristol A, Manchester A, York A and Surrey A rounded out the top 10. Then it was Cardiff B, Derby A, Liverpool A, Oxford Brookes E, Bath A, Cambridge A, UEA A, Nottingham Trent A, Swansea A and Coventry B rounded out the top 20. Then it was Liverpool B, Warwick B, Coventry C, Brighton B, Loughborough D, UCLan B, UCL A, Brighton A, Oxford A, Southampton B, rounding out the top 30. And it was Nottingham A, Reading A, De Montfort A, Hertfordshire A, Manchester B, and Lancaster A, rounding out your 36 runners in race number 5. And we've only got one more to go today, Andrew.
We have indeed. Before we get to that race, just got to confirm that we are good to go. We are indeed to go down to Piers Prior on the grid.
So that was the conclusion of our penultimate race of the day. Let's see if we can grab our race winner on the road. Fraser, race winner on the road. Are you aware of any penalties or?
No, I don't think so.
Sweet, mate. So another wonderful win on the road there for your university. Happy with that?
Yeah, definitely. It was a lot closer than the first one, I think.
Yeah, I saw one of your competitors you were fighting with closely, and then they dropped back. Did something happen there?
Yes, I'm not sure. I think apparently he came into the pits or something, but yeah, not too sure.
That double. Got the dub today, the double dub.
Yes, I think I'll be changing the tactics round next round for me to get the back. So
are you catching this time round?
Yes, yeah, Cardiff.
Okay. Brilliant, well done. That's obviously a good couple of races today, double win. So let's grab Sam 99. Are you about to go out or you just been out?
Just been out, yeah.
Just been out. How did it go for you?
Good, yeah. Started 25th.
For which team, sorry?
Southampton.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was good race. The car felt good, you know, better than the first one, the chain broke, but, you know.
Unlucky, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But hey, good fun?
Yeah, it was really fun, yeah. Really good.
Excellent, right. It's getting pretty chilly out there now. Do you reckon it's getting a bit more slippery because the dew's coming down, or is it still feel pretty good?
Not fine for us, because our tyres got warmed up earlier, but it might be a bit slippy now. My hands are fine, so it's all good.
Cool, right. Well, I'll pass on that to our next drivers. Hello, who are you and who are you driving for?
I'm Seb. I've just got a different helmet this time.
Oh, I didn't reckon.
In the car now, so.
Did you have to borrow some random person's helmet?
Well, yeah, so it's captain's. So it doesn't for me at all. My chin's like brushed up against it. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Well, as long as you can breathe, that's the main thing. Let's do our classic and wander down the grid, grabbing some people left, right, and centre. Front row, final race of the day. Are you gonna give us a show?
I'll do my best, but you know it's getting cold here, and I'm getting cold and getting old, so you know we'll do our best.
Racing for Cambridge.
Cambridge, that's right, Cambridge A. You know our number says it all, really. So
120, as in is that your age or your position?
Both. No, no, we're just here for a bit of fun. So
exactly, that's what the BUKC is all about. A bit of fun, some competition where necessary. I'm quite enjoying sitting on the tyre. Actually, that was very nice and warm. It was lovely. Put your feet on them if you want to. It's getting very, very cold. You can probably see the breath in the air. We've got a very sparkly helmet over here. What's the plan for the race?
Full send.
Full send. Well, you don't have to send too far. You've only got one cart in front of you, or is that just the cart you're going to send?
Small send then.
Small send.
Keep it safe.
Right. So, what was your name? And I think we spoke to you earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your name and who are you driving for? Remind us.
Seb, and it's Brunel A.
Brunel A. So you're going to get Brunel on the top step of the podium this afternoon.
See what happens.
We'll see what happens indeed. We love to see it, the competitive edge going out. Let's grab a word with our Loughborough A driver. We spoke to you earlier on. You had a good run. Unfortunately, came to an abrupt, sort of a slightly premature end, but going again.
Yeah, I finished third after penalties in that race. We fell back a bit, but we kept it clean, so we were able to make places from penalties. We'll just see how this race goes. I'm not really expecting anything. Just try my best.
Yep, do your best. That's all you can do. Well, good luck. Hopefully you'll be going forwards again and getting the Loughborough right up there. Come on, Loughborough. Come on. Not again. Just reminding everyone that I am completely impartial and not favouring any universities whatsoever. This is a very, very green helmet we've got going on here. Where did the green helmet come from? Is there any inspiration behind that? It's just green.
No, it was actually for free.
It's for free?
Facebook Marketplace.
Facebook Marketplace, someone's giving it away.
Yes.
Excellent, there you go, free helmet, we love to see it. Let's continue wondering now. I wish my helmet was free. They are normally quite expensive these days. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I'm a bit chilly. I'm kind of jealous, actually, because I think the warmest place you could be is probably driving around the circuit.
Probably. I think it'll heat up a little bit while we're going around, but I think the track's going to get pretty cold.
The track is definitely cold, however, I'm sure you'll get warmer. We are starting, what must be, like, 22nd?
Yes, 20.
Look at that, quick maths. 2 plus 2 is 4. How did the race this morning go, and what are you going to take from the race this morning into this race?
I started last, and I was happy to be back there because I was avoiding the carnage.
It's a nicer class of person at the back.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it'll just be trying to keep position when we get off the line here, and just trying to stick with maybe getting a train and just follow along, see where we can make places up.
Yeah. Don't forget though, in the BUKC, eat or be eaten. So
that's correct. Let's eat.
Let's eat. I'm hungry. Right, let's move to the other side of the grid this time. Let's grab a word with Mr. Buckmore Park. So, Mr. Buckmore, what is your real name?
Teo.
Sorry?
Teo.
Teo, and is it Teo? Yeah, and who are you racing for? And are we going to be going this way, or are we going to be going this way in your race?
I'm racing Oxford A. To be fair, if I stay here, I'll be quite happy.
Be quite happy in 20. You must be about what, 30th place?
25th.
25th. That's okay. That's not bad. It's some carts to beat. But last race of the day. Are you going to put on a show for us?
I'll just try to keep it cool.
Try to keep it cool. Cool as a cucumber. Love it. And let's go rub one more driver before they send us away. We've got an empty cart there. Driving for Team Ukraine. I love the suit. It stands out, and also, of course, a great cause. What's your name and who are you driving for today?
Thanks, mate. My name is Pablo. I'm driving for Coventry A, and yeah. Plan for the race is just survive and
survive. Yep.
Not get any penalties, because I guess stewards really like to give me some penalties.
Well, you're very visible on circuit, which probably doesn't help.
That's I think the reason is, so yeah. But I think it'll be really fun, especially the night race. Yeah.
It is. It's good round here, and the Buckmore's got some excellent floodlights. The LEDs, they do light up the circuit very well. I think I'm going to bid you farewell. Good luck.
Thanks.
Because I think I'm going to have to get off the grid, because I believe we're going almost any second now. I can see the carts getting ready. So, for the final time, Andrew, John, over to you in the comms box, and let's hope for a final good race at the end of the day.
Here we are then, one more race of the day for the first day of racing in 2023. 2023? Yeah, I've got the right year. 2023 for BUKC. Here we go then, race number 6. This is another one of our heavyweight races. On pole for it is Bath A, alongside them Cambridge A, and it's Brunel A and Nottingham Trent B, then it's UClan B and Warwick B, then Lancaster A and Reading A, then Liverpool B and UClan A rounding out the top 10, then it's Loughborough A and Oxford Brookes C. Row number 7 will see Sheffield A and Oxford Brookes E, then Coventry D and Liverpool A, then behind them Coventry B and Southampton B. And rounding out the top 20 are Birmingham B and Brighton B. They're behind them Loughborough D and York A, then it's De Montfort A and Oxford Brookes D. Then Oxford A and Leeds A, then it's Warwick A and UCL A, then Southampton A and Leicester A rounding out the top 30. And then 36 carts on the grid again for this one. It's Exeter B, Birmingham A, Coventry A, Manchester B, Bristol A and Oxford Brookes B rounding out all of your runners for this one. And we see a very bright couple of corners, and we switch over to a few dark couple of corners.
Very interesting conditions, these. You can easily get spooked by them, by shadows, thinking that people are attacking you from left, right and centre. Let's see how the drivers deal with this. Ready to go for the final race of the day. 25 minutes on the clock. Away we go for race 6 here at Buckmore Park for round 2 of BUKC 2023. Apologies, our monitor's down at the moment in the box, but we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Looking clean so far. Oh, I spoke too soon. There's a number of carts off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts off at the back. Is this going to be a Restart? No, I think we're fine. I think we're good to go. Down the hill towards Simon Sweep. Through paddock corner we go. Once we've got some timings, we'll confirm with you who is in the lead of this race, and it is the number 25 of Bath A.
I think that's the first time today where you said like everything's going cleanly through the first couple of corners, and then no, it definitely wasn't. Is that a driver? That's an odd place to go off / rejoin.
Oh, I thought that was a pace car. No,
it's not.
No, that is a... work out what that is. Is it a pace car?
No, I don't think it is. They've got a number plate on the front.
It's the 118,
isn't it? Yep.
Now...
Or the 110. Yeah, 118 of Lancaster.
Sorry, we have gone for a restart.
Yes. Okay, that makes more sense. Why they were waiting then.
I thought someone was taking matters into their own hands then. There was a mate of mine, hello Tom Kane, if you're watching, who in a sprints race at Llandau, you know you've got the little cut through at Llandau after, like, you've gone through the horseshoe and you go towards that little cut through.
Yes.
Well, this was in TKM era, so of course you needed a push start.
Yeah.
And he had a bad first lap, and he may have taken the cut through to get to the back of... He didn't overtake anybody, he just got to the back of the main pack and not be like 10-15 seconds behind. But yeah, you get disqualified if you do that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty understandable.
Yeah, you've cut the circuits, not allowed. That's okay. We go for a restart. That will knock some time off the clock.
That helps us, to be honest, because I had no idea what was going on because we were missing our monitor. So for me, anyway, I'm very glad this is getting restarted.
There are a couple of mathematical chances to stop Exeter A winning this round as we've rerun the numbers, but they are slim, pretty slim. Southampton A starting 29th have got to finish 4th. Yes, 4th. And Reading A, who starts 8th, but I don't think they've got any of their super quick drivers left. We'll see. I've got to finish 2nd. Here we go. Reduced race time, 20 minutes on the clock now for the last race of the day. Into turn 1 we go. Can Bath A repeat what they did a few moments ago and hold on to the lead? It's looking good so far into the first hairpin, 3-4 wide in places. It's looking cleaner than it did last time ago. A couple of drivers on the grass, but that's pretty good, and it's another really good start for Bath A.
It was indeed. Yeah, they've already cleared the field by a huge margin once again. Down through Simon Sweep they come. Look at this, a couple of drivers trying to go 2 by 2 down Simon Sweep. Never usually works. And that was the 61 of UClan B getting involved there. And that was the 120 of Cambridge A taking to the runoff on the outside there. Going to get a track limits warning for that one, but managed to filter in all okay as we come up over Cafe Curve to end lap number 1. Bath A are in the lead. Southampton A gets a penalty. Nottingham Trent B are in 2nd behind Bath A, then it's Brunel A in 3rd, Cambridge A 4th, then Reading A, Liverpool B, UClan B, Loughborough A, Oxford Brook C and Warwick B currently rounding out your top 10. There's a move down the inside, the 76 going through, that's Liverpool B. Still trying to muscle their way through an exit.
Going to change it up. Teams that can win club but are currently not in the lead of club constitute 2 teams. York A and Loughborough A. There's a bit of a mess down there.
There was sort of a half spin for the number 10 of Oxford Brook C and then got collected by a couple of other drivers there, but all managing to continue despite losing a few positions.
Would you care to guess who the current clubhouse clubman leader is?
Well, I would have put it between Trent A or Loughborough A, realistically.
It's Derby.
Wow.
Trent A are in the house on 146. Derby, with a 10th, a 3rd and a 10th, have already secured 100 and, well, are done on 160.
Wow.
So Derby, on their debut in the mains, could be on the podium tonight for the clubman class. That would be a tremendous effort. That would be one of the stories of the day here at Buckmore Park.
There's a move down the inside at Garda. Oh, they're going to go 3 wide on the exit though. Who's going to end out in front? It's just about the 61, the 76 trying to muscle their way through as well. UCAN B holds on to 6. I think Liverpool B have managed to muscle through on Cambridge A, and there you go, confirmed on your timing. As they cross the line, they were still side by side as they crossed the line, but Cambridge going to go up and under and retake the position down into hairpin 1, and they have got that sorted. So basically, as they were from before all of that battling started, UClan B just being able to begin to break clear in 6th place.
I'm just going to say it. I said it was a slim chance. The start that Southampton A have had has been remarkable. They are up to 9th place. They started 29th. In the space of less than 5 minutes, they have gained 20 positions. This could be on. This really could be on for a bit of a surprise right at the end of the day. They've got to find another 4 positions to start tying the score. Should stress this is provisional with Exeter A. Exeter A in the house, not in this race, sitting this one out. Have done 4 races, their score is 172. 175 is what you needed to win the round early today for round number 1.
Were Reading A one of our challengers as well?
Reading A were one of our challengers.
They have just passed Brunel A for 3rd place.
Well, the numbers have been rerun. This is on here. Maybe it won't be a perfect score for Exeter A by the end of the day.
And of course, with having that false start, reducing the amount of time allowed in this race would put an advantage in the way of Exeter, because there's obviously less time for these teams to move up through the field to the positions that they need to get, but it doesn't seem to be stopping them, does it?
And Reading A have just gone up to 3rd. Reading A have gone up to 3rd. That would be 2nd, 3rd and 6th, 172. They would take it on a tiebreaker ahead of Exeter A. Exeter A won a round this morning based on a tiebreaker. Are they about to lose one on the basis of a tiebreaker? This, I think, is what we're going to have a lot of fun with this season, mate. You just don't know. It somehow feels more open than ever in the BUKC. We've not necessarily got the form of the likes of a Brooks or a top Loughborough team in the mix. Exeter A obviously have been very strong this year, will still lead the championship as we leave Kent here tonight. But for these round wins, I think it's going to be very, very open and very tight. Very unpredictable as we go across the next few meetings.
Yeah, I would agree. There's not really a team that seems like they're going to absolutely dominate, is it? There's a number of teams who all have very, very good lineups and all can produce a great showing when the luck goes their way. Now, some teams have found the luck has gone their way this round. Some teams have found it really hasn't. But again, it's all in the past once we leave here today and we move on to PFI next week, where it's all up for grabs once again. Now we look here. This is the number 40, that's Brunel A. Still trying to fend off Loughborough A for P4. We look back here, this is UClan B fending off Cambridge A and Southampton A, as Brighton B get an ABC bump and pass penalty. The 120 of Cambridge A feeling the need to heavily defend there through hairpin number 2. It's just giving a little bit of breathing space to UClan B.
Loughborough A, the number 4, they're in with a shot here, running in 5th place at the moment. 143 currently on their scorecard. 5th place would move them up to 157. They'd be 3 points short of Derby's in the house total. .5 minutes to go. They're confirmed is Loughborough A now up to 4th place. So close out there. Really does feel in okay, maybe the conditions were a big part of that people were having to drive cautiously this morning in round 1, but it feels here in round 2 this afternoon, John, that the championship's come alive. It really, really has.
Definitely. I think everyone was a little bit nervous to go for it this morning, but yeah, the gloves have come off this afternoon and we've seen some absolutely awesome racing.
Here's the 61 of UClan B. Southampton A just behind, down the inside, take another position. They are, and they're not out of it as well. They're not out of this at all.
That was a good, clean and concise move there from the 23 car, and then confirmed on your timing there, up to P6.
They need one more position. If they get one more position, they'll have an equal score, an equal set of results provisionally with Exeter A. We might be getting the fastest laps out here at this stage. That would be the tiebreaker. If two teams have the identical set of results, the drop score does not come into play. I should stress that. The drop score does not come into play as part of the tiebreaker. It goes to the fastest lap for the team across the 4 races they have competed in. Let's see what Southampton A can do. And I don't know what those fastest laps are. It really could be all down to the trophy presentations and seeing the results later tonight as to who's going to take round 2.
And once again, if we don't, if our maths knowledge isn't quite
Too
up to
close to
speed
call.
and we can't call it on here, obviously head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC once the round is over, and the final published results will be there within time, depending on how close it is. It might be a little bit after the racing comes to a close, but it will definitely be there. So the ones to watch really in this race currently are Reading A in 3rd, Southampton A in 6th at the moment.
Good question this from Daniel White. What's the worst weather conditions you've ever seen for a BUKC round, given it was ice this morning? Easy, 2014, Clay Pigeon, the fog of doom. You literally could not see 2 metres in front of your own face.
That is scary.
I know, I went through a tyre wall that day. That's why I sit here.
I've done that plenty of times, so there was no fog when I did it.
Track limit warning for the 37 of Birmingham B. You're too young for that one, John. What were your worst driving conditions in BUKC that you experienced?
Back, it was actually here a couple of years ago,
not a
I think
surprise.
2018 or 2019, where it was an Inters day and it rained upwards, and the line for paddock at the bottom of the hill was you would leave the circuit and then rejoin the circuit and exit.
One of them lake days.
Literally absolute lake. But it was great fun.
Yes.
It was when everyone would be huddled in this main building here at Butmore Park, just trying to keep warm, come in, like peel the race suit off of you, try and dry off and get into some warm clothes. It was not the most enjoyable day of racing, I can't lie, but certainly an experience.
Right, so let's just assess what we've got going on then here. At the moment, per our calculations, strictly provisional, there's all the get out of jail clauses and all that. We have 3 teams, all finishing on 172 points. Exeter A are one of them, they're already in the clubhouse, done. Reading A are one of them, sat in 3rd place in this race. This battle, though, between Loughborough A and Southampton A includes the 3rd of those carts, and it is the number 23. And if Southampton A can get down the inside and get through, they will break the tiebreaker situation and go clear on 173 points in round 2. Really should stress this is all provisional. Needs to be run back, verified through, checked with any late penalties across all of today's racing.
And again, the driver of the Southampton A car probably isn't going to know how much this overtake really matters for the team.
But at the same time, they're in a position where, you know, if Reading A were to fall off or fall back, that would do the job for them. They've got to keep it calm. The worst thing, the last thing you want to do right now is throw it at the scenery and take yourself out of that opportunity of being able to step forward with one little overtake or one mistake for somebody else and be in a round winning position. This is a nice place to be with 8 minutes to go. It's still plenty of time on the clock.
Still lots of time, and we're seeing another race like a lot of the races we've seen today, with Nottingham Trent B just driving away with it at the front. That gap nearly 9 seconds as they set another fastest lap of the race, 46.539 as they cross the line on that final lap. So yeah, eking that gap out to nearly 10 seconds now, and a very impressive race for the driver in that 32 plated car.
See that Southampton, as there's a spin there. Now who is that for? Because that's just ahead of the leaders. Hearing in my ear that it's York. It's the number 59, yes. So it's not one of the cars one of the karts that were ahead of the 4 and the 23.
No, both the Loughborough A and Southampton A car able to make their way through that incident easily as well.
Yep.
No positions changed, no time gained or lost.
We saw earlier a change of position on the road for the lead of a race caused by a back marker spinning through hairpin 1. It's, for those who've not perhaps driven this circuit before, John, it's that the weight transfer. You're coming in with such speed into hairpin 1, you really have to commit to it. If there's something unexpected in the middle of the corner, it can really throw you off, can't it?
I think that's the main word, commitment, isn't it? This track requires a lot of commitment at lots of different corners, where realistically there's only one line for it, and if you're committed and something like that happens in front of you, it is difficult to get yourself out of the way. Look how close the 23 is now, pressuring heavily on the number 4 of Loughborough A. Might get a better exit here. We could see a move into Gardner. Does go for it down the inside. Move made. Can he block the pass on the exit? They're going to go side by side around the left-hander and gets the move done.
Very good. Very, very good from Southampton A, and that could be the move with 6.5 minutes of this race to go that gives them a round victory in the mains proper. Great form back before Christmas in the qualifiers. They won one of the qualifiers. They were a little bit off this morning in round number 1. This is more like it. Could Southampton be playing themselves into being the biggest challengers to the likes of Exeter across the course of 2023's season? The story, of course, will continue when we go to PFI next week. You'll be able to follow all of that on Alpha Live. So make sure that you have subscribed. Thank you to Camille, who's let us know that if the tiebreaker is to be decided by fastest lap, Exeter A's 46.377 would decide it. That is not the case now, because Southampton A are now, by our calculations, scoring 173 points to the 172 that Exeter have and Reading have. Now, the interesting thing would be if Reading A can get past themselves, past Bath A, what would that do for the situation? That would leave a situation that I need to work out.
That's all right, mate. I'm mesmerised by this battle going on.
Reading A would take the tiebreaker. So if Reading A can get into second place, they would have 2 seconds to Southampton's 1. But they've got to find 2 seconds up the road to the number 25 of Bath A.
So that's a tall order. 4.5 minutes to go. This we've been watching while that's all been going on. Your battle for 8th place, now headed up by Liverpool B in the 76 car. They jumped up a couple of positions on that last lap to jump up into P8. The drivers behind continued batting, though. That's given them a bit of breathing space in 8th place. The pack behind are there. You see the Liverpool B car coming through. And then following them, Lancaster A, then UClan B, Liverpool A, and then a bit of a gap back to Coventry B in 12th.
Great run this from Trent B. It's a shame in a way that they've done this in this scenario, because we're not giving them enough attention for dominating this race by 10 seconds. And there's key permutations going on for the round win. There are Southampton A. Now, what really would put a seal on this, I think we've just both thought the same thing, haven't we, mate? That if Southampton A can get past Reading A on the road here, it's effectively a double overtake, because it stops Reading A being in a one-and-done position. It would mean Reading would need to get back past Southampton and past Bath A to take the round win, and it would further extend Southampton A's lead. But talking about it is one thing, John Ratcliffe. Actually executing that pass is another.
Or going for that pass, taking both the carts out, and Exeter A taking the round win.
Exeter A are cheering this on of like, do it.
Go for it.
Go for it. Take the risk. Misjudged. No. I'm sure Exeter A are watching this race as, you know, fascinated by it as we are here in the commentary box. Here's the move, and down the inside goes Southampton A. Big move. big move in the story of this race and this round.
Same move as we saw earlier for the Southampton A driver. Textbook move, loves that one, out of guard up. But all fighting back there was the Reading A car, nearly made contact. The Reading A car just about able to get out of the overtake that they attempted there into the first corner. And as you see there, lost probably about half a second, I'd say, there because of it. So Southampton A just with a nice little gap now as we head into the final 2 minutes of the race. The closest battle really on track now from behind them was still that battle we saw earlier, headed up by Liverpool B for 8th place. Now also, these drivers do have some back markers to contend with as well. Nottingham Trent B already cleared these drivers quite some time ago. Now that gap over 10 seconds.
Max O'Shaughnessy's just sent a note in. Again, I'm not sure whether we're able to check this because it would be right back at the start. Yeah. Reports that Southampton have a jump start penalty. Oh.
Just to make it easier for us, Max.
Just to make our lives even easier. Thank you, Max. Okay, we'll not be able to verify that in the box because we're not able to scroll back the messages.
If that is true, then it goes the way of Exeter A, doesn't it? It is true.
No, it would go back the way of Reading A. It would still be too close to call. That's what we're going to say here. It would still be too close to call,
right? Okay, of course, because Reading A would then move up, wouldn't they? And then, okay, we get into the same position we were in previously.
We go back to a tiebreaker scenario, which I'm now going to question myself again. If we're back into a tiebreaker scenario, would that give it to Exeter A?
We had in the live chat.
Are you having fun with the maths, folks, at home?
Always comes down to maths in the BUKC. And that's why I like having you here, because I'm terrible at that part of the job. So, yes, if that is correct, and we did have it in our ear that indeed jump start penalty for Southampton A, that knocks them off of the round win, puts it back between Exeter A, who are not in this race, and Reading A currently standing 4th, with Southampton getting that penalty, moves them up to 3rd, and we go to a tiebreaker. And if that is on fastest lap, then we do believe, according to the live chat, that goes the way of Exeter A, and that does give them that magical double win for the opening 2 rounds of the 2023 British University Karting Championship.
Irvin also confirming, thank you guys, that they saw that jump start penalty for Southampton A at the start of the race. Of course, this was the race that was reduced in length.
Yes.
Has that caused some confusion for Southampton A's driver? Time has expired. Leader coming down the hill through Paddock Corner. What a race this has been for Nottingham Trent B. They're going to be a big factor in the story of the BUKC this year based on their results today. They're going to come and win the race. We're not quite going to be able to confidently call the round here in the commentary box, but we can call 60 points for Trent B. Great drive as well for Bath A. They're going to come across the line in 2nd place in a few moments' time. There they are in the 25. Southampton A 3rd on the road, but we suspect they have a penalty that gives 3rd to Reading A. We suspect that ties them on points with Exeter A. We need to go through the numbers, but we think Exeter A may have taken the round based on fastest lap tiebreaker. That is very much subject to confirmation. Loughborough A 5th. We didn't even talk about that much. Did that give them enough? No, I think they're going to be short. It's still a pretty good day for Loughborough A in their clubman campaign with some really solid results. And this isn't quite confirmed, but if it is a first ever win in clubman for Derby A on 160 points, what an effort that is for your first day in the mains championship. Well done to Derby nonetheless. Cambridge A was 6th in that race, Brunel A 7th, Lancaster A 8th, Liverpool B 9th, UCLan B 10th. And here's the rest of your provisional with a capital P and R and O and all the rest of them. Liverpool A 11th, Coventry B 12th ahead of their A team in 13th, 14th for Brighton B, Warwick B, Oxford Brookes B, Bristol A, Loughborough D, Brooks E and Birmingham A. Bit of a disaster there for Birmingham A at the end of their round. They just never seem to be able to get everything together on a Bookmoor Park day. Brooks C 21st, Exeter B 22nd, Leeds A, Brookstea and Coventry D take us down to 25th. UCLan A and Manchester B complete the second page. Birmingham B, Sheffield A and De Montfort A take us down to 30th. Warwick A, UCL A, Southampton B, Oxford A, Leicester A and York A all finished a lap off the overall lead. Before we go, big thanks to our camera crew who, without we literally could not do our jobs here in the commentary box. Joe Benno, Oscar Beale, Lewis Tyler and James Woodcock. Thank you to all those guys for their work here today. Big thanks to Luke Austin, Darren Hassan and Adam Chapman, who have been running all the production and direction behind the scenes as well. Thank you to you, mate. Thank you for all of your assistance today. Oh, cheers, mate. John Ratcliffe at Ratters Media on Instagram, YouTube and TikTok. Do give him a follow. If you've enjoyed the commentary from myself, plenty of commentary to come up in 2023, both in real life and virtual, at @MM across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and YouTube. Do give us a follow and a like and all of that business. It really, really, really does help us out. We'll see you all at PFI in a few days time, just over a week. Really looking forward to that one. Brilliant circuit, brilliant racing guaranteed. Make sure you've subscribed to the Alpha Live channel and the Double Dash Motorsport media channels for all of that. The last thing I've got to do though, well, two last things. Any last words from yourself, mate?
Today's been absolutely fantastic. Really enjoyed the racing. Some great seeing some teams that maybe not used to being at the top Derby A being one of them.
You muted, mate.
I was muted, right? I'll go into that again. I had a brilliant day of racing. Thank you. Clearly still not good enough to be a professional commentator. I can't unmute myself, but yeah, it's been fantastic.
That's 1 for 1
Good
today.
to see some teams that maybe we don't usually see up near the sharp end being up near the sharp end. RBA being one of those for sure. So I'm excited to see us all get back underway at PFI in, as you say, less than a week's time. It's going to be just as mega as today. I can feel it already.
Very, very good indeed. Last order of the day is one last check-in with our fabulous presenter down on the grid. Piers Pryor, over to yourself.
So that is the final race done and dusted. Let's hear it from some of the drivers. How was that out there for you? A bit chilly?
Yeah, a bit cold. I started pretty far back and basically in the first like 5 laps just could not get through the traffic. I think I came like 20th in the end. It's not too great, but I think the other drivers have sort of carried Birmingham through this round, so my drive wasn't really sort of meaning anything.
You're driving for Birmingham. What's your name, sorry?
Jack.
Jack, and you're happy with how the day's gone?
This morning was pretty bad, I can't lie. I came 4th, but one of our drivers got black flagged by mistake. Like, he came in and got told, oh, we didn't mean to black flag you. And Ben Boris just banned it, really, didn't he?
Banned it. Well, you heard it here. Anyway, well done. How was that? We spoke to you before the race.
I started 11th, ended up like 4th or something like that. Just lacked a bit of pace in the middle, but it's all right.
It's all right, it's all right. And we're looking forward ahead now to PFI. You're going to be there joining us next week?
Yeah, I will be. It'll be exciting. See how it goes.
Absolutely. Driven PF before yourself?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, once before. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Another new experience in these karts as well, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Anyway, great. Well done. Let's walk our way back down through the field. What about yourself? What was your name and how did you get on in that one?
I'm Josh.
We spoke earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I raced for Southampton.
Oh, okay. So how did it go?
It was all right. I felt like I was overtaking plenty of people, but I don't really know where I finished. So.
That's standard BUKC way. You overtake people and you find out how it went, but good day nonetheless.
Yeah, good day. This morning didn't go quite our way. We had a chain snap, but yeah, this afternoon's been a lot better for us. So.
Sum up the day in one word for us.
Interesting.
Interesting. We'll take that. Absolutely take that. And the last few drivers, guys, with the free helmet, did it keep you safe?
Yeah, actually, I got T-boned, and it's okay.
You're alive?
I'm alive. Yeah, happy. I think my number plate also fell off, so I was a bit confused what to do then. But
it's okay.
Yeah, fun race.
You survived. You had fun. Everyone's a winner. And yourself, how did you find that race, the final race of the day under the lights?
It was a lot of fun. I did a lot of overtakes, but also got overtaken a lot, so I have no idea where I finished.
As long as you had fun, that's the main thing. And that's why we're here with the BUKC, of course. Of course, we want some good racing, but we all are here to have a good time.
Yeah, it's good fun, great fun. Honestly, under the lights as well, it's amazing.
It is a cool circuit under the lights, and I must say, Buckmore does have some of the best floodlights around. And you're gonna,
UK, definitely. Best track in the UK.
Wowzer's best track in the UK. I also think. Sorry, guys, I'm going to let you go because I think we're getting ushered off. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I've never actually had a good result, but I think I had a good result. Well, yet to be weighed, but...
Right, you've got better go and get wet. I'm getting shouted at because I'm holding everyone up. But are you going to be joining us next week at PFI?
Might have to buy an Interseat. We'll see.
Might have to buy an in-seat. Anyway, right, I think... Yeah, you can shout out someone.
Piss Ranchers. There you go.
There you go. Right. I think it's probably about a good opportunity now to end the stream. Thank you so much, everyone who's watched today. We really, really enjoy the fact that you're watching along with us. If you can't be here, this is the way you can view us. If you have enjoyed watching the stream today, please do give this video a like, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook. Share it wide across the social media network. And we will be seeing you very shortly in only 7 or 8 days' time, Wednesday next week at PFI for rounds 3 and 4 of the BUKC. So, until then, thank you so much for watching. We've been had a great day from Alpha Live. Thanks to the commentators, John, Andrew, and everyone at Alpha Live. We will see you next week. Make sure that you're there.
And I was like, oh, that'll do. Rory Smith goes for it. What a move into Ghana. That was a very, very bold move. Down to the final corner. Race victory here at Bookmore Park and a very mature drive and 60 points